Nowhere to Run by Nancy Bush. And don't forget to like this video and subscribe to this channel. Chapter 1. Today. Liv swam up from the nightmare, soaked in sweat, an aborted scream passing her lips. Heart racing, she blinked in the faint, early morning light sneaking beneath her bedroom window shade. What time was it? 5:30. Closing her eyes, she willed her galloping heart to slow down, aware of the fragments of her dream but unable to completely grasp them. Didn't matter. She'd had enough nightmares to know this wouldn't be the last one. Far from it, and though the dreams weren't exactly the same, they represented a deep trauma that years of therapy had never completely uncovered and erased. At Hathaway House, Dr. Yancey, who'd had enough compassion and understanding to actually make Liv believe she was really trying to help her, had once said, "I think it's something you saw." Like no shit, Sherlock. She'd seen her mother after she'd hanged herself. But Dr. Yancey had shaken her head slowly when Liv had been quick to point that out. Liv was always quick to defend herself. One of the problems, apparently, that had landed her in Hathaway House in the first place. Dr. Yancey had then added, "You saw something else. Something you can't, or won't, let yourself remember." That had caused a quickening in Liv's blood. An inner jolt of truth that had sent perspiration instantly rising on her skin as if she were having a hot flash. Her mind had clamped down hard, or so Dr. Yancey had told her, when she'd insisted she couldn't remember anything other than the horror of her mother's suicide. But, though Liv denied Dr. Yancey's claim, she didn't completely disagree with it, though she never said so at the time. There did feel like there was something she did feel. And with it was the sensation that she was being followed, stalked. Now, years later, the question of whether her stay at Hathaway House had helped or hindered her still remained unanswered. None of the other so-called doctors and quacks at Hathaway House would have ever committed themselves to the kind of bold statements Dr. Yancey put forth. They all hid behind compassionate expressions and deep frowns and not much else. At the time, even Dr. Yancey hadn't really wanted to show her hand to her contemporaries because they would have undoubtedly berated and dismissed her. Liv knew enough about the institution's politics to read between the lines, and consequently she thought they were all a bunch of chickens hits with minimal understanding of the human condition and maximum interest in hanging on to their jobs. But that wasn't really the question, was it? The question was, had Olivia Dugan been cured of her sweat-soaked nightmares and dark depression? The very reasons why, as a teenager, she'd been shuffled off to Hathaway House in the first place. Had Olivia Dugan learned to combat the triggers that sent her heart palpitating, palms shaking, thoughts colliding around inside her skull like pinballs, firing the wrong neurons, causing her to make wild, unreliable choices? The answer: a resounding no. Though she had lied and pretended and acted and done every damn thing she knew how to do to be released from Hathaway House, as far as a cure went, the answer was still no. She didn't know how to combat the triggers that started the nightmares and increased the depression. Even if she knew what they were. Even if she told herself to stay away from them. Because last night, one of the triggers had been pulled. A blinking red light had welcomed her home. The answering machine. A warning beacon. A voice from a stranger. She'd reluctantly picked up the receiver and listened to the phone message. The phone message. Now, Liv threw off the covers, shivering a little. She climbed out of bed and padded to the kitchen, a journey that took about 10 steps across the tired carpeting of her one-bedroom apartment. The phone message. Lawyers had found her home phone number and left her a message. That was the trigger for her nightmare. She tried to ignore the blinking light. When she tossed her keys on the counter, she'd asked herself for about the billionth time why she kept the phone and voicemail at all. Most of the time she liked the idea of being off the grid completely. That's why she didn't carry a cell phone. If that made her a Luddite, then so be it. She was a little frightened of technology anyway. She didn't want to be on someone else's radar. It just didn't feel safe. Dr. Yancey had told her she was hiding from something, and she supposed it was true, but she didn't care. Still, Crenshaw and Crenshaw had found her phone number, so she'd phoned back, and the lawyer, Tom Crenshaw, had asked her for her address. She'd been reluctant to give it to him. Not that he couldn't find it. She supposed he was just asking to be polite. He said he wanted to send her something, a package. But he was cagey as hell about what that package contained, and only when they'd gone back and forth and he'd finally convinced himself that yes, she was definitely the Olivia Moggo Dugan whom he was searching for, did he come through and say that his firm had a package for her, from her mother. Her mother. After that, Liv had simply dropped the phone receiver, stumbled into bed, and fallen into a coma-like sleep that she'd just woken up from. Now she wondered if it was all a mistake. Her mother was dead. Had been since Liv's 6th birthday. The package could not be from her mother. She gazed at the phone receiver. It dangled along the side of the cabinet, tethered to the base unit by a long cord, hanging in a way that made her stomach wrench. She could still see her mother's softly swaying body, the protruding tongue, an image that didn't fade with time. Sucking in several deep breaths, she squeezed her eyes closed, then opened them again, picked up the receiver and placed it back in the cradle. More old-school technology. She didn't have a handheld receiver. She didn't even have a satellite phone in the bedroom. Her brother, Haig, had real issues with paranoia, worse than Liv's by far, and some of his paranoia had also penetrated her way of thinking. There was a bogeyman out there. Maybe more than one. Better to be safe than sorry. She did, however, have voicemail and that nagging, blinking red light on. The base unit meant she had another call. The lawyer had undoubtedly phoned back. For a moment Liv considered the paradox that was her life. Here she was running away from almost all technological communication. Yet she worked for a software company that made simulated war games, mainly played by adolescent boys. Okay, she was little more than a low-level bookkeeper for Zuma Software. She'd always been good with numbers. But the irony of her situation did not escape her. She smiled faintly to herself, screwed up her courage, and pushed the answering machine's button. The lawyer's disembodied voice came through the speaker. "Ms. Dugan." This is Tom Crenshaw again, of Crenshaw and Crenshaw, attorneys at law. Please call us back so we can send you the package from Deborah Dugan. Addressed to her daughter, Olivia Margot Dugan. Per our earlier conversation, this package was left in our care to be sent to you on your 25th birthday. As that date has passed, we need to make certain you receive this package soon. A pause. As if he wanted to say a lot more, then simply, thank you, and a return phone number and the law firm's hours. Liv pushed the button a second time and listened to the message again. It was too early to call Tom Crenshaw back. She didn't even know if she wanted to anyway. She felt hot, headachy, and strange just thinking about receiving something from her mother. Her mother. Nearly 20 years after her death. Putting the number to memory, she got ready for work, then drove her Honda Accord by road to the business park which housed Zuma Software. The company was situated in a private cul-de-sac, separated from the other buildings by a long drive bordered by arborvitae, isolating it, giving it the illusion of more importance than it truly deserved. Or maybe it was more important. Zuma's owner, Kurt Upjohn, certainly projected an "I'm better than you" attitude. Liv skirted the front parking lot and drove to the west side of the building. The unofficial employee parking lot. The building itself was concrete on all facades, with a glass atrium entryway complete with double doors and a guard of sorts, Paul Defoe, a total tool, in Liv's biased opinion. Liv parked nose out, climbed from the driver's door, remote locked the Honda and started around to the front of the building. She didn't even think of using the back door as Upjohn wanted all his employees to enter through the front. The back door automatically locked whenever it was used, and could only be accessed from inside. Upjohn was very cautious about anyone learning anything about his newest game models created by the nerds techies who worked in the upstairs office with its glowing screens and simulations and miles of computer code. Liv had only peeked in once when Aaron, Kurt's son, had practically dragged her up the stairs with him, and she'd been half-awed at how the room looked like a control room straight out of some high-tech adventure movie. Now, as she entered through the mahogany front door, surrounded by windows, Paul gave Liv a narrow-eyed once-over as if he'd never seen her before. Liv clutched her purse harder, an automatic reaction she couldn't entirely repress even though she would never bring her handgun to the office. She wasn't that crazy. Jessica Maltona, Zuma's receptionist, smiled at Liv as she entered, then slid a sideways look toward Paul who was still standing by the front door, arms crossed, watching Liv walk across the polished floor to her cubicle on the far side of the large room. Though the two women weren't friends exactly, they didn't know each other that well, Liv's fault mostly. They shared a silent communication about Paul whom neither could stand. Liv smiled at Jessica as she passed. "He's a tool, all right." To which Jessica, as if hearing her, nodded emphatically. Settling herself at her desk, Liv stuffed her purse into a lower cabinet with a lock. She twisted the key and pocketed it, then settled down to the night before bookkeeping entries. It wasn't an exciting job. It was rote, by and large. But rote work kept her from thinking, imagining, and worrying. No, she wasn't bipolar. No, she wasn't schizophrenic. She was just damaged, for lack of a better word. She hadn't been the same from the moment she'd discovered her mother's body. An hour into the job, safely ensconced at her workstation, which was about 100 feet from the front doors and the floor-to-ceiling windows, splayed with the Zuma Software red neon logo in script, backward from inside the building but dramatic nonetheless, she picked up the phone and dialed the number before her brain, with its strong governor, could stop her. Crenshaw and Crenshaw, a woman's voice answered in that slightly bored, slightly snooty tone that seemed to invade the better law firms. This is Olivia Moggo Dugan returning Tom Crenshaw's call. Mr. Crenshaw is not in yet. There was a slight rebuke there, as if she felt Liv should know someone of Mr. Crenshaw's importance wouldn't deign to get to work so early. Would you care to leave a message? Just give him this address. She told the woman Zuma Software Street address and said, if he wants me to have the package in his care from Deborah Dugan, he can send it here. May I tell him what this is concerning? Something further, she asked, sounding a bit miffed by Liv's high-handedness. He'll know what it's about. And she hung up. 2 hours later, the package arrived by special messenger. Liv looked up from her computer first with annoyance, then surprise at the speed, then trepidation, as Paul Defoe walked toward her, holding out the 8.5x11 manila envelope. Liv had been inputting figures into a computer program, compiling information to be turned over to Zuma's accountant, who in turn would pore over the data as if it held the answer to the universe's deepest questions, who would then pass it along to Kurt Upjohn, the original developer of the wargame-type video games that had put his software company on the map. Her head was full of numbers and seeing Paul coming her way pulled her out of that world and into the present at hyperspeed. She almost felt motion sick. Paul slapped the envelope on her desk without so much as a word. He was no conversationalist, which suited Liv just fine. Gingerly picking up the package, she looked it over, her gaze jumping to the return address of Crenshaw and Crenshaw. She'd been alarmed when Tom Crenshaw had asked her birth date, where she grew up, the names of her parents, and a myriad of other questions. She in turn had demanded to know to whom she was speaking. How had he found her number? What did he want really? What were his credentials? He explained about Crenshaw and what a long-established, trusted firm they were. Then he told her about the package, and when he invoked the name of Deborah Dugan, she dropped the receiver. But now here it was. The package from her mother, 19 years after her death. It was a large manila envelope with her name typed on a label affixed to its center. She laid it carefully on the desktop. She almost wanted to poke it with a stick, though it was clearly just some papers. Papers about what, though? She couldn't think of anything that. Hey? Aaron Durkis snapped his fingers before her face. Liv sat bolt upright, as if goosed. Aaron, she said tightly to Kurt. Upjohn's son, her only friend at Zuma. Didn't mean to scare you, he answered affably, though he clearly didn't care one way or another. Aaron's last name was different than his father's. Due to some undefined wrangle between Kurt and Aaron's mother, Kurt had only managed to marry her after Aaron was born, and that pissed her off. But good, so much so that she'd given her son her maiden name rather than Upjohn. Then later, she and Kurt had divorced anyway. The story went something like that. Liv had never quite got it in full detail, but it didn't really matter. She'd never wanted to question Aaron further because that would have given him carte blanche to ask her about herself, and she didn't want to go there. Ever. You're kinda in a fog. Come on, let's go out back and have a smoke, Aaron said. I've got some work to catch up on. She wasn't interested in smoking anything, especially Aaron's type of cigarettes. Bullshit. You work too hard as it is. You're giving the rest of us slackers a bad name. The boss is your father. You can get away with it. I can't. People are starting to hate you around here, you know that. You gotta come with me. He wasn't going to take no for an answer, and he'd been known to actually pull her out of her chair to get her to comply, so she reluctantly got to her feet. Truthfully, according to the law, she didn't take enough breaks, so she followed him to the back door on the first floor and outside to the enclosed patio-type area, with its overhang and gate leading to the employee parking lot. Her blue Accord was 3 in, facing out as if ready to take off. Aaron normally stuffed a brick-sized rock in the door to keep it ajar, but today he actually pulled out a key and unlocked it from the outside, so that the door would stay open until he relocked it. Where'd you get that? Liv asked. Kinda lifted it, he admitted. Don't worry. I'll lock up before we leave tonight. I just can't stand walking by that asshole door every time I want to breathe some fresh air. He shot her a quick smile as he pulled a joint and lighter from his pants pocket. Aaron liked to smoke marijuana, as he called it. Liv stayed away from all drugs. She'd been encouraged to take enough during her year-long treatment at Hathaway House to last her a lifetime and then some. She liked a clear head and, apart from a very occasional drink, mostly steered clear of alcohol, too. You don't say much, Aaron observed with a sideways look as he spewed out a lungful of smoke. I like that about you. Although you're kind of shut down. Remembering her 6-year-old self, Liv felt a pang of sorrow for the loss of the independent, headstrong little girl she'd once been. That girl had apparently died along with her mother. She stood to one side, leaning against the gate to the parking lot, gazing out. Occasionally she'd left the building this way when Aaron had propped open the door. She ultimately agreed with him that bypassing Paul DeFore was worth breaking some rules. Paul was just one of those guys no one could stand, the type who took his job too seriously and made it hell on everyone else. Being too serious, though, wasn't Aaron's problem. Tell me something about yourself, Aaron said now. He had long hair and wore a slacker-style plaid shirt over a t-shirt. It hardly mattered since his dad was the boss, but truthfully, the programmers and game designers on the upstairs floor dressed the same way. Slacker, hacker, computer techie, video game designer, there seemed to be an unspoken dress code with them that thumbed its nose at accepted business attire. Only Liv and Jessica Mortona dressed in legitimate office wear, skirts or slacks, blouses, vests, jackets, sensible shoes, tasteful jewelry and makeup. Paul Dufour wore a navy shirt and pants as if it were a security uniform, though there was really no such proclamation. "Well, I'm a Leo," she said. "I like Italian food and expensive coffee and live in an apartment with a 300-pound cat." Aaron coughed out some smoke on a laugh. Liv had never so much as hinted that she might have a personality, and she'd taken him by surprise. She wasn't even sure why she'd said it. She'd just wanted to not be so severe for once. "Cool. What's the cat's name?" he asked. "Tiny." He grinned at her and Liv smiled back at him. It was the most playful conversation they'd had to date, and though Liv was simply talking to talk, Aaron peered at her as if she was something he'd just discovered. "Who are you?" he asked. "You're too good-looking to be this mousy. But keeper, you want us all to think you are too good-looking." She had straight brown hair, hazel eyes, a mouth, and jaw that were set too tightly, or so she'd been told. "I'm kind of average-looking. Look in the mirror sometime." She shook her head. Whenever she looked in the mirror, she saw a woman with anxious eyes whose personal life was non-existent and whose professional one was practically invisible, too. He flapped a hand at her and sucked in his last toke. "You're good-looking and you're too serious. You should have some of this." He held out the teensy little end of the joint. "Nah. Or a glass or two of wine, or a few mojitos, or some Xanax. You just need to let go." He pushed on the gate and let himself into the back parking lot. "You're going to piss off your father by ignoring security," she warned him. "A guy's gotta do what a guy's gotta do. You go out this way sometimes, too." It was true. Though Liv generally played by the rules, there was this inner part of her that occasionally liked to defy authority. Most of the time she pretended it wasn't there. But sometimes it stretched and peered around like a waking beast, looking to prowl. Was it because she'd spent time constrained by others? Or the fact that the police had left an indelible impression on her since her mother's death, and not a good one? Or maybe it was just a side of her personality that she mostly ignored, and that surprised her and others now and again when it suddenly popped up. Everyone thought she wasn't the meek worker bee, though she took pains to make others see her that way. A kind of camouflage, like an animal's coat or a bird's feathers. By the time she left work, she still hadn't opened the package, and when she got back to the apartment, she dropped it on the kitchen counter while she threw together a quick meal, a microwavable TV dinner with limited calories and limited taste. Her eating habits hadn't evolved over the years either. She went to bed at 10:30 and stared up at the ceiling through the dark. She could hear the comfortable sounds of the refrigerator humming and the tinny voices from her neighbor's television, which seemed to be right behind her head, set against the paper-thin wall that separated their units, her bedroom butting up against theirs. She fell asleep, then appeared abruptly at midnight, wondering what had woken her. There was moaning from behind the wall. It had been her neighbor Joe's last climactic shriek during lovemaking, something that happened regularly enough that had penetrated her sleep. Sleep. That's what some people called it, though Liv was pretty sure her sleep was different than others. She'd learned that over the years. hers, was disturbed by images that kept coming back, creeping into a dream that had nothing to do with whatever the dream was about, images burrowing inside, memories from her childhood that simply wouldn't go away. Gruesome visions. The kind that had sent her to Hathaway House, a place for troubled teens who were recovering from serious issues, drug addiction, suicide attempts, self-mutilation, whatever. She'd been sent there because she was disturbed, or so said her evil stepmother. Yes, she really did have one, who had convinced her father to seek help for his nutso daughter. Only it hadn't helped, apart from making Liv realize that her problems were minor compared to some of the other kids at Hathaway House. But because she was underage and had no choice, Liv put in her time there, and finally, much to the evil stepmother Lorinda's dismay, had been pronounced in recovery sometime in what would have been her senior year of high school. She was released into her family's care and she went on to earn her GED. She'd learned by then that the best thing to do was just not to tell anybody about the powerful images she had of her mother's body hanging limply from a noose that had been attached to the rustic kitchen rafters of their old home. Images that stole her sleep. Images of a suicide that had left Deborah Dugan's 2 children, Liv and her brother, Haig, in the hands of a stunned father who quickly took a new bride. Liv blinked in the darkness. The television next door was now tuned to an old sitcom that ran in the off hours, and every so often the canned laughter would burst out in little fireworks of ha, ha, ha. Liv listened to it and thought of the couple who lived adjacent to her in apartment 21B. Young and in love, around her age, they seemed to live on pizza and Diet Coke. At least the girl did. The guy had a penchant for beer. Whatever's on special, he told Liv one day when she met them on the outdoor balcony. And he was lugging a 6-pack of Budweiser. They were trying to hug, kiss, and giggle with each other while he threaded the key into the lock. And then they sort of fell inside and slammed the door shut behind them. Liv had opened her own door and was greeted by the scent of loneliness and lost opportunities. The next-door couple's name was Martin, and though they hadn't formally introduced themselves, she knew the shrieker was Joe. His name started with A.T. Travis, or Trevor, or something kind of cowboy-sounding to Liv's mind. She should know what it was, as she'd heard Joe scream it out enough times while they were making love, but it always made her feel like an auditory voyeur, and therefore Liv covered her head with her pillow whenever they went at it. The worst of it was that their lovemaking reminded Liv of the 2 times she'd gotten close to sex, and the 3rd time that she'd actually gone through with it and had been left wondering, what the hell? Where were the bells and flowers and rainbows and endorphins? She mainly felt sort of depressed and wondering if sex, too, touted as a supposedly wonderful expression of love, was just another part of life that she couldn't experience like everyone else. Cynical. That's what she was. And afraid to open a package from someone who'd sent it to her long after her death. The following morning, she went through the shower, dressed in black slacks and a black, long-sleeve t-shirt, drank a glass of orange juice and ate a piece of peanut butter toast, her gaze on the envelope. She grabbed her purse and keys and headed out the door, then turned around abruptly and went back for the package, ripping it open while her heart pounded. She fought the crippling anxiety that sometimes overtook her and left her gasping for air and practically in the fetal position, and shook the packages contents onto the counter. Out tumbled several pictures and a couple of folded pages. She saw her mother with several other people in one of the pictures, and she staggered backward to the couch and sat down hard, the photo in her hands. The other papers flew to the floor, someone's birth certificate. Among them, hers. Drawing a long breath, she tried to stem a tsunami of coming panic. Her ears roared. She couldn't think. I couldn't see. She could scarcely recall where she was. Her vision went inward, to the memory of a long ago, cool, summer evening, the air breezing inside the kitchen through the opened back door. The toes of her mother's shoes drifted from side to side, her face purple, her tongue fat and sticking out. Liv squeezed her eyes shut. She attempted to shove the image into blackness, but it shone white on the insides of her eyelids like a negative. Her eyes flew open again, and for just a moment her mother was standing right in front of her. "I'm done," Mama said, then the mirage poofed into mist. Chapter 2. Liv drove home from the office during her noon hour, even though there really wasn't enough time, even though she would probably skip lunch entirely. She'd left the package opened and spread across the coffee table. She couldn't look or touch any part of it when she'd left for work this morning, but the way everything was exposed had haunted her inner vision all morning. Now, she took the steps up from the apartment parking lot to the second level of the L-shaped building where her apartment lay, one in from the end unit. She threaded the key in the lock and pushed open the door before she felt someone behind her. She screamed one short, aborted shriek and stumbled into the apartment, turning, facing the intruder. Whoa. Sorry. It was her neighbor, Trevor or Travis or something. He was standing there, in shock, holding up his hands. Liv felt the energy drop out of her and she leaned against the wall, near collapse, quivering inside. Worried, he grabbed for her and said, "Geez, sorry." She flinched away. "I'm okay." "What are you doing? Come on." His arm was around her shoulders and he started to help her to the couch against her protests, her legs moving forward, but feeling detached from her body. "What do you want?" she asked, trying to keep all traces of fear from her voice. The pictures from the package were scattered across the coffee table, as was her birth certificate and the note from her mother. She glanced at them, then at him, but he only looked at her. "Just wanted to invite you over tonight," he said apologetically. "Didn't mean to freak you out." Oh. She didn't know what to say. She was working to get her pulse under control. Then his gaze swept over the photos and he focused on one where an angry-looking man was stalking toward the cameraman, his hand up as if he were about to rip the offending camera away. The same man was in several other photos with Liv's mother, but he was always turning away, frowning, as if he didn't want his picture taken. "Who's that?" he asked. "I don't know," Liv said stiffly. "Looks really pissed." "This an old photo?" The color had leached out of the print and the women's permed hair and over-the-shoulder tops and black stretch pants, straight out of Flashdance, spoke volumes about the date of the picture. "Yeah. Huh. He turned back to her. So, Joe and me, we're just having some drinks and pizza. We don't get going till late. That work for you? Thanks, but I've already made some plans. It wasn't exactly a lie. She'd determined throughout the morning that she would show her brother the package contents. Haig had his issues, but he was strangely insightful as well. He'd only been a baby when their mother died, but maybe there was something buried in his psyche that could offer some explanation. Another time, maybe. I've got to run. I'm on my lunch break. If you change your mind, just stop by, he said. I'll do that. And she hustled him out the door. The apartment where Liv's brother, Haig, lived was on the third top floor of an older, industrial building on the east side of the Willamette River that had been converted into loft-like units during the 60s. Those lofts had subsequently grown tired and needed maintenance over the intervening years. However, the place still had a spectacular view toward Portland's city center, its west side windows looking back over the river. Haig's unit was in the northwest corner and would have commanded a fantastic slice of Portland's skyline had he ever opened his blinds. Liv parked her blue Accord a block and a half from Haig's building, the closest spot she could find. She hurried toward his apartment, the package tucked beneath her coat, feeling unseen eyes following her, though there were probably none. It was more likely her own paranoia, always on the prowl. She usually could hold it at bay, but there were times when it simply took over and she was powerless to do anything but feel its paralyzing grip. She wished fervently, like always, that she could change the past. But it was impossible. She'd lost her mother and vast parts of her life. Days, weeks, months, years, and they were not getting back. She could still remember the policeman's probing questions after she'd woken from her trauma-induced coma. She was in a hospital with its bad smells and grey walls. "Did you see anything when you were in the kitchen?" he demanded. She didn't know he was a policeman at first. He didn't have the clothes of a policeman. "I saw Mama." She forced the words out. Her lips quivered uncontrollably. "Anything else?" "Something?" He threw an impatient look toward the woman who'd come with him. A social worker of some kind, she knew now. But she hadn't understood at the time. Out-and-out sobs replaced Livy's quivering lips. "Useless," he muttered. "She's just a child," the woman responded tautly. He turned back to Levi. The back door was open. "Did you notice that?" She nodded jerkily. "Did you walk outside?" "Look outside." "No." "Calm down," he told her. "Was there anyone around?" Haig was in his bed, she stuttered, plucking at the covers. He started crying. "Any adults?" His mouth was smashed together like he was holding back something mean to say. She felt the tears rain down and the woman walked over to her, patted her hand, glared at the man and said, "Let the poor child be." Maybe her mother killed herself because she knew something about those dead women out in the field behind her house. SHHHH, the woman's mouth was a flat line, too, but Levi was glad to see it, understanding that it was for him, not her. Or Maybe somebody thought she knew something and decided to take care of her himself. The woman marched right over to him and said in a low voice, "This child found her mother. It was suicide, and it was tragic, and she's been terribly traumatized. Try to remember that." He gave her a mean look, and said, "I'm trying to catch a killer. You should try and remember that." With the hindsight of age, Liv realized the man had been a plainclothes policeman with the small Rock Springs police force and entirely out of his realm working with children. But that didn't excuse him. And he hadn't given up after that first interview. Oh, no. He'd returned to the house as soon as she'd gotten out of the hospital. By then, she and Haig had a neighbor woman taking care of them, but Liv would not go into the kitchen. She was in the den when the officer came to interview her, and this time she was on her own with him, and the panic started to rise. He tried a little more complicated, but Liv had lost trust completely. "Try to think back to the night your mum died," he told her, smiling at her through his teeth. She recognized that he was trying to be kind, but his smile just creeped her out all the more. "Okay," she said in a small voice. "Don't think about your mom. Think about the kitchen." Panic swelled. She saw the table and the sink and the window. It was really dark. "The outside was coming in," she said. "Yes." "The back door was open," the officer said, nodding. "Do you know who went out the door?" "My dad." "You think your dad went through the door?" Mama was holding her face. "Your dad told me they had a fight." "Do you know what the fight was about?" That made Liv think hard, but she shook her head. "Have they fought before?" "Yeah. Mama hit him once." "Your mama hit your dad?" "I think he hit her, too," Liv said solemnly. That's why she was holding her face. Then, remembering Mama, she started shaking and hiccuping. "Now, be a big girl and stop crying. I need your help. Your Mama needs your help. Mama's dead." "Mama's dead? You can help her." "You're lying. Mama's dead." Liv wailed and clapped her hands over her ears, and the policeman left the den, said something mean to the neighbor lady and slammed the front door. After that, the police gave up trying to interview her, though the social worker questioned Liv further about her parents' relationship, which created havoc for her father and was probably partially to blame for their chilly relationship ever since. The police questioned Albert Dugan thoroughly, and he'd been furious with Liv for telling tales. Still, he admitted that he and Deborah's relationship had been tempestuous. He might have slapped her once or twice, but she'd hit him, too. He admitted to beating her the night of her death before he'd stalked out the back door. Deborah had bitten him and he'd struck without thinking. But he was so sorry. So sad. It was also why Mama had said, "I'm done," Liv was pretty sure. Even so, to this day Liv wasn't sure what the truth had been between her parents. Her father swore they'd loved each other, well, at least he'd loved her, but then she'd taken her own life and there had to be a deep-seated reason for that, and he just couldn't understand it. He'd never agreed that Deborah had committed suicide. "I wouldn't talk about it." Within the year, After her death he married Lorinda, and the whole family moved from the house with too many memories to another one across town. Employed by the forestry department, Albert pushed his old life behind him and made a new one. Liv understood he was as haunted by the events of that night as she was, maybe in a different way, but in one just as powerful. Deborah's death had affected and shaped his life from that day forward, as it had Haig's. Now Liv climbed in the rattling elevator with the accordion door, slamming the handle shut, watching the floors pass as she headed for the third story. She let herself onto the hallway with its scarred wooden surfaces and scents of floor wax and dust and overcooked vegetables, and walked quickly to Haig's door. After their mother's death, the policeman had interviewed Haig for all the good it did. Haig had babbled about that man. The authorities had looked around for help, but no one seemed to know what he was talking about. Liv asked him later, when they were alone, and he squirreled under the blankets of his bed and said, "Zombie man. Kill you. Kill you." And he was crying and laughing and crying some more. He'd scared the living daylights out of Liv, who ran to her room, hiding beneath her covers. Later Haig said Mama had a friend. A friend, he'd yelled at the authorities. Mama's friend. They, in turn, labeled the friend Deborah Dugan's mystery man. Liv never mentioned Haig's zombie man comment to the police, nor that he'd also said "kill you" in the same reference, like he'd said when he'd been sitting in his high chair. If that's what he'd said that day, she'd never been entirely sure. And she didn't know then that his words were the first inkling of the behavioral changes that would send Haig down in a descending spiral that would last until his life to date. "Hello, Olivia." Della Larson, Haig's companion, stood in the open doorway, answering Liv's knock. She leaned her head back and crossed her arms, assessing Liv suspiciously. Behind her the place looked like a dark hole. Haig didn't like lights, or fresh air, or anything remotely different. Unless, of course, he chose to do an about-face himself, which happened occasionally. Della was older than Haig by about a decade and was a nurse cum friend and maybe lover. She'd been with Haig for most of his adult life, ever since his release from Grandview Hospital, the mental institution for teens where he'd been sent briefly while Liz was at Hathaway House. Even though the Dugans had adopted Liv, a fact the birth certificate she'd just received spelled out clearly, and wasn't related to Haig by blood, it sure seemed like mental illness relentlessly plagued their family. Haig was a genius with a 160 IQ, but it didn't mean he knew how to live in this world. Maladaptive was the word often used to describe his behavior. On that, Liv was way ahead of him, though her problems had been diagnosed as derived from mental trauma, not from a mind that moved in ways the rest of the so-called normal humans couldn't understand. As the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer once said, as quoted by Della more often than Liv cared to count, talent hits a target no one else can hit, genius hits a target no one else can see. That and $1 would buy you a newspaper. Maybe. Della's white blonde hair was scraped into a bun at her nape, and her icy blue eyes raked over Liv as if she was someone she'd never seen before. It irked Liv, but then she knew it was a reflection of the suspicions her brother held inside himself. "You didn't call ahead," Della said. "Hi, Della," Liv said. "The last time I called the line was disconnected. It's been reconnected for over a month." "Under whose name?" She hesitated briefly. "Mine. No matter what you may think of me, I'm no mind reader," Liv said. "I'll leave that to Haig." Her nose twitching in annoyance, Della stepped aside and Liv was allowed into the dim recesses of her brother's den. The place smelled like bleach and lemon and everything clean, which was a relief given the fact Liv's eyes were adjusting to a whole lot of clutter. Haig might be a hoarder of sorts, but everything had to be squeaky clean, per his decree and by Della's hand. "He's in his room," Della said, leading the way to the northwest corner of the apartment. She knocked on the door panels and when he barked, "What?" she said, "Your sister is here." A long silence ensued, before Haig bellowed, "Well, let her in," as if Della's interference were just that, interference. She ignored his tone and opened the door, and when Liv crossed the threshold, Della was right on her heels. Haig sat in a brown leather chair that nearly swallowed him whole. He was supple to the point of wispiness, but he was tall like Albert, his biological father and Liv's adoptive one. He looked a lot like Deborah, too. Liv realized, seeing those hauntingly large blue eyes of her dreams stare at her from Haig's thin face. "What do you want?" he asked gruffly. "Nice way to greet me. I came to find out if you know anything about this." She held up the manila envelope and his eyes followed it, a frown creasing his brow. "What is it?" "Guess that answers my question." "What is it?" he demanded more loudly, and Della moved to his side and laid a comforting hand on his shoulders. "It's from the law firm of Crenshaw and Crenshaw." "Ever heard of them?" Liv asked. "No. They were directed to send me this package when I turned 25. Last Friday. Happy birthday." She smiled faintly. Haig didn't live by the world's timeline, though he understood it perfectly. It had pictures of our mother and some other people inside. She handed him the series of pictures she'd pored over throughout the last 2 days. This morning she'd decided to go visit her brother directly after work and see what he made of the package's contents. "And it has my real birth certificate and several other papers." "Who directed the lawyers?" "Our mother." His eyes caught hers. "What?" Liv explained how the lawyers had gotten hold of her and sent the package. Mama, wanted me to have this, but I don't really understand why." "My birth certificate, okay, and personal stuff, but who are these people?" "That's our father." In one of the pictures, Albert was standing beside Deborah in a grassy field, possibly the one behind their old house. "But who's this?" she asked, pointing to the man trying to grab for the camera. Haig ignored her as he selected a piece of paper, holding it up between his thumb and index finger, away from his body, as if it might bite him. He glanced at her expectantly. Liv had read the message, knew what it was. She said carefully, "It's a note from Mama to me." Haig was utterly silent. Liv gazed at him and her heart squeezed. Framed by his scruffy hair and beard were a pair of glittering blue eyes and a handsome face that he would never, could never, apparently, let the world see. "Read it," Liv urged him gently. Haig brought the note closer and stared at it hard for several seconds. Then he said in a monotone, "Levi, my sweet girl, if you're reading this, then everything I've feared has come to be, and I'm not around to tell you these things for myself. You know you were adopted. Your biological parents are listed on your birth certificate. I've enclosed some snapshots for you to have of me. Know I love you, Mom." He peered at the photographs, then up at her quizzically. "Why these pictures? They're not even that good of her. I have better ones. Do you remember anything about those other people?" Liv asked. Haig glanced at the photographs again, zeroing in on the one Liv had pointed to with the angry man. His shoulders tucked in and his head tilted back, his gaze glued to the photo. "There he is again," he said in a strained voice. Liv looked at the man in the picture. "Again? You've seen him before?" "Zombie," he said. "Kill you. Kill you." Liv's head spun a bit. "This is the zombie man," she demanded, pointing to the picture. "They keep their hands in their pockets and wear rigger smiles." His eyes rolled away, stretching wide as he looked into some distant horror only he could see. "Haig," Della said uncertainly. "He follows me," Haig said in a harsh whisper. "If I look, he's always there. Out of the corner of your eye. Just there, almost there. There?" He jerked violently and Liv and Della both jumped, too. "Haig," Liv said sharply, recognizing the signs that he was leaving reality. She hoped to keep him with her. "Haig." But his eyes closed and he drifted away into one of his fugue states. Gone. Chapter 3. "You put him in a trance," Della snapped. Liv looked at Haig with resignation. She wanted to call him back, but it was too late. It was futile to try to rouse him when he disappeared into his world. She slid a glance at the photograph. "Zombie man." Della fussed over Haig, tilting his head back in the Lazard-boy recliner he practically lived in. Haig didn't trust computers or telephones, especially cell phones. He was more of a Luddite than Liv. He was certain malicious groups bent on evil and destruction were tracking him. He spent hours calculating figures on lined yellow paper with an ink pen. Della worked part-time as a care assistant at a nearby assisted living and nursing home facility. Haig, who'd never been able to keep a job, received government assistance, and she thought maybe her father subsidized them as well. However, that would only be if Lorinda, the evil stepmother, didn't know about the tap on Albert's finances, which was questionable. As if she could read Liv's thoughts, Della said, "Albert's coming by." Liv reached for the pictures, note and birth certificate and saw her hands trembling. She felt guilty enough for sending Haig into the trance. Della's accusation was unnecessary. "He is." Liv couldn't remember the last time she'd seen her father. "He called," she said with a certain satisfaction. Ignoring that, Liv asked, "Does he see Haig often?" Since Lorinda had entered their lives, both Liv and Haig's relationship with Albert had suffered, and in Liv's case it had become basically non-existent. Now and again. He's not good with Haig, either. "When is he showing up?" Della glanced at the old grandfather's clock, which stood against the living room's far wall. It was the kind that was wound with a key. Haig liked to limit their amount of electricity use in any way he could, and it wasn't that he was trying to lessen his carbon footprint, he just wanted to make himself more minor and more indistinct in the world, and therefore less traceable. The less information the government, or powers that be, had on him, the better. Anytime, now, Della answered. I've got to be going, she said. Oh, no, stay. Maybe Haig'll come out of it. Liv arched a brow. She and Della both knew Haig's fugue states were unpredictable, but it was rare that he snapped back within a few minutes. Della added, we could go down to Rosa's cantina and talk. Haig has his table there. Rosa's cantina was on the street level of the apartment building. Liv had seen its bright green and yellow neon sign when she'd entered. She knew Haig went to Rosa's, his only customary place of business, and she suspected his own table was the establishment's way of appeasing him, and wondered what would happen were someone already at his table should Haig arrive. An ugly scene, no doubt. In any case, he wasn't going to make it there tonight, and Liv wasn't interested in going there with Della. Is Albert bringing Lorinda? She asked. I'm sure. Della made a face. Their mutual dislike of Lorinda was the only thing Liv and Della totally agreed upon. Can I get you a cup of tea? Now she was accommodating with a capital A. Have you had dinner? No. You're just off work. I could make up some sandwiches. Tuna. Haig doesn't really like meat, as you know. Or grilled cheese. I appreciate it, but I really should get going. I'm sorry I was a bitch, Della said suddenly. But with Haig like that. She glanced toward him where he sat with head lying back, his eyes now open and staring sightlessly toward the ceiling. I don't really know what I'll say to Albert. We don't have a lot in common except your brother. Liv didn't have a lot in common with her father either. I've got groceries in the car, she lied. Tell me more about this package. I can talk about it with Haig and it'll be easier coming from me. I know him. He already read the note and seen the photos. There's not a lot more to tell. Liv glanced at her brother. He was a toddler when our mother committed suicide. I want. But what she wanted was interrupted by the sound of the doorbell, a deep dong, like a ship's tolling bell. He's here, Della said. She lifted her chin as Liv girded her loins. Della walked briskly to the door and threw it open. Liv followed after her. A few paces back, and when she looked past Della she saw her father and Lorinda appear inside the available freight elevator as it bumped to a stop on their floor. Albert slid back the metal bar, stepped into the hallway before his wife, then looked up to see them. Liv, he said, stopping short in surprise. Lorinda quickly moved out of the elevator and half stood before him, as if she were protecting him. Olivia. Hi, Liv greeted them. What are you doing here? Lorinda demanded, and Liv inwardly sighed. Lorinda Dugan hadn't changed much in the almost 20 years since she'd married Liv's father. Same dyed black hair that looked even more unnatural than it had then, same line between her brows, same flat mouth, and lack of expression. If Albert had been in the market for a shrew, He'd hit the jackpot. Liv didn't like her then, she didn't want her now. And the feeling was mutual. Della might be a pain, but she was suitable for Haig. What part Lorinda played for Liv's father was a mystery that had no reasonable answer, but then, since the terrible night of Deborah's death, Liv hadn't been all that comfortable with her father either. I was just visiting Haig, Liv answered. Lorinda sniffed. Yes, she said, as if Liv merely stating the obvious were one more horrendous fault. How is he? Albert asked, his jaw tight. Della said, he's in one of his states. Come in. He was last time, too, Lorinda answered with a sniff, her dark gaze snapping between Della and Liv. Stress brings them on, Della responded as she and Liv both stepped back, making way for Lorinda and Albert to enter the small apartment. Having them crowd into the room also made the place seem darker, the air denser. Liv felt anxiety crawl under her skin and surreptitiously glanced toward the grandfather's clock, wondering how many minutes of them she could stand before she needed to bolt. What's that? Albert asked, his gaze on the envelope in Liv's hands. Liv couldn't think of how to respond, but Della had no such qualms. Pictures of Deborah and some documents, she said. A note from her. Albert blinked. What? Oh, my God, Lorinda murmured, recoiling as if the package could somehow jump up and bite her. It's nothing bad, Liv assured them. Just some snapshots of my mother. With some friends. Show him, Della said. Her friends? Albert asked. Lorinda turned her face away and stared over their heads, lips pressed together as if she had a lot to say but was taking herself out of the situation. Feeling like she was leaving herself bare, Liv reluctantly reopened the package and handed the envelope to Albert. The package came to me at work, she said, then explained about Crenshaw and how they'd found her and sent the package to her. Albert's fingers were faintly shaking as he pulled out the pictures and scrutinized them. Who are these people? He asked. I thought maybe you'd know, Liv said. He shook his head. Your mother, had a secret life. Lorinda had deigned to look back and was now gazing raptly at the photos. She seemed to keep her own counsel with an effort. There's one of you with her, she finally said tightly to her husband, but Albert grunted. Liv glanced toward Haig, whose eyes were still open. He remained utterly still and she didn't know if he was aware of them or not. To her father, she said, do you think, is it possible that she didn't commit suicide? That maybe these people know something about what happened. And we've been over this, he cut her off. Deborah was sick and unhappy. Who told the lawyers to send you the package? Lorinda demanded. Well, my mother, of course. Liv had thought the answer was self-evident but now saw both her father and Lorinda react with shock. She set it up before she died. It's upsetting, Della said, shooting a worried glance toward Haig. They all followed her gaze, but Haig didn't respond in any way. You brought this to Haig? Lorinda asked, as if Liv had lost the little bit of mind she still possessed. But damn it, Liv, Albert muttered, his face red. I thought Haig might remember something, Liv defended herself. Remember what he said about the zombie man? No, her father stated flatly. How old was he at the time of Deborah's death? Lorinda reminded. them. 1, 2. You shouldn't have brought this to him, Albert chastised her. Should I have brought it to you first? Liv asked tightly. There were other women killed about the same time that Mom died, remember? Strangled. One of them in the field practically behind our old house. That's a fact. That woman was a prostitute, Albert bit out. So? As if Liv were dense, Lorinda said, your mother committed suicide. That's a fact. You shouldn't be digging into this. This came to me for a reason, Liv said, holding onto her temper effortlessly. I'm sorry that I want to look into it. I'm sorry that I still want answers. I see her, you know, in my nightmares. Hanging there. Sometimes. She even talks to me. They both looked at her sharply. I've always found it hard to believe that she would kill herself. Especially that way, with me in the other room. She wrote me a note and put it inside. A note. Holding the photos, Albert reached inside the package again to pull it out, but his wife snatched the box from his hands before he could. She would have grabbed the photos back too, but he jerked them out of her reach. Stop all this, Lorinda snapped, shoving the package back into Liv's hands. Upset, she told her husband, give Olivia the photos. Liv put out a hand and Albert reluctantly handed the pictures back to her. I think my mother was afraid, Liv said, tucking everything back inside the manila envelope and closing the clasp. Those women's deaths scared her. She hesitated, thinking over whether she should reveal her thoughts to them or not. Most of the victims were strangled, and hanging's a form of the same thing. Some maniac strangled them with nylons. That's how he killed them, not by a noose, Lorinda said. And they were all whores, anyway. Not all of them, Liv said levelly. Lorinda's prejudices never failed to rile her. It doesn't matter, does it? Della whispered harshly. If Haig wakes up, I don't want him to hear this. All I'm saying is she was scared of something, and she sent me this package for a reason, Liv said. Albert stalked over to Haig and looked down at his son, then he turned to gaze hard at Liv and stated flatly, you don't really think she was scared of the strangler? Liv frowned. What do you mean? You're still blaming me, he spat out. Just like you told the police. I don't. Deborah and I had that fight, he interrupted angrily. That's all. It got physical. I told the police all about it after you turned them on me. Turned them on you, Liv repeated. I was 6 years old. Those bastards ran me through the ringer, all right, he growled. Didn't matter that Deborah gave as good as she got. You're making this about you, and it's not. It's about my mother. I think she was scared of the strangler, and she sent me this because she was, I don't know, scared for me, too. He lifted both arms and tossed them down as if he were completely through with Liv and her issues. Can't we ever put this to bed? Lorinda asked tiredly. She hanged herself, Albert said. That's all there was. You shouldn't have brought this here, Lorinda declared, waving a hand toward the package. I didn't expect to see the two of you, Liv reminded them. Like I said, I thought maybe Haig would remember something. It's just so disrespectful of you to bring all this up again. Lorinda declared. Liv counted silently to 10. All this was her father and mother's physical fight. Her parents had been furious with each other that night, and Albert had left silently, banging out the back door. He told the police he didn't remember leaving it open, but it hadn't been locked, so the consensus was the door stayed open after he left. Liv half believed someone had come back inside after she'd been banished to the den, and that someone had then killed her mother and staged the suicide. And Liv still thought it was a good bet the killer was the same one who'd left several women's bodies in the rocky foothills of the Cascades 20 years earlier. 2. That's where she wanted to start looking for her mother's killer. That's where this trail led. She hadn't realized she was planning to reopen her past, but since the package had arrived, the thought had been coalescing in her mind. That's what she wanted to do. And with the new information her mother had sent, she would discover what really happened to her. Good, bad or ugly. Suicide, or something more nasty. She said as much to Lorinda, Della, her father, and Haig, if he understood, and they looked at her as if she'd indeed lost her mind. You're seriously going to investigate this? Della asked in undisguised disbelief. My mother sent me the items in this package for a reason, Liv said. I've always wondered. Maybe it's time I got some answers. Investigators are opening up cold cases and catching killers all the time. Why not this one? But it was a suicide. There was no crime, Lorinda declared. Why can't you let this go and give your father and brother some peace? I don't think it was suicide, Liv argued. Maybe I'm wrong, but I have to know. I thought Haig might be interested in helping. We've talked about those unsolved strangulations and whether Mama was one of them. Haig's the one who first questioned whether she committed suicide. You remember what he said when he was little? About Mama having a friend? Deborah Dugan's mystery man, Albert said darkly. She pulled out the picture of the angry man again, the one where he was stalking toward the camera. Haig said, there he is again, when I showed him this. He said, zombie, Della reminded her. And he said the man followed him. Haig says a lot of wacko stuff. None of it means a damn thing, Albert growled. Liv didn't want to go into the whole zombie thing. Do you think this guy could be the mystery man? Albert's eyes slid toward the photo again. I don't know him. Did you put Haig into this state with these photos? Lorinda asked Liv, throwing a thumb in Haig's direction. I wanted to talk to him about the contents of the package, Liv said, defending herself. Lorinda lifted an I told you so eyebrow to Albert, who ignored her. None of you seem to care about Haig at all, Della barked. None of you? Maybe it's time you all left. When Haig's like this, trying and talking to him is pointless. She bustled them toward the door and Lorinda. Albert and Liv reluctantly moved into the hallway. Tell him I'll come by again soon, Liv said, just before Della slammed the door shut behind them. Not wanting to deal with Lorinda and Albert any longer than she had to, Liv headed quickly toward the lift. She wanted to get into it before her father and Lorinda could join her. She didn't think she could stand being squeezed into that small space with both of them there as well. As Liv was lowering the elevator bar, Albert and Lorinda moved slowly her way. If they wanted to climb in with her, they sure didn't act like it, and they let her take the rattling cage down on her own, which was a relief. When Liv reached the street floor, a young mother with 3 children traded places with her, and by the time Liv got past them, out of the building and into the street, she gulped down fresh air as if she'd been strangling. She was nearly run over by a guy racing down the sidewalk in a rush. He jostled her and she grabbed the envelope closer to her chest as he put out his hands to steady her. "Sorry. Are you all right?" The dark-haired stranger peered into Liv's face. "You look familiar." Liv pulled herself together and tried to sidle away. "Can I buy you a beer to make up for it? Please?" He inclined his head toward Rosa's cantina with its glowing green and yellow script. "I promise. I'm not a homicidal maniac. I own the place and I'm late. Come on in." "You own the place?" Liv asked cautiously. She'd been planning how to blow him off, but maybe he wasn't trying to hit on her. "With my better half." He moved toward the bar. "I am really, really late. Do you know my brother? Liv Dugan? I think he comes here sometimes." Liv, one hand on the door, he peered at her through the gathering gloom from drifting fog off the river. Liv could feel the censure, and she could well imagine why. "I'm not like him much." He smiled faintly and inclined his head as he opened the door, and happy music and loud voices spilled from inside. Liv followed after him, but he strode quickly forward and was already pulling up a section of counter of the brightly tiled bar as she entered and looked around for a seat. He swooped up a woman whose dark hair was pulled back into a bun and gave her a big, sloppy kiss. She grinned, then snapped a towel at him and pretended to be angry. Liv took a seat at the bar. La Cucaracha, or the cockroach, played from speakers hidden by a raft of pinatas hung from the ceiling. Twice a year the cantina had an afternoon party for all the neighborhood kids who slammed away at the pinatas until all the candy spilled across the floor. The owners then replaced them for the next bout of pounding. Once a night, Rosa's Cantina also played the Marty Robbins classic, El Paso, from which they'd taken the name for their bar. At least that's what Haig had told Liv, but now she heard the owner calling his wife Rosa, so it looked like there were other reasons as well. From her viewpoint, Liv could see through the front window to the stretch of sidewalk outside the cantina's doors. As she settled herself onto a stool, she saw her father and Lorinda pass by. Albert glanced in, but Liv didn't think he noticed her on the far side of the rectangular center bar as she was squeezed up tightly against the young couple on the bar stools to her right. The bar owner was pulling glasses down from the overhead rack. "What'll you have?" he asked Liv. "My treat." He pushed 2 empty margarita glasses toward Rosa. "I'm Jimmy." "And I'm Rosa." "His better half," the woman said, grabbing up the glasses. "What did he do?" "If he's buying you a drink, he did something." "He can buy me a drink," the man next to Liv said. "And Nicole here, too." Nicole looked up from under her date's arm and said, "El Grande Margarita." "I nearly ran her down," Jimmy said to Rosa. "She deserves a margarita." He gave Nicole a mock glare through narrowed eyes. You don't. Yes, I do, she declared. I'm your best customer. You're not even close, Jimmy snorted. Her date said, she's close. Maybe she's not first, but she's close. Jimmy gave them both a look that said, bullshit, but he relented, and Rosa whipped up 2 margaritas and slid one to Liv and one to Nicole. Liv was pretty sure she hated tequila, but the drink was free and she was desperate to shake off the bad feelings meeting with her family had brought on. Rosa slid a small bowl of chips and salsa Liv's way, and Jimmy revealed that she was Haig's sister. The Haig? Rosa asked. It was a nickname that had followed her brother throughout his life, a reference to the city that is the governmental center of the Netherlands. It seemed that anyone who got to know Haig, even marginally, called him the Haig. If someone's in his seat, he gets worse than upset, Rosa said. She jerked her head toward the northeast corner of the bar, where a man and woman were staring at each other and holding hands, he with his back to the booth, she across from him in a chair. That's Haig's place, and he makes sure everyone knows it. It's not that bad, Jimmy said. Ha, Rosa snorted. We're just lucky the Haig's not here tonight. Otherwise those 2 lovebirds would have to move. He's not coming, is he? She looked a bit stricken. No, Liv said. She felt like apologizing for her brother, but knew it would do no good. Haig was Haig. He couldn't be changed. He mutters to himself, and then shouts, then waves his arm, then goes into a trance, Nicole said. He swears at people that pass by, her boyfriend said. Stop it. Stop it. Jimmy waved a towel at them. You'll make her want to leave. To live, he said, don't listen to them. The Haig's just part of the colorful group that makes up our clientele. Liv nodded. She couldn't think of anything to say, but when they clearly expected her to add something, she asked, does he come in here alone? That nurse is with him sometimes. Or, whatever the hell she is, the boyfriend said. Caretaker, Nicole clarified. Rosa shook her head. I think he likes to get away from her. He mostly comes when she's out, but then she always comes looking for him. This little insight into her brother's life gave Liv some hope. At least. Haig seemed to want to escape Della's smothering sometimes, maybe even often. In her mind, she couldn't see how that was a bad thing. 45 minutes later, after refusing another margarita several times, she thanked them and headed out. Jimmy and Rosa urged her to come by again soon, and Liv promised to stop in the next time she visited her brother. As soon as she was outside the establishment again, however, she felt her skin prickle as age-old fears crept up again. Talking about her mother with Haig first, and then her father, had jarred something loose that wouldn't go back into its place. With one eye looking over her shoulder, she hurried to her accord and jumped inside, driving a circuitous route home, wondering if her paranoia was overtaking her good sense once and for all. When she got back to her apartment, Joe and Travis Trask, whatever, were out on the balcony and they invited her to have a drink with them. She almost said no, but decided she needed to foster neighborly relations. Since Trevor, or whoever he was, had seen the contents of the package, it Just felt rude not to. "Come on in," Joe said, and as Liv entered, she added, "Get her a drink." "Trask. We're having gin and tonics, or just gin, as in martinis. What do ya want?" The smell of cannabis was thick in the air, but neither one of them was smoking a joint at the moment. "Gin and tonic," Liv said. "Coming right up," Trask said, dropping ice into a glass, splashing in a healthy dose of gin, then topping it off with tonic. He added a lime wedge and handed it to Liv, who was committing his name to memory. Joe was half drunk and dancing to some rock music with a lot of bass that Liv thought might bring the downstairs neighbors up and pounding on their door. As if reading her mind, Trask turned down the volume. "How are you doing?" he asked. "I'm okay. How about you?" "Can't complain," he said, nodding as if they were involved in a truly meaningful conversation. "Doesn't anybody wanna dance?" Joe asked. Liv shook her head and sipped her drink, which was way too strong and made her feel like her bones were melting. She stopped about halfway through, knowing she had work in the morning. Still, she stayed at their place until past midnight. Trask gallantly offered to accompany her the 10 feet from their door to hers. She tried to decline, but he insisted, saying, "Trask Martin always walks a lady home." At her door, he looked over his shoulder, focused a bit fuzzily on the parking lot below, and said, "Hey, you know, I saw this dude outside your door a couple weeks ago. He was just standing there and I asked him, 'What's up, dude?' And he just turned and left." A cold jolt of fear ran through Liv. "My apartment? Uh-huh. Acted kinda weird, I thought." "What did he look like?" Trask screwed up his face like he was really thinking hard. "Wore a hoodie and jeans. Didn't turn my way. Headed down the stairs to the lot and went over there." He gestured to the far end of the parking lot, which was lined by thick Douglas firs. "Grey truck. GMC. 2005, I know, 'cause I had one just like it once," he said wistfully. "Now, I've got a piece of shit with a bad alternator. One of these days I'll get it fixed." "How old was the guy?" Liv asked. She was cold and tense. "Don't know. Young. With that hoodie, I kinda thought. Hard to tell, though. And he was at my door. Just mine. Maybe he was selling something. You just seemed kinda freaked out earlier, so I thought maybe you should know." "Thanks," she said with an effort. "No problemo." He headed back toward his door and Liv hurried inside hers and slammed the deadbolt shut. The apartments didn't have dead bolts as an option. She'd had hers installed when she moved in. Now, she wondered if she should move out. Was someone looking for her? There was no reason for someone to be looking for her. No reason at all. That was her problem, this deep-seated fear that could never be fully quashed. She just couldn't help feeling like she was being watched. Like someone wanted something from her. She rechecked the locks on her door, then made sure all the windows were closed, then rechecked everything before heading to her closet. Pulling out the shoebox on the floor, the one she'd buried beneath a pile of shoes that she never wore. She placed the shoebox on the bed and lifted the lid, then gently reached inside for her handgun. She hadn't purchased it. Della had confiscated it from Haig years before when he'd been suicidal, and had found it at some gun show. Back then, Della thought Liv was an ally and was both interested in Haig's well-being, but she'd slowly lost faith in Liv over the years. Della only warmed to her when they had a common enemy like Lorinda. Liv had gotten the .38 out of the deal. However, sometimes she asked herself why she had a gun. She knew how to load and unload it, but she wasn't proficient in its use. Still, it made her feel secure, just knowing it was at hand, and tonight she put the .38 under her pillow and fell asleep wondering if she should load it, never wakening to do so. Chapter 4. On Friday, Liv was late for work and caught the stink eye from Paulder. For as she hurried through Zuma Software's front door, she'd almost parked her car in front of the building instead of the employee lot on the west side, just to save time, but she sensed that might come back to bite her somehow, so she backed into her usual spot and walked around to the front, taking the heat from Paul as she strode quickly to her desk. Paul had no serious authority to admonish her, but that never stopped him. She listened with half an ear for his footsteps, expecting him to follow after her to give her a good tongue thrashing, but he got tied up at the door when Jessica Malta owner slipped outside for a coffee on an unscheduled break. "Hey," he yelled after her. "You can't leave without authority. Mr. Upjohn will hear about this." Definitely a tool. Liv ducked down below the half wall of her cubicle, switching on her computer and locking her purse in the drawer as she settled into her rolling chair and wheeled up to the desk. She laid down the package from her mother, eyeing the manila envelope thoughtfully as she waited for the machine to click and burp its way to ready. The envelope had made her late, or more accurately, the contents within. She'd pored over the pieces again this morning while she was drinking her coffee, and the time had swept by so quickly that she'd looked up at the clock, gasped, and then raced to the office. Was the stalking, angry man in the photo Haig's zombie, and therefore the person the police had dubbed Deborah Dugan's mystery man? Was he her mother's friend? Her lover, maybe? Why was he in the photos? And what was its meaning to Liv? What did she know about her mother, really? She asked herself now. Only vague childhood memories that had been tainted and colored with time. About lunchtime, Aaron came around her partition and rapped his knuckles on her desk while she was on the phone with a supplier missing an invoice. She shook her head at him, and he motioned for her to meet him outside. Nodding, she waved him off, and as soon as she finished her call and hung up, she grabbed her purse from its locked cabinet, got up from her chair, straightened it, threw a glance at the package which she'd now stuck in the slot of the message holder at the side of her desk, then turned and nearly ran smack into Kurt Upjohn, owner of Zuma Software. "Hi," Liv said in surprise. "Are you leaving?" he asked. Upjohn was a short man with a tight mouth, a smoothly shaved head and one earring. He wasn't all that bad looking, but he was always filled with tension, like a coiled spring, which invariably made Liv uncomfortable. "Just getting ready for my lunch break." She picked up her mother's package and stuffed it into her purse, deciding she didn't want to leave it at her desk after all, then slung the purse strap over her shoulder. Kinda late for lunch. Upjohn frowned. He liked his employees to take their meals at noon and be back at 1 p.m. sharp, one of his personal quirks. That didn't seem to be grounded in anything that made sense. "I've been running late all day," she admitted. "Phil said he gave you the financials from last quarter." He sounded cautious, his brows pulled together. No. I don't think so. I haven't seen them. And why would he give them to me, anyway?" Liv thought. Philip Borelli was Zuma's internal accountant. She was an inputter, not an analyst. Okay. He seemed relieved. Maybe he said something else. Liv lifted her shoulders, and after a moment Upjohn walked off. She'd heard rumors about Zuma, about how they could be in financial trouble, but if they were, she didn't know anything about it. She had pieces of the economic mosaic, but getting the whole picture was way above her pay grade. She'd heard other rumors as well, though. Like how Zuma's war games were so accurate and well thought out that there was some military connection, the think tank guys upstairs being secret government employees, and that Zuma Software itself was merely a cover. Even with her paranoia, Liv didn't buy that one. She'd seen the guys upstairs when they came out of their locked room, walk down the stairs, and passed by her with barely a look as they headed out the front door. Invariably, their conversation made her feel like she was listening to the goings-on inside a 13-year-old boy's mind. Mostly they talked about other games and popular movies, and their eyes darted quick looks at Jessica Mortona's breasts when they thought she wasn't looking. Jessica was the only other woman on the main floor with Liv. Count in Aaron, Paul and Kurt Upjohn, and that was the extent of the business staff, except for Phil, the accountant, whose office was upstairs with the game builders. Aaron was just stubbing out a cigarette when Liv opened the unlocked exterior door and met him on the side patio. "Man, this place is boring," he said, punctuating his statement with a yawn. Liv merely nodded. Her mind's eye wouldn't stop going over the papers from inside the package whenever she had a free moment. The birth certificate named her biological parents. She'd never known who they were. Hadn't really cared. But now she wondered if she should make an attempt to meet them, like maybe that was important to Deborah. Did that sound right? It was much more likely that her mother had just wanted Liv to have the information in case anything happened to her. Maybe she was toying with the idea of suicide when she'd made up the package. Or maybe she'd sensed something else, something coming toward her, something. Hey! Aaron snapped his fingers in front of her face. Come back. I was just thinking. I could see that. Did you hear what I said? She tried to run back the last few minutes, but it was useless. I said, Aaron reminded her in a measured tone, that I think I'd like to meet Tiny and get to know her more personally. Tiny, oh, the cat. Yes. Well, about that. You don't have a 300-pound cat. Well, no. She smiled. Figured. His answering smile was faint. Just thought maybe you and I could do something before I'm gone for good. He made a face, as if he'd tasted something terrible. What does that mean? My father, he looked back inside through the glass door with an unreadable expression. He and my mom don't get along. At all. Ever. She hates it that I'm here. Says it's too dangerous. Dangerous? Liv repeated. Oh, it's all bullshit. She doesn't even mean it. She just mainly wants to irk my father any way she can. And it works, 'cause he starts yelling that he should just fire me to get her off his ass. And she tells him where to stick it. And blah, blah, blah. It just goes on and on. God. They can't stand each other. But you're leaving Zuma. I overheard the old man tell her that he was really gonna do it this time. By the end of the week. Aaron shrugged. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. But if he does, I'll survive. Just wanted to make sure we could stay friends. He peered at her through heavy blonde bangs. A scraggly beard darkened his jaw. His clothes looked like they'd come straight from the clothes hamper. And his pants rode low enough on his hips to make her wonder exactly when gravity would win and puddle them around his ankles. She liked Aaron. She really did. But not in the way his eyes said he was hoping for. We're friends, she said lightly. Olivia, he said, disappointed. Give me something more than that. Good friends. To his crushed look, she added, maybe later, we could talk. I'm just on my way to lunch now. I'm late already. She half turned back to the building. Sneak out this way, he invited, opening the gate. Now, this was definitely against all the rules. Paul won't like it. Paul doesn't have to know. Liv felt a stirring of rebellion fueled by the encouraging light in Aaron's eyes. Additionally, she didn't want to turn him down again, for anything. She hesitated momentarily, then shrugged her shoulders and said, all right. He swung open the gate. I'm not trying to push you, or anything. I just would like to keep things going between us. Okay. He smiled and swung the gate shut behind her, satisfied. But when I come back through the front door, Paul's going to rip me a new one, she said. Call me on my cell. I'll sneak you back in. I don't have a cell. Oh, God, that's right. He shook his shaggy locks. I'll leave the door propped open. Nah, I'll go through the front and just take the heat. Check the side door. If it's open, it's open. If it's not, the old man or somebody caught me. You don't have to do that. Hey, I'm a short timer. I want to. Okay, then. Liv waved to him as she headed out. Aaron was a slacker. Truant and slug, but at least he amused her. Everybody else on the main floor seemed to have had the humor centers of their brains lobotomized. She went to a local deli whose chicken salad was to die for and ordered a chicken salad sandwich, Diet Coke and a packet of Miss Vicky's jalapeno chips. She sat at a bistro table and watched the passers-by outside the window, her mind flitting back to the packet and Haig and his comments about the zombie man. If I look, he's always there. Out of the corner of your eye, there. Gooseflesh rose on her arms beneath the 3/4 length sleeves of her V-necked shirt. It was late August and hot, and she could feel her skin break into a sweat. Since she'd pushed her lunch break till after 1, it was 2:20 by the time she returned to the building. This time she did park her car in the front, way in the show, so no one saw her car return so late. Then she hurried around to the right edge of the parking lot. She could sneak by as a pedestrian if she kept the parked cars between her and Zuma's main doors and therefore screened herself from Paul's line of vision. As she ducked along, she peeked a time or two through the glass windows of the front atrium, but she saw no one. She reached the side entrance and saw the door firmly shut. Oh. Somebody was onto Aaron. Sighing, she retraced her steps to the front doors. She had 5 different excuses to tell Paul, none any good, and decided just to breeze in as if she owned the place and let him rain the litany of her transgressions down on her head. Take the bitter pill and get it over with. Drawing a breath, she strong-armed the mahogany front door and wondered why Paul wasn't standing at the ready, poised to scold her. As the door swung shut behind her, she stepped through the atrium and turned toward Jessica's desk, a question on her lips as the door swung closed behind her, and then she saw the carnage in the office. Paul DeFore was splayed on the tile floor face down, blood pooling beneath his open mouth from a gunshot wound to the back of his head. She could hear moaning from beyond him. In a dream state, she stepped over Paul and went to Jessica's desk, giving a quick look over the top to see the receptionist on the floor behind her chair, curled up in the fetal position. Blood blooming around the mounds of her breasts from a wound to the chest, small mules issuing from her lips. A roaring started in Liv's ears. She glanced to the partition of her desk, her blood pounding, a voice screaming. She clapped her hands over her ears to stop it and realized the shrieking voice was coming from her. She clamped her jaw shut, her lips trembled violently. Heart beating so hard she could see it jumping through her clothes. She cautiously stepped forward, half expecting the gunman to jump from behind the partition. She was quaking so much she could scarcely stand. From around the corner that led to the executive offices, she saw the outstretched hand of a man wearing a white, long-sleeved shirt. "Kurt Upjohn." Liv staggered toward him, peeking reluctantly around the corner. Upjohn was lying half in, half out of his office. Beyond lay Aaron's body. Both of them were riddled with gunshot wounds. "Kill you. Kill you." Backing away, she threw a glance toward the stairway and the geeks upstairs and Phil. That door was always locked. Shivering as from ague, her brain unable to process, she staggered back to Jessica's desk and hit the main phone line, punching out 911. 911. "What is the nature of your emergency?" "There's been a shooting," she said in a stranger's voice. She gave the address, then the receiver clattered from her hand as the operator begged her, "Don't hang up. Don't hang up," and she didn't. She simply let the receiver drop to the ground just like she had in her kitchen a few nights before. She stood frozen for the space of 5 rapid heartbeats. Then with a cry she ran back out the front door, her thoughts pinging around in her head as she considered how close she'd come to being gunned down as well. "It's you they're after. You. Always you," the paranoid voice in her head warned. "Go home. Get your gun. And run." 9. Detective George Tompkins bellowed from his swivel chair at the far end of the squad room. Detective September 9 Rafferty, named and nicknamed for her birth month, jumped as if goosed. She'd been filling out some paperwork, but the tone of George's voice drove her instantly to her feet. She was a newly minted detective, and so she stood ramrod straight. Yes. Just talk to Hannibal. He's on his way in. George cast a glance to the darkened glass cubicle that was their superior's, Lieutenant Aubrey Hannibal's, office. Hannibal was on the last hours of his vacation, and that left George in charge, a dubious honor for a dubious commander. George liked to squeak his heft in his swivel chair and remain at his desk. And that was about it. Now he swiveled around and said, Jesus Christ. There's been a shooting at Zuma Software. Patrol's on the way. Get over there and see what's what. Hannibal's orders. And me? Detective Gretchen Sandler demanded in her nasal tone. She was slim, dark-haired and dark-skinned, a gift from her Brazilian heritage, with almond-shaped blue eyes that raked over September as if looking for flaws. She was also September's partner, a fact Gretchen didn't like much at all. But then she hadn't liked her previous partner much, either. Gretchen and George had also tried to work together, and that had not worked out. Gretchen's stormy resentment and George's deep, long-suffering looks had forced Lieutenant Hannibal to prudently break them apart, and that was how September had become Gretchen's partner. As soon as they heard her nickname, 201, the detectives and Lieutenant Hannibal of the Laurelton Police Department called her 9. None of them knew the nickname's origin, they'd just taken it on. Of course, and you, George growled at Gretchen, then swatted at them, both as if they were gnats buzzing around his head. Get out of here. September dropped everything except the wallet she kept in her back pocket that held her identification. She wore grey slacks and a matching grey shirt, buttoned to her neck. Gretchen had on a pair of denim jeans and a black sleeveless sweater with a matching cardigan that she snatched from the back of her chair and threw over her arm as they headed toward the front of the building. Gretchen walked ahead of September and ignored her as they passed by the front desk and outside into the shimmering heat. You got a dress for the weather, Gretchen told her as September felt sweat gather along her hairline and the back of her neck. This is cotton, she answered, gesturing to the grey shirt as they climbed into an unmarked black Ford Escape. Nobody wants to see you sweat. Gretchen threw the SUV in reverse and wheeled them around, then slammed the vehicle into gear, and they lurched forward, realizing the grey material was light enough to show moisture. September filed that away for future reference. She'd just moved to homicide from property crimes, and it was a whole different ball game. She'd followed her brother into law enforcement, but he was currently working with a gang task force in conjunction with the Portland PD and hadn't been around to congratulate September about joining the Laurelton PD, the same police department he was also based out of, and still wasn't. She glanced back as they headed onto the street. The Laurelton Police Department was on the northern edge of the city, a squat, rectangular brick building that the idiots from the Laurelton City Council had demanded they paint white because it was in the original specs. Now, years later, that white paint had turned a dirty, yellowish beige. So much for city planning. Farsightedness was not their forte. The walkie-talkie buzzed and Gretchen grabbed it. September heard. Squawking and Gretchen snarled back, "Yeah, yeah. We'll be there in 10. She switched off and added, "For people shot. All on the first floor." Shooter didn't go upstairs, or if they did, the steel door was locked. What were they after? September asked before recalling that Gretchen hated rhetorical questions. Gretchen shot her a cold look and said, as if 9 hadn't even spoken, "One's dead. 3 on their way. To the hospital. To the pearly gates, is my guess," she said dryly. After that, September kept her mouth shut until they reached Zuma Software, which was a 2-story building of modern design in glass, wood, and metal with 2 ambulances parked in front. A woman was being carried out on a gurney and loaded into the first one. A man was being carried toward the other. Both ambulances turned on their lights and started screaming out of the lot, past Gretchen and September, at the same time. September had to race walk to keep in step with Gretchen as they headed to the front door, a monstrous piece of mahogany stained almost black, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling translucent windows. Gretchen pushed on the partially opened door and it slowly swung inward to an atrium and the office floor beyond. September stepped carefully after Gretchen and saw that the tech team was already at work on a man who was clearly a corpse. "Coroner's that way," one of the techs said, inclining his head. "Who's this?" Gretchen asked, gesturing to the body at her feet. "Name's Paul DeFore. He was some kind of security. Fat lot of good it did him," she remarked. September scanned the room, her pulse running fast. Her head felt light, and she clamped down on emotions that had no place here. Gretchen could see through her too quickly and she needed to keep a cool head. Easing around the dead man, she walked past a desk and chair covered in blood. Ahead was a partition and she peeked over it gingerly, but the workstation was unstained. Then she walked toward the office the tech had indicated, and saw another man on the floor, his chest and neck sporting 2 or 3 bullet holes. His shaggy hair was thick with blood. His eyes were open but, as she watched, the coroner closed them with thumb and index finger. Aaron Durkis, the owner's son, the coroner, Joe Journey, known to all and sundry as JJ, said. His father was conscious. "Curt up, John. He's on his way to the hospital." "How bad are his injuries?" September asked. "This one's dead." "I meant up, John." Journey stood up, giving September a long look. He was heavy-set and jowly with mutton chops that appeared to be his pride and joy. They each took 3 bullets. "If you can talk to up, John, I'd do it soon." Gretchen appeared. 2 dead, 2 on their way to Laurelton General. A whole group upstairs who heard popping sounds, or didn't, depending on whether they were wearing headsets apparently. Nobody up there knew anything was even wrong until we showed up, or so they say. It doesn't look like the killer even attempted to break in. Who put the call into 911? September asked. She spread her hands. Mystery guest, or maybe the missing employee. Who's missing? She inclined her head toward the undisturbed desk area. Bookkeeper. Behind the partition. No, nothing's upstairs. Say her name is Liv something. We should get to the hospital and check with Upjohn, September suggested. Gretchen lifted her brows, threw a glance to the coroner, then gave September an assessing look. Why is your nickname 9 again? Did you tell me? No, so there it was. The first person to ask. Not that it was a huge issue, but she was trying to avoid any reason for her co-workers to tease her. Month I was born. I thought it had something to do with you being almost a 10. September wasn't quite sure how to take that. Was it a compliment, or a put down? She knew she was pretty enough, brown hair and blue eyes. Slim, almost boyish, but still with enough curves to catch sideways glances. But Gretchen wasn't known for courtesy and compliments. She decided. She didn't care what Gretchen meant and ignored the comment entirely. Gretchen nodded her head, as if coming to a conclusion. We're going to head to the hospital. We'll come back later and go through things. Make sure nothing's disturbed. That's our line, the coroner said, and he looked damn serious. September understood. The techs and coroner's office constantly screamed about how the police first responders always screwed up the evidence. But the officers on this one had gone upstairs to interview the other employees, the know-nothings, according to Gretchen, as soon as the tech team had arrived, so there wasn't anything to complain about, as far as September could see. As if her thoughts had willed them, she heard footsteps on the stairs and one of the employees, a young man with long, floppy red hair, most of which was tied back in a rubber band apart from two hanks beside his white face, was walking on rubbery legs down the last steps. The officer with him was someone September didn't know, a young guy with an equally white face. She understood completely. The gory scene around them was like something out of an art director's vision, except this one was real. I heard it. The pops. I thought it was the game. Kinda. But it couldn't be. I looked around, but everyone was on their screens and nobody moved. And then officer, he gazed vaguely toward the young policeman. Lomax. Officer Lomax was just there. And I asked what the hell he was doing upstairs. Mr. Upjohn doesn't let people just walk upstairs. We're careful. You know, piracy, and all that. He looked from September to Gretchen. And back. Where is Mr. Upjohn? The rest of the employees still upstairs? Gretchen asked Lomax. The officer nodded. How many? She asked. He looked to the red-haired man, who said, 12. And Mr. Borelli. Philip Borelli. The accountant. Borelli came downstairs, one of the techs said. He's puking in the bathroom. Gretchen looked to September, who said, I'll go check on him. As she walked away, Gretchen asked the redhead what his name was and he responded, Ted, and then started hyperventilating. September glanced back as he collapsed on the floor. She caught Gretchen's eye. Security tapes, she asked, and Gretchen asked Ted, you got any cameras on this building? Oh, sure. Yeah. Piracy. Gotta worry about that. Gretchen said, who's in charge of security, and Ted looked at the body nearest him and pointed with a shaking finger at the face-down man near the front door. blood pooling under his head. September left them searching for the accountant, circling Kurt Upjohn's office and finally discovering the door to the unisex bathroom in the short hallway behind it. Rapping her knuckles on the panel, she tried the handle when there was no answer. The door was unlocked and she pushed it in slowly and carefully. "Mr. Borelli. I'm Detective Rafferty. Are you all right?" "Yes," he quavered. "Is it all right if I come in?" "Yes." She stuck her head inside and found him propping himself up at the counter, his head drooping on his neck, his forearms taut and shaking with the effort. "You might want to sit down," she suggested. "I didn't know. I was up there. I heard the noise, but I thought somebody's computer volume got switched up. It was like a blam. And then blam. And then, after a little bit, blam, 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 blam. A lot of Too many. I walked into the control room. That's where it all happens at Zuma. You know, and the guys were all working on their computers. Most of them had headsets on so they didn't know, and it was weird, but he exhaled hard. He said they were shot, the officer, was it all of them? "I don't have any answers for you yet," September said. "We're sorting through it. Can you come out and talk about it with my partner?" "The whole first floor?" he asked, looking panicky. "Jessica and Liv, too?" "The women? What are their names?" "Jessica Maltona and Liv Dugan." "Which one's which?" September asked as they walked slowly back to the main room. Philip Borelli looked like he could fall over at any time. "Jessica's the receptionist. Dark-haired and has the big chest. Liv's pretty. Younger, brown-haired, too. She's the bookkeeper." "Is she okay?" "She and Aaron are friends." They were passing up John's office and he looked inside, an automatic reaction. The coroner and another tech were zipping Aaron Derkas's corpse into a body bag. He stopped and goggled. "I saw Paul and Aaron and Kurt. They're all dead, aren't they? Mr. Upjohn is on his way to the hospital." Liv Dugan had gotten lucky. Somehow, September thought. Gretchen crossed the room toward them. "Mr. Borelli." He gazed at her with horror-stretched eyes. "Who should I ask about the security cameras?" Paul, his eyes turned toward the man's bloody remains. After a quiet moment, Gretchen followed his gaze and said, "Who else?" Chapter 5. Liv threaded the key into her apartment door lock with quaking fingers. And a field of vision that had narrowed to a 2-inch square. Blackness was creeping in on all sides. She'd made it home. To her apartment. In her Accord, which was parked a bit cockeyed in the lot. And now, the familiar panic from her youth was taking her over. "I can't," she whispered, shaking her head furiously. "No, no, no. No. The police. She should call the police." But the officer from her youth invaded her thoughts, followed quickly by the memory of the supercilious policeman who'd come to Hathaway House over a disturbance during her teen years and had treated them all like criminals. No. No police. She couldn't trust them. She couldn't trust anyone. Why? Why Zuma Software? You know why. It's not Zuma. It's you. She clapped her hands over her ears, hyperventilating. This was her paranoia talking. Talking, talking, talking. Always talking. Always. Convincing. But she knew better. She knew better. Didn't she? Didn't she? She'd slammed the apartment door behind her, and now she leaned against it, eyes ravenously searching the room. Maybe Kurt Upjohn was into something she knew nothing about. Maybe there were financial concerns, bad debts to the wrong people. Perhaps Aaron was involved in more drugs than she knew. It's about you, Liv. Maybe there was some military connection after all. War games. Sensitive information running beneath the guise of computer games. But no one went upstairs to the control room, where it all happens. Or did they? Her heart seized. Maybe the killer had still been there when she returned. Perhaps he thought she'd seen something and was coming after her. Don't, she whispered aloud, willing her vision to expand. Outside the shrinking box closing in on her. You have to leave. You have to go. Now. Get your things. Go. Drive. No. Walk away. Blindly Liv searched through her closet for her backpack, something she could carry. Her hands closed upon it and she squeezed her eyes shut and offered up a silent prayer, asking for what? Help. For a wild moment she thought about calling Dr. Yancey. They hadn't spoken since Liv was at Hathaway House, but the doctor had been kind, she talked straight. But Liv had no number for the doctor. She would have to call Hathaway House to reach her. With that thought in mind, she crossed swiftly to the phone. She reached out and it suddenly rang shrilly beneath her hand. She screamed, a short, aborted sound that may have been in her head. Heart galloping, she counted the rings but didn't answer, was afraid to. Someone was leaving a voicemail. A voicemail. She waited 3 minutes that felt like an eternity, her ears filled with a dull buzzing that wouldn't go away. Then, with unsteady hands, she picked up the receiver and retrieved the message. It's Lorinda. I know you're at work, but I just wanted to call you about your father. He's with your brother. It's not good for him. He and Haig aren't good for each other. Her voice rose. If you could just try to help me, she said harshly, as if growing angry with Liv. I don't ask for much. And you're making this so hard. Liv's brain ran in a circle. How did she get my number? She thought first. Does she know where I live? Does the killer know? It's because of you that he's not listening to me, Lorinda went on complaining. And Haig. I've been his wife for nearly 20 years. But you and Haig, she broke off, sounding like she was about to cry. And the line went dead. She doesn't know about Zuma, she hasn't heard. Maybe no one knows. Yet. With that thought in mind, Liv quickly catalogued what she would need for a long trip away. Money. She had cash in an empty ice cream carton in the freezer. Quickly she retrieved that roll of bills, then found the jacket of her running gear and zipped the money inside a pocket. She needed her gun, running shoes, an extra shirt and pair of jeans, undergarments, a raincoat. Even though the sun was shining like it would never stop. the manila envelope. She stuffed everything into the backpack, the gun on top. Rummaging through the bathroom drawers, she grabbed her toothbrush and several hairbands, then looked in the mirror at solemn hazel eyes, flecked with gold as she snapped her hair into a ponytail and then smashed a baseball cap with a Mariners logo on her head, drawing the ponytail through the back hole above the adjustable strap. Erasing the message from Lorinda, she unplugged the phone. She did a fast but thorough search to assure herself she hadn't left some scrap of paper with information about her family. Let it take whoever was out there as long as possible to learn whom she might contact, unless they already know. She was running on instinct and a sense of being the prey. She wasn't going to sit down and try to think it through. There was time for that later, when she was somewhere safe, wherever the hell that might be. 5 minutes later, she was out the door. She had the keys to her car in her hand, but she left the Accord in the parking lot, heading for the street. Just another pedestrian. Walking slowly, strolling, really, to avoid drawing attention, she wound along a newly revitalized road in this suburban, hoping to be urban, part of Laurelton, with its new cobblestone crosswalks and lampposts and shops with green awnings and outdoor seating. A place to mingle and maybe sit down and catch her breath. Somewhere, if not safe, at least safer. With an effort, she kept her mind off the images of her friends and co-workers at Zuma sprawled across the floor, blood oozing beneath them, the life force draining away. If she thought about it, she was lost. If she remembered Aaron. Swallowing hard, she moved into a late afternoon crowd just beginning to gather at their favorite bars and restaurants for happy hour, merriment spilling onto the street from open doorways. Aaron, she thought, a smothered cry wrenched from her throat. Shush, don't think, don't draw attention. Blinking back cold tears, she turned into a sandwich shop with a long line of customers at their counter service and a smattering of tables. It had grown hot outside and she was overdressed, but she was shivering like she was consumed with fever as she took the only empty table, situated in the center of the room with a good view of the door and street. She collapsed into the seat like she'd just completed a marathon. It fell on Philip Borelli to show September and Gretchen where the security tapes were. The man was fast losing what little control and backbone he'd ever possessed and was sprawled like a limp rag in a chair in Kurt Upjohn's office, where there was a videotape monitor and several tapes. Upjohn had been taken in the ambulance earlier, and Aaron Durkis in the coroner's wagon. September and Gretchen were left with blood on the floor and asked by the techs to step around it, which they all did. Mr. Upjohn is cautious, Philip said in a thready voice. Paul. Defoe gives him the security tapes. I think they look at them. It's old school technology, but Kurt liked that. No one really thought it was that important. I mean, the door to the upstairs is always locked. That's where everything is, and you have to know the passcode. Kurt. Mr. Upjohn was vigilant about it. What about the main floor? Gretchen asked. Paul was, he cared, but it just wasn't that important. Not really. There's no reason to care. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. He cut himself off on a hiccup. September had called in Ted, one of the techs, and he'd hit the rewind button on the recorded tape. The tape stopped and he then pressed play, and they could see only one camera angle, but it encompassed most of the front parking area. "You can't see the side door," Borelli said on a swallow. "It's all right. He came through the front," September said. Aaron was lax about the side door. They had a fight about it, Aaron and Kurt. Aaron just didn't think keeping it locked mattered. But Mr. Upjohn felt it was worth keeping locked. Gretchen asked. "He didn't like the side door. I think that's why he trailed off." "You think that's why, what?" September asked. "I think that's why Aaron was so lax about it. He just kinda wanted to needle his old man, and it worked." He rubbed a hand viciously over his face as if to rub the whole tragedy away. Aaron took the side door key and Kurt was mad. "There he is," Ted said. They all looked at the monitor. There, indeed, he was. The killer was one man. At least it looked like a man, dressed in navy pants, lace-up boots, a navy shirt like the kind security teams sometimes wore, a black vest, a black ski mask, and a gun. "That's a Glock," Gretchen said. "He just walked up as boldly as you please," September said. They ran it back again and watched it 3 more times. There was no sound, and as soon as the man entered the building he disappeared. "Can't see what vehicle he came from, but he sure didn't walk far looking like that," Gretchen said. "Does he seem nervous to you?" September asked. Gretchen considered the question. "No. He seems like he came here to kill some people, and that's what he did. He sorta has a stutter step. Right there." September pointed to the screen, where the man did a bit of a shuffle about 3 paces from the steps. "Like he's hesitating." "Maybe," Gretchen conceded. She looked at the puddle that was Philip. "Borelli. We'd like you to come to the station, Mr. Borelli." "Am I under arrest?" he squeaked out. "No, sir. We just want to talk to you somewhere else," Gretchen said. "I need to call my wife," he said, his gaze sliding around the room. "We'll call her on the way." To the tech, she said, "See if you can get a close-up on that uniform." I don't believe he'd be idiotic enough for 1 minute to wear something that connected him to a job, but maybe it's a costume from a costume shop. Or, like Goodwill or something. "I'll see what I can do," Ted promised, as he pulled the tape from the recorder. "Did JJ leave?" she asked, looking around. With the Dirkus and 4 bodies, September answered her. She'd watched through the front windows as the coroner and an assistant had slammed the back of the wagon closed and pulled away, feeling slightly sick to her stomach. Philip Borelli shivered and suddenly leapt up and ran for the bathroom. Again. Gretchen almost yelled something after him but thought better of it. To September she said, "How are you doing?" but her voice held a hint of disparagement that did not foster honesty. "I'm okay," she said, and felt Ted's gaze slide over her quickly. She wasn't fooling anyone. A few minutes later, a white-faced and weak-kneed Philip Borelli followed them out to the Ford Escape. The cafe was crowded, noisy and exposed. Liv would have liked a table in a corner, her back to the wall, with a view of the street instead of this one in the center of the room, but it was not to be. Her brain felt too big for her head, and her pulse beat like angry, tribal drums inside her ears. Boom. 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 It was surreal. A dream. It wasn't reality. She'd tasted that once before, of believing in lies and visions. It was a defense mechanism, Dr. Yancey had told her. Her invention. A protection against her darkest fears. Protection. That wasn't going to help her now. Now, she needed to think about truth. Why? She asked herself, seated in the uncomfortable cafe chair. There was a table of 3 teenage girls between her and the window to the street. The girls were looking through the glass and talking about someone named Joshua, who may or may not have been right outside. One of them blew the paper off her straw at one friend who seemed the most obsessed with this guy. They were laughing and teasing and just hanging out. The kind of thing Liv might have done as a teenager if the bright, sassy 6-year-old she'd once been hadn't found her mother's body hanging from the kitchen rafters. To Liv's left was a table with a middle-aged man in John Lennon glasses and spiked hair, a style way outside of his era. Instead of looking hip, he seemed a little pathetic. He was drinking a Widmer beer and absorbed in the sports page from the day's paper. The Portland Timbers, the city's soccer team, had won 2 nights before in an exhibition game of some kind. Liv could feel pressure building inside herself. Looking past the girls and through the window, she saw a lighting store across the cobblestone crosswalk, chandeliers in the windows. A coffee shop sat next to it. Been there, done that. She knew that coffee shop. It had booths with brown leather seats and a dimmer ambience. She'd already ordered a cup of soup and a can of Diet Coke, however, and when the waitress brought her order, she had her money ready. A tempo was beating inside her ear. Get out, get out, get out. She couldn't stay. Couldn't. Taking a sip of the Coke, she carried the can to the recycle bin, dumped it, then left the rest of the food untouched. She was out of the cafe, across the street and inside the coffee shop before she had another conscious thought. She took the booth one in from the door, as the couple who'd been seated there were just leaving. Then she realized she would have to stand in line to order. She needed a cup of coffee in front of her so people would know the booth was occupied. She debated leaving her backpack on the table to save her seat, but couldn't risk it. Chafing, she found her place in line, and saw her booth immediately taken by a young couple who slid inside it on one side, laughing together. Damn. Now what? The boy got up and stood in line behind her. She felt herself start to sweat. A row of glass pendant lights in red shades lined the top of the counter, sweeping a slash of color over her. Garnet red. Blood red. Her pulse beat in her head. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. I'm going to faint, she thought, just as the customer in front of her paid for his order and moved aside, allowing her to step toward the barista. Coffee, she said in a voice she didn't recognize as her own. Latte? Mocha, the girl asked brightly. Black coffee. Large. I guess I don't need your name then, she said cheerily, plucking it to go. cup from a stack and turning to the machine behind her to serve the coffee. Immediately, Liv felt the boy's eyes on her neck like daggers. She dared not turn around. Facing forward felt like a supreme effort. When the barista took her money and handed her the brimming cup, the boy shouldered past her and said, "A latte, and a double mocha." "Names," the girl said, a Sharpie poised over the paper cup. "Alana and Mike." He turned and grinned back at his companion in the booth. "She's the latte." Liv moved away to the station that held the lids and cream and non-fat milk. She poured a quick shot of cream into her cup and then reached for a plastic lid. It was all a ploy to pass time until there was a seat. Her hands felt disembodied, but at least they'd stopped violently shaking. 2 men and a woman filed into the line at the counter, but her gaze swept past them as she looked for somewhere to sit. Finally, a table opened up. Not a booth, but a table. She hurried over, pulled back the chair and seated herself to look out the door and front window. "Do you mind if I join you?" The male voice brought her up short. She did mind. Very much so. But she couldn't afford to cause anyone to remember her. Her heart resumed its heavy beating. "No, go ahead," she heard herself say, sounding breathless. No wonder. She felt strangled for air. Suffocating. Her new companion was probably around 40, she determined, and looked like he worked out. He was losing his hair and seemed to be sensitive about it because he kept swiping a hand over the front wisps, smoothing them back in place. She didn't want him at her table. She didn't want his eyes on her. Kind eyes? Or knowing eyes? What those eyes weren't were indifferent. Does he know who I am? Is he after me? She tried to act normally, if she could remember what normal was, with all the physical reactions wildly coursing through her body, rocketing pulse, shaking legs, fevered brain, hysteria climbing up her throat. Stop. Stop. Calm yourself. At Hathaway House she'd learned to control her bouts of panic, and she'd wrongly believed that she'd put them to bed for good. The pictures of Aaron and Kurt and Paul and Jessica's bodies sprawled over the floor were right behind her eyes. A sound on the street caught Liv's attention, and she glanced past the man to the window and the sunny street beyond. A man's shadow traveled by. She watched fearfully, but it was only in her imagination, gone instantly. There were, however, people outside stopping to witness the results of a fender bender across the way, from the side of the street she'd just crossed. 2 people, a man from one car, a woman from the other, stepped stiffly toward each other to exchange insurance information. Her mouth was dry. The shadow, was she being watched? It felt like she was being watched. Goose flesh rose on her arms. "You're wearing a jacket," the man observed. He was watching her. They all were. Everyone in the coffee house. "I run cold," she murmured. She was sweating inside, though. She hoped it didn't show on her face. The line had grown longer, the barista unable to keep up with the demand. So a sullen-looking, male co-worker with dark, suspicious eyes joined her. Liv tamped down the tide of fear threatening to wash over her and picked up her coffee, drinking a slug of liquid as if it were water to a lost desert. Traveler. Her companion's eyes were on her face. I'm fine, she said. You don't look fine. You don't have any color, at all. Did you hear about the killing at Zuma Software? A voice called from somewhere in line. Liv whipped around. It was a woman's voice. She was standing at the counter, digging through a coin purse for change, making small talk. The sullen helper was waiting for her to count out the coins, a peeved expression on his face. The two men in line in front of her had already been served. It's breaking news, another woman answered her, now several people behind her. Broke in while I was watching TV. The owner, cut up John, is in critical condition. Somebody else, too. There were two women, the first lady said, turning around to gaze at the second. One got shot, but one wasn't there. They think maybe she did it. Liv nearly gasped. Who? Who thinks that? She killed all her co-workers. Mowed them down, the second woman sounded disbelieving. They're looking for her. That's all I know. The man across from Liv stared at her as if he knew who she was. Liv warred with herself as several more people went through the line. She wanted to bolt out the door. She needed to escape. They were looking for her. Of course, they were looking for her. But she didn't want to be caught. It couldn't be seen. Carefully, she took several more swallows of her coffee, then she scraped back her chair, picked up her backpack and stood. Leaving so soon, the man asked her, his lips smiling, his eyes cold. Or was that her imagination? She didn't answer, just sidestepping around the tables toward the door that seemed miles away even though it was only 20 feet away. She reached the handle, and it burst inward, and two policemen nearly mowed her down in uniform. Her vision blurred. She couldn't turn around. She heard them address the barista. We're looking for someone. Panic licked through her again. She stepped out. On the street it was hot. The sidewalk sent up a wave of heat. A dark grey Jeep was parked directly in front of her. A man was circling the front of it, unlocking the doors, sliding into the driver's seat, balancing a cup of coffee. She walked toward the passenger door and flung it open just as he slammed the driver's door shut and was in the act of putting his drink into a cup holder. Hey, he said, gazing at her in surprise. She slid inside and closed the door behind her, clutching her backpack. Her heart jumping crazily inside her chest. I need you to take me somewhere. Yeah, he asked cautiously, looking for all the world like he was about to throw her out. With deceptive calm, she withdrew her .38 from the backpack and leveled it at him. I'm a pretty good shot. I'm sorry. I really am. You just need to drive me away from here. He was good looking. Black hair, blue-gray eyes, a strong jaw and maybe the hint of a dimple as he clamped his teeth together and stared at her gun. 30ish. In dusty jeans and a faded grey t-shirt with a list of words crossed out across its front. You are kidding me, he said slowly. You think so? She asked, a lump building in her throat. I might not be able to kill you, but I could hurt you. I could do that, I'm pretty sure. If you won't help me, I could hurt you. She glanced at the coffee cup and read his name, Augie. She felt tears building in the corners of her eyes. He stared at her another long moment, as if assessing the truth of her statement. Then he sat back in his seat, switched on the ignition and silently guided the nose of the Jeep into traffic. Chapter 6. She kept the gun leveled at him. It wasn't loaded, but he didn't know that. She had ammo stowed in her backpack, for all the good it would do her. Not that she actually wanted to hold a loaded gun on someone. For all her words, she didn't think she could hurt him or anyone else. But again, he didn't know that. They were driving east, away from Laurelton toward Portland. She felt like she was in some improvisational acting scene where each player just keyed off the situation and made up their own story. She was crazy. Flat out nuts. This definitely decided it. This was a crazy thing to do. And yet she wasn't sorry. They rode in silence. The man, Augie, seemed intent on the road, but Liv could just imagine the thoughts rattling around in his head. It felt like an eternity, and was probably only a matter of minutes, when he drawled, "Did you have a place in mind?" "Just drive. I have a quarter of a tank. I can drive for a while, then I'm going to need gas." She looked at the gauge, saw he was telling the truth and wanted to rail at him. How could he be so irresponsible? She tried to scream and cry and pull out her hair, but that made her think of the unfortunate ones at Hathaway House who sank into that kind of behavior and were moved to other facilities. She'd always felt more grounded, capable, and sane than them, but maybe she was as wacko as they were. This was crazy. But right now, she was putting miles between her and her apartment, and for the first time since she'd seen the bodies at Zuma, she felt almost safe. Still, she couldn't prevent the shudders that racked her body. Augie shot her a sideways glance, aware, so she lifted the .38 a bit, just to remind him. "Would you seriously shoot me when I'm driving?" She glared at him, resenting his insolence. "Where do you live?" Not far from here. Toward Portland." "Are you lying?" "No. You took a while to answer my question. I was just thinking about the exit I need to take. It's coming up." They were driving on Sunset Highway and getting close to the junction at 217. "Do you live alone?" "Yes." "Then let's go there." She wanted to keep driving and driving, but that wasn't prudent, either. For a moment, she wondered if she could ditch him and just take his car. But what would she do with him? He passed 217 and turned off at Sylvan, winding the car up the hill. Liv gave a glance around his vehicle, thinking hard, noting the dark clothes he'd thrown into the back and the toolbox. A length of twine was wrapped around the Jeep's back hatch, holding it down, as if maybe it popped open unexpectedly from time to time. They drove in silence for about 20 minutes, taking several side streets, until they reached his place, a small bungalow that needed some serious repairs if the cracked sidewalk and sagging gutters were any indication. There was a breezeway between the house and one-car garage. The door to the garage was open and he pulled inside, put the Jeep in park, and switched off the engine. "Now what?" he asked, pulling the key from the ignition. "Stay in the car. Hands up. I'll come around." She opened her door, the gun still trained on him, then walked around the front of the Jeep and stood outside the driver's door, her muzzle aimed at him through the window. "Let yourself out," she said. Carefully, he opened the door, his hands raised before him. She took the keys from his hand. "Get the twine from the back of your car." "The twine?" She nodded. "You're not going to tie me up," he stated flatly. "Yes. I am." "It won't work." "What are you running from?" "They'll find you." "No. Don't take offense. But I don't think you're good at this." Liv barked out a harsh laugh. "I'm only as good as I need to be." He thought that over, then walked around to the back of the Jeep and pulled up the hatch as far as the twine would allow. He untied the twine, gathered it together and put it into Liv's outstretched hand. She said, "I'm going to put this gun into my jacket pocket now, but I'll shoot you through it if you do anything while we walk across the breezeway to the back door." He made a movement of surrender and then headed out the garage's man door, across the breezeway and up 2 concrete steps. At the door, he said, "I'm going to need the key." Carefully, she put the complete set in his upturned palm. "I usually close the garage door," he told her. "I'll do it later." There were no neighbors directly across from him. In fact, this stretch of road was winding and covered with fir trees, with a vast stretch of sun-scorched lawn beside the cracked cement driveway. If she had to stay out of sight for a while, it was not a terrible hideout. He threaded a key in the lock. Twisting the door open, he stepped inside. But Liv was right on his heels, just in case he planned to slam the door in her face and lock her out. They were in a kitchen with a small wooden table and 2 chairs. "Sit down," she ordered, holding the length of twine. He eyed the twine and said disbelievingly, "You plan to tie me to a chair?" "Yes." "Oh, come on. I'm not going to do anything. I don't really care what you've done. Let's just sit down and talk about it." She gestured with the muzzle. "Sit down." Put the keys on the table. He eased himself into one of the chairs, set the keys on the table, then slid them away from himself toward her. She picked them up and put them in her pocket. "This must be a first offense," he said. "It's not," she lied. "Put your arms behind you." "Oh, come on. Just do it," she snapped. "So, you're a hardened criminal? Is that what you're saying?" He put his arms around the back of the chair, though it was clearly hard for him to comply. "That's what I'm saying." With his arms behind him, she threaded the twine through the lathed spokes of the chair's back and around his wrists, tying them tightly, testing the twine's strength. "This is gonna get damned uncomfortable real fast," he muttered. "Be quiet. Please." "First offense," he said. "You're way too polite." "Shut up." She'd set the .38 on the table out of his reach while she tied him up, but if he made a move for it, she was pretty sure she could beat him to it. He might be able to take her down with brute strength, but there was the chance she could get a shot or 2 off where it loaded, and since he believed it was, he let her truss him to the chair with no resistance, though the dark, mutinous look on his face didn't bode well if he should chance to get free. With that thought in mind, she tested his bonds a second, then a third time, until she was satisfied that he was contained. Finally, she checked his pockets and found a cell phone, which he clearly wanted to protest about but kept his mouth a taut, grim line. She saw that it was turned off, but nothing happened when she tried to switch it on. Out of juice, he said, stating the obvious. "Where's the charger?" she asked. "Not here." "Why?" "You wanna use my phone." "Where's yours?" "I don't own one." He looked at her as if she were an exotic species, which annoyed her. "Not everyone has to have a cell phone," she said with a touch of bitterness. He shook his head and changed the subject. "What's your plan?" She could discern a faintly mocking tone to his voice and decided he wasn't taking this seriously enough. "If you try anything, I will shoot you. I'm having serious trouble believing you." The image of Aaron Durkis's body and the blood, all the blood, crossed the screen of her mind again, and she had to look away, tears welling. She drew a quivering breath and swallowed hard, several times. "I will," she said with more conviction, and her desperation must have penetrated, because his expression grew more serious. Needing to get outside his range of vision, she walked behind him, obsessively testing the twine yet again. When she was convinced it would hold him but wouldn't cut off his circulation, she backed away until she felt the kitchen counter behind her. Leaning against it, her legs seemed to lose all strength and she sank to the floor, wrapping her arms around her knees, the .38 hanging loosely from her hands. Tears ran down her cheeks and she stared into space, reviewing the scene at Zuma, though she'd told herself she wouldn't. "What's your name?" he asked. She could only see the back of his head. Blinking hard, she cleared her throat. "Liv," she said, invoking the name of her younger self. "Well, Liv, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of hungry. I hope you're not planning to starve me." It took her long moments to pull herself together, but finally she got to her feet and wandered to his refrigerator. Inside was some sliced deli ham, a loaf of bread, mayonnaise, mustard, and dicey-looking iceberg lettuce. She put together a sandwich, leaving off the lettuce, put it on a plate, found a steak knife in a drawer. He hardly had any utensils or kitchenware of any kind, she noticed, and cut the sandwich in half. Sliding the plate before him, she asked, "What do you drink?" "Beer. Coke. Water. Occasionally a semi-nice glass of wine." She went to the sink and poured him a glass of water, placing that in front of him. They stared at each other and she picked up the sandwich and held it to his mouth. "Actually, I'd like a drink of water first." "Take a bite." When he pressed his lips together in rebellion, she added, "Please." "You're a very polite kidnapper," he pointed out again. "You were right. It's my first time," she admitted. "Wow. I'm shocked." "Then, the police after you?" "Probably. By now, anyway." "What did you do?" "Take a bite," she said again, and he bit into the sandwich with white teeth, his grey-blue gaze never leaving her face. When he was finished chewing, she held the water glass to his lips and he took a long swallow. After that, they sat silently while she fed him the rest of the sandwich. After he'd swallowed the last bite, he said, "What about you? Hungry?" "I don't have a huge selection, but I think there's enough for another sandwich." I'm going to go close the garage door. She was happy to get out of his presence for a moment. Her head was crammed with thoughts. She needed to see the news. She needed to know what was going on. God, what have I done? The realization that she was a kidnapper sent a shockwave through her body. What had she been thinking? Now, it didn't matter what the situation at Zuma was all about. She was a criminal of the worst kind. Shutting the garage behind her, she looked around quickly and found the source of the twine in a roll in the incredibly empty garage. There were no rakes, tools, lawn chairs, or whatever else people kept in garages. There was nothing but the Jeep, the twine, and a pile of blacktop. Reaching upward, she grabbed the handle for the garage door, looking out to the road just as an older model Bic cruised by with an elderly man at the wheel. He didn't even bother glancing over, but panic filled her anyway. As she slammed the door, she grabbed up the roll of twine. Returning to the kitchen, she set the twine on the counter, then stood in front of Augie and asked, "Is this really your house?" "Yes." "Why?" "It doesn't feel like anyone lives here." He assessed her silently for a few moments, then said, "I just moved here. And I don't have a lot of stuff." "Where'd you come from?" "Canada," he said. "Canada," she repeated with an edge to her voice. "You don't sound Canadian." "Yeah? Well, I've been out and out all day, eh? That is good enough for you?" She almost laughed. Hysterical laughter, for sure, but the irked look on his face was almost comical. Almost. "Not really. I didn't say I was Canadian. I've just been living in British Columbia for a while. I'm a fishing guide." "Really? Really? What are you, besides a fugitive?" I'm, she closed her eyes for a moment, then asked, "You have a television?" "Basic cable. In my bedroom." "Can you walk?" she asked. She hadn't bound his feet. "You want me to come watch TV with you?" "Just the news." They stared at each other another moment or two, then he got awkwardly to his feet, carrying the chair on his back as Liv preceded him across the living room toward the west end of the house. Directly ahead was a bathroom with bedrooms to the right and left of a short hallway. She could see the television in the bedroom to the right, the room toward the rear of the house, and headed that way. Augie followed her, banging the chair into the wall several times and swearing softly. By the time he'd slammed his chair down near the door and sat upon it, and Liv had perched on the end of the bed, it was 5:45. Had it really only been hours since the attack? The remote was tossed on the bed beside her. Liv snatched it up and hit the power button. The Channel 7 news came up and it was the weather. They both watched in silence as more sunshine was predicted, and more and more. "It's been a beautiful week so far and there's more to come," the weatherman said with a smile. "Beautiful week," Liv repeated as they went to commercial, her voice breaking. She wanted to lie on his bed, bury her face in the covers, and never come up. "What started this?" Augie asked her, a note of concern entering his voice, which nearly did her in. She turned down the volume but kept her gaze on the commercial. Something about being ultra-fit with the use of a miracle product, but her thoughts were far removed. At length, she asked him, "Do you know about what happened at Zuma today?" A pause. "Someone shot up the place," he said carefully. "I was out to lunch, literally, but I came back and they were all dead. Dying, injured, shot." She looked over at him and saw him staring at the .38 she'd laid on the bed beside her. "It wasn't this gun. This one hasn't even been fired yet. I just went home and got it and then I ran out." "You work there?" "I'm the missing employee." "You should call the police," he said immediately. "If what you're saying is true, then that's just it. They won't believe me. They never believe me." "Never believe you?" "I don't trust them. I don't like them and I don't want them." She shook her head. On a half-laugh, she gestured to his trussed-up state, "And now it's too late anyway. I wouldn't press charges." "Oh, sure," she said with a snort of disbelief. "Liv, they'll help you. They want to get in touch with you." "Of course they do," she said emphatically. "And they'll throw me into an interrogation room and try to wring out a confession and use my past against me, and before you know it, it'll all be my fault. And maybe it is. Anyway, I don't know what you're talking about. You're not meant to." "What did you mean about my past?" "Nothing." "Well, why the hell did you say it was your fault?" "I believe you, that you didn't shoot those people at Zuma," he added. "I didn't." "Why were they shot? Do you have any idea?" She shook her head slowly. "You do have an idea, Liv," he argued, watching her closely. "It's just Liv, please, and, yeah, someone's after me." "Who?" "I don't know, but it's always been there. I've always known it, felt it. I think this massacre has something to do with me." She raked her fingers through her hair. "I can't explain it. I don't have any proof. I know you won't believe me. Why would you? But it's a feeling I have, and it's real." She paused, then added, "I'm not completely nuts." He was studying her in a way that made her highly uncomfortable. She was about to say something to break the tension, when he said, "We'll go to the police together. I'll take you and we'll tell them." "No." He drew in a breath and exhaled it slowly. "If you would just..." Shush, the news had come back on and Liv turned up the volume. The anchorwoman was saying, "Just learned that there are 2 confirmed dead at the Zuma Software shooting this afternoon, Paul DeFore and Aaron Durkis." Liv made a sound of pain. Aaron. She'd known he was dead. She just hadn't wanted to believe it. Turning away, she curled up on the bed like she'd wanted to before. But her ears could still hear Zuma's owner Kurt Upjohn has been taken to Laurelton General Hospital in critical condition, as has Jessica Maltona, one of the company employees. Police are looking to question Liv Dugan, another Zuma employee who was apparently not at the scene at the time of the shooting and appears to be missing. They want to talk to Ms. Dugan. If you've seen her, please call the authorities. A picture of a much younger Liv flashed on the screen. Her hair was shorter and she recognized the steps of Hathaway House in the background. She realized the picture was one that her father had from her teen years. Lorinda, she thought, swallowing hard. Lorinda had given the police her Picture. They've got my picture, she said. Doesn't look much like you. How old were you? 13. 16. Was that your high school in the background? Something like that, she said tiredly. They watched the rest of the report and then Liv dragged herself to her feet and headed back to the kitchen where she sank into the other kitchen chair, laying the gun on the tabletop in front of her. Augie followed her, trudging with the chair on his hunched back. He banged it down, and they stared across the table at each other. Looks like someone wanted to take out Curtup John, he said. This was about Zuma Software, not you. You're wrong. She wanted to believe him. She really wanted to believe him. But the timing of the package and Dr. Yancey saying she'd buried the truth and something about Hathaway House. Why do you say that? He asked. Because I just know. I've always known. What have you always known? Stop humoring me. I know what you think. That I'm crazy, or deluded, or misinformed. And you think I'm wrong about these killings. That I'm egocentric, maybe, that it has to be about me, when it's obviously not. That I'm a drama queen. That I have to make this about my stuff when it's clearly a different matter entirely. He didn't respond, which was a telling admission in itself. They're after me, she said in an unsteady voice. That's why I jumped in your car. Philip Borelli was slumped in a chair inside Deannables' unoccupied office. He'd needed somewhere to sit outside of the squad room, which, though mostly empty, had a feel of interrogation and criminal processing. That scared honest citizens and felons, hopefully, alike. Those under arrest were brought in through a back door to a general booking area that led to several holding cells and then the squad room, holding some of the more raucous accused felons away from those at the station for other reasons, but that didn't mean much to Borelli. He'd called his wife, then barely said another word on the ride over, looking for all the world like he might pass out at any moment. He'd mostly sat straight ahead since they'd been at the station. After half an hour, Gretchen had left them and gone to find someone to complain about. Guy Elliker, the man at Laurelton PD's front desk. Guy took his role seriously enough to piss off everyone. He wasn't really wrong to make everyone identify themselves, he was just too eager and had turned following regulations into an art form. The good news, Guy's attitude was the only thing Philip Borelli had reacted to thus far. Borelli said that Paul DeFore, who'd been hired at Zuma as a kind of security guard, suffered from the same overzealous need to control. Since that admission, the man had simply sat in a blank staring funk, so September had left him for a few moments and just returned. Here, she said, handing the man a cup of coffee strong enough to melt. Still, he took the cup reluctantly and cradled it in his palms. Not an encouraging sign. So, Paul DeFore, September said. Tell me more about him. Paul, he murmured, shaking his head dolefully as his breath caught on a sob. Take a drink, Mr. Borelli, September said. As if he needed someone to tell him what to do, Borelli obliged, sucking in the dark liquid and coughing a bit as it went down his throat. I know you want to go home, and we want to take you home, too. We just need some help. A little background. That's all, she sighed. I don't know anything. Kurt. Mr. Upjohn, he's in surgery, September told him. Miss Moltoner, too. Paul's dead, he said, as if trying the words out, disbelieving them. Yes. So's Aaron. September nodded. But Mr. Upjohn and Miss Moltoner are still alive, and the other employee, Miss Dugan. She called 911. Yes, September said. The security tape had captured Olivia Dugan's return, shock and phone call. If it was an acting job, it was a damn good one. She's lucky she wasn't there, he said. His face crumpled as he added. She and Jessica didn't like Paul much. She and Jessica were friends. He shrugged. Maybe. You said Paul took his job too seriously. He nodded. He kinda wore his uniform. No one asked him to, he added softly, as if by saying it quietly he could keep from tarnishing the dead. His duties were nothing specific, I guess. He would go upstairs several times a day and just patrol around. And he'd go outside and check the grounds. Mostly. He stood by the door. He stared down at his shoes and admitted, nobody much liked him. He kinda took things on himself. He made a face. I overheard him tell Kurt that Jessica took off on her break. She left the building. That's not allowed. Well, you can't really stop anyone from leaving on their break, legally. Kurt just likes to know where every employee is at all times. He wants the girls to go at noon and be back at 1. The girls. Miss Moltoner and Miss Dugan. Liv must have gone to lunch late, he said. I was upstairs. I came down and she wasn't there and Aaron had unlocked the side door. When he trailed off, September encouraged him, the side doors generally always locked. Yeah. But Aaron got the key and unlocked it, and Kurt found out and they had words. Why did Aaron unlock the door, do you know? Like I said, he just likes messing with his dad. His mother and Kurt don't get along. She uses Aaron to get to Kurt, and Kurt doesn't really know what to do with him. Aaron's kind of a slacker and he cut himself off, his eyes filling with tears. Can you tell me a little more about Olivia Dugan? She asked as Gretchen returned her mouth a grim line. Liv is quiet. Keeps to herself. I think Aaron likes her, but she's careful. Careful, how? With his feelings. September sipped from her cup of coffee, hoping Borelli would drink up too. He needed something to keep him going. Careful in every way, he said, looking into his coffee cup. Afraid to say too much. Afraid. Gretchen jumped on the word. Not like that, he said. She's just quiet. Gretchen frowned. Was there anything different in the last few days? Something you can think of that might have precipitated this event? Borelli turned to September. Can I go home now? I can't think of anything else. I'm just tired. Gretchen looked irked, but she gestured to September and said, Detective Rafferty will give you a ride home. My car's still at Zuma, he said. September said, I'll take you to it. Borelli tossed a look toward Guy Elliker as he and September passed by the front desk and pushed their way through the 2 sets of glass doors that led outside. Liv isn't involved in this, he said. I know she took off, but she was just scared, you know. Aha. She's just lucky she wasn't there. Really lucky. When September didn't respond, he added, I mean it. I'm right about Liv. She's just one of the meek ones, you know? September nodded. Liv stared at her gun, which rested on the table beside her left hand. She was still seated across the table from Augie. Each of them was working through their thoughts, but it had been quiet a long time and Liv finally could stand it no longer. What do you do down here? She asked him. Down here, he repeated, as if he weren't really listening. In the States. A fishing guide. Same as Canada. Where's your boat? She asked. At a marina on the Columbia River, he said, frowning. You think I'm lying to you? I don't even care if you are, she said. Unless there's someone else coming to this house. Look in the other bedroom. I live alone, he stated flatly. I need to figure this out, she said. What had precipitated the attack on Zuma? Maybe Augie was right and it had something to do with Kurtop John and his war games, or his finances, or maybe even his personal life. Or perhaps it was somebody else. At Zuma? One of the geeks upstairs. But the upstairs hadn't been compromised. At least she didn't think so. She hadn't gone up there herself. But the door at the top of the stairs wasn't easy to breach. It was everyone downstairs who'd been gunned down. Maybe Jessica or Paul or even Aaron had some desperate enemy willing to kill innocent people to get to them. But why now? She was the one who'd gotten the package from her long-dead mother. But what would the box have to do with anything? It was benign. Really. A few photographs, a message from her mother, her birth certificate. Yet, there was something there. The pictures, the zombie stalker, it felt like there was a door cracking open inside her mind. Dr. Yancey had told her she'd buried her memories. Who knew about the package? Haig? Della? Her father? Lorinda, the lawyers at Crenshaw and Crenshaw. Was it about the package? Was it? How could it be? How could it not be? Last night she'd told her father, Lorinda, and Della that she would look into the past. She'd declared or intimated that she would learn more about the serial strangler who'd been killing women in their area. About when her mother committed suicide. That she wanted to know who the people were in the photographs. That she might follow up with her birth parents. Haig had called the man in the picture the zombie, the man who was always there, just out of the corner of his eye. But then Haig had mentally disappeared. He knew something. Something that had sent him away from reality. Kill you. And then today the gunman had come to Zuma. What? Augie asked when Liv suddenly jumped to her feet. I've got to go talk to someone. Now? Yes. You're not going to leave me tied here, he warned her. She pulled the keys from her pocket. I'm going to have to. She looked around, yanked out a drawer, then another, until she found a small knife. Then cut off a hank of twine from the roll while he tried to reason with her. As she lashed his legs together and to the chair. There's no need for this. Take me with you. I want to help you. Do you hear me? She wasn't listening. It was all just noise in the background as her mind moved ahead. She tested the ropes and ignored his darkening expression as she grabbed her backpack from where she'd left it by the kitchen table, stuffed the knife inside, and, more gingerly, her gun, then gave a last look around the kitchen. The oven was freestanding with a bar for the handle. Following her gaze, he said, "No." With all her strength, Liv dragged a struggling Augie in his chair to the oven and then tied the chair to the opened door handle. "This is dangerous," he said through his teeth. "Yes, it is." She went through his pockets. Nothing. His cell phone was on the counter. "You don't have a wallet," she said, wondering where that was. "Yes, I do." He cut himself off, thinking hard. Swearing beneath his breath, he said, "If it's not in my back pocket, I must have left it at the coffee shop." Damn. He threw her a fulminating look. "Maybe you can get it for me?" She tightened her lips, silently telling him that wasn't possible, then opened the back door with keys in hand. The last thing she saw was Augie glowering at her, clenching his teeth as if to keep himself from blasting her. She closed the door behind her, listened for the satisfying sound of the deadlock shutting tight and the ear-blistering sounds of Augie swearing a blue streak. Then she headed to his jeep with a length of twine to tie down the back hatch. My brain is full of worms. It is failing me. What I did today, crazy. Crazy. Like fucking a Rambo. My heart is pounding triple time. I have to hide the gun. Hide my clothes. Hide. But she has to die. She knows too much. It's planted deep inside her. I have to kill her. I have to find her and kill her. I can feel the need overtake me. Hot and smothering. My hands reach into the darkness, and I dream of that soft, white neck crushing the hyoid bone at her throat is almost like sex. But what I did today, fucking Rambo. Too desperate and reckless, and she wasn't even there. I've let her live too long. Too long. I need a new plan. Something less big, but it's getting harder to keep my thoughts in order. My brain is full of worms, it's failing me. I must finish what I started, accept who I am, before it's too late and little Liv catches up to me. Chapter 7. Detective Rafferty. September was in the process of striding back through the station's main entrance and past Guy Erlicher after taking Philip Borelli back to his car. She gave Guy a long look, just daring him to ask for her ID. "Yes," she said, warning him not to get in her way. It was like an uncontrollable obsession with him, and though he contained himself with Gretchen most times as she would glare ice at him if he should even speak to her, he did not feel the same restraint when it came to September. This was the curse of being the newest detective on staff. No uniform. No name tag. Guy Erlicher didn't know how to handle it. It was dark outside and she was tired. Too tired to deal with him in any professional way. She could feel the cloud over her head as she stepped around him with a dark scowl, then marched down the hall to the squad room. As she entered, she overheard Gretchen saying to George, "The guys upstairs didn't know what went down. They don't leave unless they absolutely have to, apparently. Someone takes a lunch order for them and otherwise they're just there. Who took the lunch order today? George asked. A guy named Rad. Yes, Rad. He went out about 12, got back about 1, and then went upstairs. The accountant, Borelli, has an office in one corner, and Rad got him something, too. September already knew this as she and Gretchen had walked through the control room and spoke briefly to the 9 or 10 programmers. To a 1. They were slack-jawed with shock. Their world, apparently, was inside the games they developed, games that were rife with violence. But they were just games, and the programmers didn't know what to think about life and death events in the real world. Rad had insisted he was the only one who'd gone in and out of the upstairs door that day other than Borelli, and September was inclined to believe him. Backgrounds were being checked, but on first glance it appeared none of the computer geeks was connected to the horrible massacre that had taken place on the first floor. Gretchen's desk phone rang and she swiveled around to answer it, smashing the receiver to her ear. September, who, at a request from Gretchen, had stopped at a deli on the way back, plopped the brown bag on Gretchen's desk. Gretchen was tapping her fingers and staring up at the ceiling, clearly irked at some delay on the other end as September pulled out tuna fish sandwiches for herself and her partner. George said, "Nothing for me." "You gotta put in an order," September said. "Tuna," he said, spying the sandwich and wrinkling his nose. He made a sound of disgust and turned back to his work. "Yeah, well, tell me something I don't know." Gretchen snarled into the phone and crashed the receiver into its cradle. She picked up half of her sandwich and waved it at September. "Everybody's an asshole," she declared, before taking a bite. Everybody, she stated firmly. "What was that about?" "The lab. Nobody can get jack shit done unless it's an act of Congress." They munched on their sandwiches and Gretchen washed hers down with cold coffee. September got up, walked into the hallway and to the water cooler and poured herself a small paper cup full. She returned just as Gretchen demanded, "Where's this Olivia Dugan person?" George spoke up, "Deannibal sent someone to find her." "Where's, maybe. Why hasn't she called us?" Gretchen asked. "She should have called us by now." September shrugged. "Maybe she's scared. Maybe she still doesn't know. We're looking for her. She'd have to live on another planet not to know, with all the press that's come down. And she should know to wait for the police." "Where'd she go after she left Zuma?" September shook her head. "No one had that information." "Did you get through to the DeFores?" Gretchen asked George, who'd been tasked with finding the man's family. "Finally," he said, exhaling heavily. "Mom and Dad live in Medford and are flying up, so they'll be here in an hour or so." "You gonna be at the morgue when they arrive?" he asked Gretchen. She grimaced. "Yeah." She turned to September. "How'd you do with Upjohn's ex?" "I talked to Camille on the phone." "Camille Durkis." "She was at the hospital earlier, maybe still is," September answered. She returned her maiden name, but Aaron was their son together. Camille's beside herself about Aaron's death, and I don't know. I think if Kurt Upjohn lives she could actually try to kill him. She was half serious. George said, She blames him? Gretchen asked. At September's nod, she said, we'll go see her tomorrow. What about the receptionist? Multona? George asked. Multona doesn't appear to have anyone but the boyfriend, Jason Jaffe, who's an artist of some kind, Gretchen said in a tone that suggested what she thought of artists in general. I started leaving messages on Jaffe's cell phone this afternoon and he's texted me back stuff like, okay, and at hospital. I don't really know if he's telling the truth. Nobody at the hospital's seen him. He's first on my list tomorrow to track down. Upjohn's first on mine, September said. Gretchen stretched her arms over her head. It's 6:30. After the fours, I'm done for today. She scooted back her chair and gathered up the second half of her sandwich. I hear YA, George said, and Gretchen shot September a sideways look. George did as little as possible when it came to dealing with people, especially suffering people. September thought of her rented condo. She'd lived there for 3 years. Ever since the owners had bought it, and several other units, out of foreclosure and turned them all into rentals. When she'd first moved in, she'd painted all the rooms and bought new towels and an overly expensive couch, but since that first flurry of pride of house, she'd spent more time advancing her career than caring about hearth and home. Now, she didn't really relish going back to her empty rooms. I think I'll stick around a little bit longer, she said. Suit yourself, Gretchen responded as she took a left out of the squad room. George hefted his bulk from the chair and headed down the hall after her toward the staff room. After they were gone, the squad room was nearly empty and had a strange, echoey feel that didn't exist during the rest of the day. She thought of her family, 2 brothers, 1 sister, her autocratic father and stepmother, and decided she didn't want to talk to any of them either. Detective Wes Weasel Pellegrini stuck his head inside the squad room. From the hall to the lockers. A tall, lean, black man, he had a killer smile, a slow-talking manner and a dry wit. He made September's heart race a little faster whenever he appeared, but he was firmly entrenched in a long-term relationship with his high school girlfriend and had been for 15 years or so the rumor went. He was also on a mission to arrest every crack and meth dealer he could find, resulting from the death of his older brother, a user who'd nicknamed Wes Weasel long before Wes had grown to his full 6'3" height. How are you doing? He asked her. Been a long day, September admitted. Sandler's a bitch, but she knows what she's doing, he said. I guess that's a recommendation of sorts. He grinned. Look forward to the day when someone says it about you. Then you'll know you're a detective. Oh, joy. When he ducked back out, she yelled after him, aren't you on the trail of Olivia Dugan, the Zuma employee? Ah. Probably somebody Hannibal thinks'll look good on TV. Channel 7's all over this. All the stations are, September said. Well, try to stay away from 7's Pauline Kirby. That woman's a barracuda. He gave a mock shudder. And a bitch. So, she's good at her job. He snorted. You can be a bitch and a lousy detective, he allowed. You just don't last long. How about nice, or at least personable, and good at your job? He flashed her his pearly whites. Never happen. September was still smiling after he was gone. Then I guess I'll just have to be a bitch, she said to the empty room. Trask Bircher Martin was a pothead. And a drunk, kinda. And definitely a slacker. But he was a good guy inside. Wyatt just had to look a little harder. Sometimes, to see the good of it all. At least that's what he told himself. Whenever he thought hard about the whole thing, like now. He exhaled a lungful of smoke, lost in a bit of a weed dream state. He liked Jo. Loved her, maybe. She was his woman and they were together. Taking another toke, Trask relaxed into the couch cushions. A little MJ. From time to time kept him from noticing that he and Jo didn't have too much going for them, really. Not cash-wise, anyway. Making the rent payment every month was kinda tricky, and well, his job pumping gas wasn't gonna make them rich anytime soon. Jo was a clerk at the local convenience store, but she would only work the daylight hours because of all the sick fucks who held up places like hers late at night, so that kept her from any severe greenbacks. Still, it was okay. Pretty okay. Kept Jo safe and that was good. He squinted an eye at the television cable box. If he didn't pay that bill soon, it would shut off and be over. But for right now, he could read the time, 8:30. So, where was Jo, huh? It was getting damn dark. Jo, he said aloud. And then burned the end of his fingers with the last ember of the doobie. Fuck. He dropped it and stamped it out with his foot, waving away the smoke. Lucky for him, his neighbor, Liv, was spooked by about everything, so if she smelled anything she wasn't likely to call the authorities down on him. Like the landlord. Or the police. Or anybody. Shaking his head, he sucked on his fingers, then ran them through his hair. And stepped outside onto the concrete balcony that fronted the parking lot side of the L-shaped building. A wave of August heat burned up from the pavement below. He could also feel it rising beneath his bare feet. It was just barely dark, but still fucking hot. He could see the faint glimmer of stars above the fir trees at the back of the lot. And the GMC truck was there. The 2005 one that was kinda like his old one. Trask blinked. I tried to remember. What was that about? Oh, yeah. The lurking asshole in the hoodie outside Liv's place who wouldn't show his face. He wondered if Liv was home. Maybe Jo was with her. That would be unlikely, he said to the parking lot below, working on the thought to keep it from flying around inside his muddled brain. But the truck. Oh, yeah. The dude. He'd been in a truck like that. Asshole. Trask lurched along the balcony toward the stairs. Whoa, man. He musta kinda overdid it. Was having a few problemos with his equality equilibrium. Yesiri. Equilibrium. Maybe he should just talk to that dude. See what was on his mind. Ask him what the fuck he was doing. Haggin around Liv's place room. Nodding, he worked his way slowly down the outdoor stairs to the ground level, his soles scraping along the concrete steps. Shoulda put on some shoes, he realized belatedly. He slipped down the last couple of steps, had to grab the metal rail. Whoa. Head rush. Pulling it together, he strode right over to the truck. Hey, he yelled, then was incensed when the bastard fired up the vehicle. Like he would race away. Hey? Trask yelled again. He pointed his finger at him. I see you. You fucker. I see you. To Trask's surprise, the guy slid down his window and pointed the barrel of a handgun at him. What? Whoa, man. Trask backed up, holding his hands in the air. Fucker. Geez. God. Bang. Bang. 2 shots. No hesitation. Pain exploded in his chest. In disbelief, Trask staggered sideways, staring down at himself. You shot me. You fucking shot me. The GMC sped out of the lot with a roar, tires burping on pavement. Through a haze, Trask tracked its progress. He lurched and fell to one knee. Looked around wildly, then gazed across the parking lot to the line of doors and windows of the apartment building. Silence. No one around. No one busting out of an entry to help him. Hey, he said feebly, wrapping one arm around his chest, vaguely aware this was gonna hurt. Like a son of a bitch later, completely in denial that this was anything serious, Trask staggered across the lot and reeled and stumbled his way up the apartment steps. He made it all the way to Liv's apartment before he sank in front of her door and died. Driving to Haig's apartment, Liv kept her eye on the speedometer. Careful not to drive too fast, careful not to drive too slow. She wasn't used to Augie's Jeep, but she didn't want to show it on the road. She didn't want to give any quite anxious cop a reason to stop her. She crossed the Willamette and wound down the narrow east side streets to Haig's apartment building, passing in front of it once to get the lay of the land, spying the green and yellow neon script of Rosa's Cantina as she went by. She parked at the end of the block, left her backpack behind the front seat after a moment's thought, removed the envelope to take with her, pulled down the brim of her baseball cap to hide her face, and headed toward the building's entrance. She nearly ran into the same woman with the 3 children from the night before and turned away quickly so the woman wouldn't be able to see her face. Up the elevator she went. She hurried to Haig's door, rapping so hard against the panels she bruised her knuckles in the process. Come on, come on, come on. Time was running out. She'd left Augie tied up, and if anything should happen, like an unforeseen disaster, like a fire, or... She shook her head. No. She just had to make this quick and get back, and Della yanked open the door, a sour look on her face. You. I need to talk to Haig, Liv said, trying to step inside, but Della was planted firmly in the door. He's not here. What? He's not. He's at the cantina. Holding court. I'm about to go down and get him. No, let me. I'll find him and send him up. She laughed harshly. Won't do any good. He doesn't listen to anyone. When he's in one of his moods, he's talking. Ranting. telling the whole world that it's fucked up and he's not gonna take it anymore. He just has to wear down. Liv didn't care. It was a chance to see Haig without Della. An opportunity. I'll do my best. It won't be good enough, she predicted, then closed the door with a firm thud in Liv's face. She headed back down the elevator, out to the street and to Rose's front door, reflecting that Della hadn't commented about the Zuma killings. She would have, if she'd known about them, because she knew it was where Liv worked. But Della, because of Haig and his fears, stayed away from the news, more government conspiracy, according to Haig. So, at least that was a good sign. Fairly soon, however, if Liv didn't turn herself in, someone else would. She just needed a little more time. Pulling her hat down yet further, Liv entered the cantina and looked around. Jimmy and Rosa were behind the bar, busy on a Friday night, and didn't notice her arrival. Haig was seated in his corner and practically bellowing at a small group of people who were sitting nearby, raptly listening. His rant was about government interference in everything, particularly, for some reason, how it was influencing the medical profession. By the sound of it, Liv half expected him to launch into his theories about secret studies on humans without their knowledge or consent. Haig definitely believed he'd been subjected to tests and drugs at the hands of various mental health professionals over the years. Liv walked toward the gathering slowly. The government plans these things, one of the men in the group was agreeing with Haig. They don't see us as individuals. We're like crash test dummies. No feelings. No thoughts. Available and expendable. The government keeps a lid on this stuff so we can go about our daily lives, Haig stated. But it's the hospitals you have to worry about. He wagged his finger at his listeners. That's where the mindbenders are. That's where experimentation takes place. Hi, Levi. She hadn't thought he'd even noticed her. Hello, Haig. This is my sister, Haig told his followers, and all four of them gave her a hard once-over. She was glad for the baseball cap and the jacket. Did they watch the news? Maybe. Maybe not. This was dangerous territory, but she desperately needed to talk to her brother. You're the one who works for the government, a woman with a long face and stringy grey hair said. No, Liv answered, surprised. War games, the man next to her said knowingly. He had eyes that didn't quite focus properly. It's that company, another man, younger and rail thin, said, clearly rolling the idea over in his mind. Liv's anxiety level spiked. If they came up with Zuma Software. Could I talk to you for a minute alone? She asked Haig. He slid a darting, bird-like look at her. For a moment, she thought he was going to refuse, then he gestured to a chair while his four listeners reluctantly scooted their seats back and walked a few steps away. They perched just out of earshot, apparently waiting to return at the first indication that Haig and Liv were finished. What? He asked. I'm in trouble. Someone could recognize me. His gaze narrowed on her, cataloguing the way she was dressed. What kind of trouble? She leaned toward him. There was a shooting earlier today, did you know about it? Haig shook his head, so she quickly brought him up to date on what had happened at Zuma, finishing with, "I know it sounds crazy, but I think they were after me. We're both crazy, Levi. Everybody says so. And as a result, I've done something irresponsible." She lightly tapped one fist against her teeth, seized with anxiety. "What?" She couldn't bring herself to tell him about Augie. How she'd kidnapped him and tied him up. Every moment she spent away from him and out in public felt like an eternity. "Who did the shooting?" Haig asked in a low voice, matching her tone. His eyes darted around the room suspiciously. "I don't know." His eyes came back to hers, holding her gaze tautly. "Yes, you do." "No, I don't." "You know who they are," he insisted. She shook her head. "Really, Haig, I don't. But this has got something to do with the package from Mama. It's about my past. Our past. Yours and mine. Our past," he repeated. "I've had this feeling for a while, that someone's stalking me. And then, when I got the pictures from Mama yesterday and then today." She swallowed hard. "I just want to know what you think. Have I got this right? Do you believe me?" His eyes were dark pools of an emotion she recognized as fear. "It's us," he agreed. "They're after us. Could be any one of them," he added, glaring tightly at his disciples, who were still waiting for Liv to leave. "Not them. I told them about the package. I told them yesterday. You weren't here yesterday." "I was. I came later. They said you'd been here." He glanced over to Jimmy and Rosa and the bar. "I told them. I told all of them." Now he looked at his full listeners. "There were more here last night. They knew." Liv's heart clutched, though she felt his paranoia as if it had jumped to her like a spark of electricity. She disagreed with him. "It wasn't these people." Quixotically, and like always, the more he agreed with her, the less she felt sure of herself. "I think it's the mystery man who knew Mom. He's at the center of it. It's not these people." He glared at them, turning his head suspiciously as he looked at all their faces individually. "I think it's about the zombie," she said. "The doctor," he said. "The doctor," she repeated. He nodded, waiting for her to continue, and she questioned him. "The man in the picture? The one who's stalking to the camera?" She drew the picture from the envelope and slid the photo to him. Again. "He's a doctor." Haig pulled back from it, as if the paper were covered in germs, but his gaze was zeroed in on the man. "He looks like..." "Who?" Liv asked when he trailed off. "I got the same hit. Like I knew him. We both know him. From when we were kids." She gazed at him helplessly. "How can you know him from when we were kids? You were so little." "I grew up though," he said, his eyes losing focus. "No, Haig. Don't leave. Please. He's always there, out of the corner of my eye." Slowly his head turned and he focused on the bar and Jimmy and Rosa and the red pepper lights looping around the glasses hanging upside down. His hand shot out, grabbed her upper arm, and Liv yelped in surprise. "Don't let him get you, too. The stalking man? He'll drill holes in your head." and he'll put receivers inside the folds of your brain. And you'll be a zombie, too. She saw his eyes start to roll. Wait. Haig, wait. He was going into one of his fugue states again. Don't. We saw him again, didn't we? He asked in a drifting tone. Haig, she hissed harshly. But he was gone. Into that distant place. His eyes becoming slits and then closing altogether. Liv looked around for help and the 4 acolytes rushed back. What did you do to him? The woman with the long face and straggly hair asked. Liv edged away. He does this sometimes. But you sent him there, the younger man accused her. She shook her head vaguely as she backed toward the door. Della had been right, she couldn't get Haig back to the apartment. Especially not now. With thoughts of letting Della know about Haig, she stumbled toward the cantina's entrance, but when she got to the door, Della was already there, blocking her exit. She glanced past Liv to Haig, muttered something furious, then pushed on past her. Liv didn't have time to care. She was filled with wriggling ills of anxiety. Herself. She needed to get back to Augie and away from places and people who might recognize her. She needed a place to hole up and think. Time. How long would it take? How many hours, or days? Or weeks? She'd embarked on this crazy journey and now she didn't quite know what to do next. Groceries, she said aloud, halfway back to his place. Exiting Sunset Highway, she wound the Jeep down Sylvan Hill and toward a strip mall with a Safeway as the anchor store. Keeping her head low, she hitched her backpack over one shoulder, grabbed a shopping cart, and headed inside the brightly lit grocery, winding through the aisles, holding items for more sandwiches, her mind far away from the errand at hand. In line at the checkout, she heard the checker behind her talking over the Zuma massacre with a male customer. 2 of them are dead, the female checker said in a conversational way. They're not saying who yet. Gotta inform the family first and stuff. The man answered her. How many were shot? Half a dozen, maybe. 4. Liv swallowed hard and carefully perused the rack of magazines at the end of her checkout stand. Her mind's eye flew through her co-workers' faces, Paul, Jessica, Kurt and Aaron. Aaron. Are you all right, miss? Liv's checker was looking at her with concern and Liv realized she'd made some kind of whimpering sound. She swallowed, shook her head, and said in a forced rasp, dry throat. Got a cold? Yeah. Been going around. Liv focused on the woman's name tag. Jeannie. She lowered her eyes so Jeannie wouldn't spend too much time looking at her face, then reached in her backpack for her wallet. Careful not to let anyone see her gun. She then counted out the cash for the groceries, and watched as a helper put the sacks in her cart. He insisted on wheeling the cart out toward the Jeep, though Liv would have preferred to do it herself. A scream was building up inside her head, one she just managed to tamp down as she thanked the young man and climbed behind the steering wheel, letting out a pent-up breath. It took another 15 minutes to drive the rest of the way to Augie's house. She'd left the garage door open, but once parked inside she leapt from the vehicle and ran around to the rear, yanking the door down behind the Jeep, cutting off the view from prying eyes, throwing herself into pitch dark. She stopped for a moment, gathering her bearings, then she opened the driver's side back door and hefted out the 2 bags of groceries, noting how clean his car was except for the grey hoodie flung across the other back seats. Juggling the bags, she was closing the Jeep's back door when her brain kicked in. Setting the bags down, she kept the door ajar to keep on the interior light, then she circled the front of the vehicle and opened the passenger door. Punching the button on the glove box, she held her breath, expecting what? Some big reveal about him. The glove box was locked. He's careful, she thought. But then so was she. Still, she was disquieted. Quickly, she sorted through his keys, but the one for the glove box wasn't there. "What are you doing, Liv? What are you doing?" Shutting all doors to the Jeep, she waited until the interior light switched off, grabbing her backpack and leaving the groceries in the garage for the moment. Then she cautiously slipped into the breezeway and across to the back door, unlocking it and stepping into the kitchen. It was dark, but she could see Augie still tied up to the chair by the oven door. Moonlight filtered in and touched his face, glistening on his open eyes. "Where the hell have you been?" he demanded. Chapter 8. "I got groceries," she answered automatically, setting down her backpack on the counter. It took a while. He made a big show of looking all around her. "Huh. I don't see any." "They're still in the garage," she said. "Afraid to walk in here carrying something? 'Cause I might be free and jump you." "I get that you're upset," she stated flatly. "You go off for hours and leave me tied up and you get that I'm upset. What if there'd been a fire? I could be dead. Then you really would be a killer." "Shut up," she muttered, heading back to the garage. She returned a few moments later and thumped the grocery bags down on the table. Then she switched on the overhead light and they both blinked in the sudden onslaught of illumination. His blue eyes were stormy. He may have been a somewhat willing captive earlier, but that moment had passed. "I just need a little time," she said, mentally cringing at the faint pleading tone in her voice. "Take all the time you need," he said expansively. "Be my guest. I'll just wait right here." He glanced at the bags. "Planning on making us dinner?" "I picked up a few things. I'm not much of a cook." A ringing endorsement, he said. "Then, how long do you intend to keep me here? Or, have you figured that out yet?" "Not really. Honest," he stated. Unhelpful, but honest. She opened her mouth to retort, but there was nothing to say, really. Instead, she reached in a bag and pulled out the wheat bread, deli turkey, and roast beef, Havarti cheese, romaine lettuce and 2 different kinds of mustard that she'd picked up. Even though it was after 9 p.m. she started to make 2 sandwiches, one of roast beef, one of turkey, until he said tightly, "I'm not hungry. Thanks." Instead of responding, she finished making the turkey sandwich and ate half of it before her appetite died completely away. She could feel his eyes on her with every bite, and it was unnerving, as no doubt it was meant to be. "I have to use the bathroom," he said when she'd finished putting things away and cleaning up. She gazed at him, starting to feel overwhelmed. I'll untie your legs from the chair again. Better give me use of my hands, too, unless you want to get really personal, he pointed out. Okay, but I'll have to follow you in. Hell, no. You can leave the door cracked if you want. Keep the gun on me. But I'm going in alone. I'm sorry. You're sorry, he repeated on a strangled note. Will anyone stop by? She asked suddenly. I told you already. No. Nobody. No one? No one, he said. No one will stop by. Why should I believe you? They haven't stopped by yet. They're not stopping by later. Because no one knows I'm here, but you. I don't know why I'm doing this, she muttered, more to herself than him. You can still get out of this, he said after a moment. No harm, no foul. And, if you're as innocent as you claim, he started to suggest. If, she cut in. Then you should contact the police right now. Let them take care of this. They're good at it. She shook her head in disbelief. I can't even make you believe me. I believe you. I do. Oh, bullshit. I believe you think someone's after you, and that's why we're here now. He corrected himself. You might even be right. The police could help you. Or, if you'd let me, I could help you. You could help me, she said without inflection. And why would you do that? Because I think you need help. You're not a very good liar, Augie. I'm a very good liar, he disagreed with an edge, as if it were a matter of pride. But I'm not lying to you. What kind of name is Augie anyway? A nickname? Is it short for something? His lips compressed. Are you going to untie me? Take me to the bathroom? She pulled the .38 from her backpack, looked at it a moment, then walked his way. He laid it back at the sight of the gun, but she merely laid it on the counter before untying his chair from the oven handle. When she released his feet, she quickly stepped back, snatching up the gun again and leveling it at him. His hands were still tied behind him, and he gave her a look that said she was half crazy if she thought he was a threat. She felt dark amusement at that, but held it inside. After a moment, she undid the twine wrapped around his hands, then, sweeping up the gun again once he was completely free, she took 5 steps back. Rubbing his wrists, he eyed her thoughtfully. You're not going to shoot me. I don't want to, she said. You won't. He sounded so positive it rankled her. I think I could shoot you. It's just a matter of displacement. I'll pretend you're a wall, or a rock, or a bullseye I'm shooting at. Pulling the trigger would be easy. You can do that. Displacement. When she didn't respond, he said. Been through some therapy, I guess. Displacement. Got any other psychobabble buzzwords? How about crazy, wacko, nutso, psychotic, borderline personality, breaks with reality, delusional, paranoid? She trailed off. Dr. Yancey tried to help me, but most of it didn't take. He nodded, not quite certain whether she was putting him on or not. She could tell. Dr. Yancey is your therapist? Was my therapist. What would he say about this? He motioned toward the weapon she had leveled at him and the bonds she'd just untied. She would try to get me to think about the trigger, Liv said, realizing it was the truth. The trigger of the gun, he asked cautiously. The trigger that set this all in motion. He said. Fear. You saw a horrible scene. Images flashed behind her eyes of the Zuma slayings. Blood. Sprawled. Bodies. Then she saw her mother. Hanging. Eyes closed. Tongue out. And then Mama slowly lifted her lids and stared at Levi. I'm done. Hey? Augie called. Liv snapped back to the present. She blinked, realizing she was fast losing control of the situation. The trigger's something else, she said, licking her lips and feeling slightly faint. From way back in the past. When she didn't go on, he said, I'm listening. No. No, she shook her head. She wasn't going there with him. Deciding it was time to return to safer subjects, she asked, what's your real name? I can't keep calling you Augie. Why not? It's too personal. Somehow I think the worry about too personal is way over, he said. Dryly. Then give me your last name. Something. Planning on sending me a Christmas card? She gritted her teeth. It's pretty convenient that you lost your wallet. Convenient, he repeated, annoyed, as he got to his feet. His size alarmed her a little, and though she refused to retreat another step, she couldn't help leaning back, away from him. Lips tight, she kept a steady grip on the .38. He was tall and lean and muscular, and damnably good-looking. And dangerous, she decided. She didn't like him one bit. I thought you had to use the restroom. I'm heading that way. With that he strode out of the room, Liv on his heels. When he entered the bathroom, he tried to shut the door. She held it open with one hand. Fine, he said through his teeth, turning to the toilet and slamming up the lid. She kept her eyes staring at the profile of his face as she held the gun on him. It was silly. Stupid. Of no importance in the larger scheme of things. But she kept her gaze averted anyway. She was running on reaction rather than logic. Had been since the massacre at Zuma. She heard the toilet flush and the sound of him zipping up. Then he moved to the sink and washed his hands. Finally, he turned to look at her, lifting his palms, as if for inspection. All done. She stepped back and waved the gun to indicate he should walk ahead of her, back toward the kitchen. I could have overpowered you, he pointed out. But you didn't. If that gun's loaded, one of us could get hurt. It's loaded. He paused, gazing at her speculatively. Maybe. So, tie me up again. Do. What you gotta do? He walked into the kitchen, but suddenly grabbed up his chair and started striding back toward her. She stopped short at the table. What are you doing? She demanded. Rattled. I'd like to watch TV. And the TV's in my bedroom. He stepped around her. Hurriedly, she grabbed up the twine on the counter, then race-walked after him, standing by as he set the chair down in the bedroom and picked up the remote. She stood over him as he sat down, feeling like an idiot. I don't like this, she said. I'm having the time of my life, he muttered. I don't know how long this is going to take. But I'm committed now. I'm just not sure what to do next. Contact the police, he said again. Would you mind moving? You're in the way. She automatically sidestepped. They won't believe me. What happened that made you a cop hater? He asked. I'm not a cop hater, she said. They've just never shown the least interest in helping me. They're just another wall. She hesitated, then lifted the twine and ordered, put your arms around the back of the chair. He sighed, set the remote on the bed and got to his feet again. Save yourself some effort and tie me to the bedpost. I'm not sleeping in that chair tonight. His high-handed manner irked her. He seemed intent on making her feel like he was in control. If it was some kind of psychological tactic to keep her off balance, it was a good one. He sat on the edge of the bed, pulled off his shoes, then leaned back, draping his arms over the back of the headboard. This is gonna be a pain, he said in a long-suffering tone. She lashed his wrists to the bedposts. It was an older double bed that appeared to have seen better days, but it served the purpose. He was ahead of her in his thinking, she realized. One of the Law and Order franchises was on the television. The one with Vincent D'Onofrio, where he played a character who understood and dug into a criminal's fractured psyche. Just like you, the police will think the murders are because of Kurt Upjohn, Liv said as she checked the strength of her ministrations. The twine was taut and tight. People think Zuma's involved with the military because of their video war games. Mr. Upjohn likes the rumors, keeps interest in his product. But they aren't true. Augie's blue eyes were watching her as she perched at the end of the bed. The show ended and she picked up the remote and lifted her brows, but he shook his head. I'm over it, he said. They're just rumors, she answered his earlier comment. And you would know. What happened today wasn't about Kurt Upjohn. But if it were, she said, when it looked like he was about to object, it would more likely have something to do with his personal life than professional. His son, Aaron, was working there, and now she pressed her lips together, then said, forcing herself, dead. He didn't look convinced. Okay, we'll put Upjohn aside for the moment. What about the others? Could the shooting have anything to do with them? This is about me, she insisted quietly. Whoever shot them, they were looking for me. Just, okay. Could you just take a moment and consider another angle? This is why I can't go to the police, she said tiredly. You could use a little perspective, he insisted. She wanted to scream at him, take all her pain and frustration out on him. Instead, she said firmly, none of this has to do with Aaron Durkis. He's too disorganized and unfocused. Maybe you don't know him as well as you think you do. I didn't know him well at all. But I knew that much about him. He could have been into drugs, he suggested. Or something that got him caught up with the wrong people. No. Aaron smoked some weed, but that's it. Nothing else. The fact that you liked him isn't a reason to take him off the list. You don't know. I do know. This isn't about Aaron. I don't care what you say. And it wasn't about Paul DeFore, either. Paul was a tool. She couldn't bring herself to say what she'd thought of him in life, Now that he was dead, the image of his sprawled body was imprinted on her brain. Finding herself suddenly close to tears, she turned away from Augie's scouring gaze and said diffidently, he was too into the rules. A rules guy. The kind that gets on top of you, controls you, forces his way. She shook her head. He wasn't the way you make him sound. Not like that, anyhow. Then, how? I don't know, she expelled in frustration. He was pissy about it. Petty. Into small victories. That sums him up pretty well, she had to admit. It's not a crime to not like people, he said after a moment of watching her. I don't know why I'm talking to you. She got up and paced to the other side of the room, pulling at the curtain and looking outside the bedroom window. I know you believe the Zuma shooting was about you. I don't want to totally piss you off, but couldn't this attack be about something else? I mean, can you entertain that idea for just a few minutes? Maybe get a dialogue going. She lifted her hands and tossed them back down. Go ahead. It's up John's company. That's where the money is. Chances are the killer was after him, I suppose. It doesn't really sound like you're agreeing with me. I just want you to stop talking, she said. Stop theorizing. It makes me feel, I don't know, like this is simply an exercise. Like I'm not. I don't count. You count, he said. She threw him a look, aware that he was just humoring her, trying to get on his captor's good side. Wasn't that what all hostages did? Shut up, she told him. He opened his mouth to argue, then pressed his lips together, as if physically holding back his following comment. She marveled that this was the guy she'd chosen to take hostage. Why hadn't she brought a woman? That might have worked better. But then, it wasn't like she'd planned any of this. Walking back from the window, she perched at the end of the bed again, aware of his feet in their dark socks just inches away. You said you're a fisherman. From Canada. Fishing guide, he corrected. Then, oh, sorry. You wanted me to shut up. So, where's all your stuff? Liv asked, ignoring the jibe. There wasn't anything in your garage. Nothing. It's all with the boat. Some still in Canada, he clipped out. You want to know about me? Here's the short version. My wife left me, so I moved to Canada. Had to come back to sign the divorce papers and decided I wanted to stay. Saw this place for rent. I've been here exactly 13 days. And now I don't have a wallet or any ID, and lucky me, I've got you. Liv stayed silent for the lack of something to say. She didn't like the fact that he was making sense. She didn't like arguing about it. She knew she was right. But all this talking, pushed her head hurt. What about the woman? Augie asked. The employee that went to the hospital. Believe it's all about you, if you want, but let's work through it. The woman that was shot, what's her name? Jessica, Liv said with an effort. Moltona. She's the receptionist. She's benign. Maybe she thinks you're benign, but he inclined his head toward her. She squeezed her eyes closed and tried to close her ears, but he went on. Maybe this Jessica was having an affair with John or your friend Aaron. Jessica has a boyfriend, an artist. Anytime I talked to her about anything, she brought him up, almost like a compulsion. It was one of the reasons I avoided her, Liv said, realizing it for the first time. She opened her eyes again. How about a disgruntled employee? Somebody John's screwed over? Or a customer who was taken for a ride? I got this package, okay, she finally burst out. Lawyers sent it to me by special messenger at work. It was from my mother, who's been dead for almost 20 years. That's what happened. That's what started this. That's why he came for me. Augie's attention sharpened. Who came for you? Him. A pause. Him, who? She jumped to her feet and moved to the open doorway. I don't know. The bogeyman. The one you see out of the corners of your eyes. He gave her a long look. Could you be a little more specific? This is why I can't go to the police. They won't believe me anymore. Than you do. They probably already think I shot the place up. They'll look into my history and there it'll be mental problems. A year at Hathaway House. Crazy as a loon. She glared at him. Have you ever been in therapy? He slowly shook his head. You're just too squared away, right? Fishing guide. I bet you're good with people. People like you. Trust you. That's why you want to talk me off the ledge. You're trusting, compassionate, and willing to go that extra mile to make sure the crazy lady thinks she's being heard. I don't think you're crazy. Well, I am, she snapped back. And I'm through talking. Where are you going? He demanded when she stepped through the doorway. She was heading to the couch in the living room, such as it was. Somewhere else, she said aloud. What happened when you went out? He called after her. Did you get done what you needed to do? Where'd you go? He sounded desperate to continue the conversation, but she was deaf to him now. She needed to get away. Liv Vi. She flopped down on the couch, burying her face into the dusty cushions, closing her ears to him. She wished she had a gag, too. Augie was like a devil on her shoulder, talking, confusing her. Go to sleep, she yelled at him, her voice muffled by the cushion. I can't figure it out. With that she clapped her hands over her ears and blocked out all sound. Everything. She needed sleep, though she doubted she would find it. But she was through discussing anything more with him. The call on her cell came in a little after 9 p.m. September was at home, curled up on the sofa beneath a quilt her grandmother had made for her mother and that had been handed down to her. Her head was full of the events of the day and she planned on watching TV shows she'd taped to her DVR as a means of clearing her mind. She'd half expected her plan might fall apart with the Zuma killings, but she'd hoped she'd at least make it till morning. But glancing at her cell, she saw the number was from the station. Steeling herself, she answered, Rafferty. To her surprise, Lieutenant Aubrey D'Annibal himself was on the other end of the line. "There's been a shooting," he clipped out. The victim was found shot to death on the top floor balcony of a 2-story apartment building. "I need you to get down there. Can you get hold of Gretchen? She's not answering her cell." Quickly, he rattled off the address, which seemed familiar to September, though she couldn't immediately place it. It wasn't like D'Annibal to call her, or anyone, directly. He usually left that to George, if other detectives were out of the office, or he just assigned cases to whoever was available when they were in the office. But George apparently wasn't picking up, either. "Do we have a name?" she asked. "Not yet." One of the uniforms picked up the call. "His name's Waters. He's on scene, so if you'll just get there, he'll fill you in." D'Annibal sounded rushed and a little anxious. Totally unlike the put-together lieutenant with his smooth hair, creased pants, and expensive shoes. "I'm on my way." She tried to reach Gretchen, but her cell went directly to voicemail. Failing that, September dug through her closet for a pair of jeans, a black shirt, and a black vest. It wasn't cold, but she wanted something to cover the Glock she was going to place in the small of her back once she got to the scene and climbed out of her silver Honda Pilot. She was rolling in 10 minutes, driving to the apartment complex with controlled speed. Something about the address, she thought. As she cruised onto a side street, she could see the red and blue reflection of a cop car's light bar splashing against the sides of an L-shaped apartment building. She turned into the drive at the northwest corner and around the short end of the L into the parking lot, grabbing the first available spot she saw. Apartment numbers were visible in white paint on each asphalt slot. Too bad if the people from 14A came home, she thought, sliding her Glock under her back waistband and climbing from the vehicle into the dark, hot night. The uniform, Waters, was standing on the second-floor balcony, and a group of people were hanging back at the base of the outdoor stairway on the far end away from him. September skirted the group to take the stairs, and as she started to climb, Waters yelled at her, "Stay back." "Detective Rafferty," she called firmly, and, reaching the upper level, she held her ID in front of her as she walked toward him. "Thought Rafferty was a man," he said, holding a flashlight beam into her eyes and then focusing it on her extended ID. Behind him, lying on the ground in front of an apartment door, lay a man, face down, in blue jeans and bare feet, his hair a dark, unkempt tangle to his shoulders. "The other Rafferty's my brother," she told Waters, her gaze still on the victim. "We're both detectives." "Huh?" She glanced around the place, noting the exterior concrete walkways and the closed line of doors. "Do we know who he is?" she asked, nodding toward the victim. "No ID. One of them might know." He glanced to the gogglers down below. "He's not wearing shoes. He either lives here, or he's visiting someone he knows pretty well." She turned to the group of bystanders and yelled down to them, "There's been a shooting," then began to walk their way. "Is he dead?" a young man yelled back, cupping his hands over his mouth. He had short, dark hair and it looked as if a tattoo of some kind were trying to escape the neck of his gray t-shirt. September stopped at the top of the stairs, getting a good look at them. "The medical examiner is on his way," she said. "He's dead," the man beside the yeller stated positively. He was older, his face looking heavily lined in the illumination of the overhead light. Attached beneath the second-floor gallery, she could hear a moth beating itself into the glass. One of the two women shivered. She was young and skinny and held her arms hard around her torso like she was freezing even though the night was hot and surprisingly humid for Oregon. "God, I hope it's not Trask. I think it's him, but God, I hope it's not Trask," September asked. "He lives in the end unit, just past where his body's laying." "Check the end unit," September called over to Waters, but he was already on his way, having overheard. He knocked, then tried the door. "It's open," he yelled back. September headed back his way, skirting the sprawled victim. There was that pesky thing about walking into a place without a warrant. She shook her head to Waters, who reluctantly stayed outside the threshold. "Hello, police officers," he called into the crack of the now ajar door. "You're certain Trask lives in the end unit?" September yelled back toward the crowd. She looked over the rail. "Well, maybe he lives at the unit he fell in front of," another woman, older and more heavy-set, said. "No. The end unit." Skinny girl was sure of it. "That single gal lives where his body is," the older man said. "That's her car over there." He pointed to a blue Accord. September followed where he was pointing. And that's when it hit her. Blue Honda Accord. The missing employee. This was Olivia Dugan's address. "Oh, my God. Stay down there," she ordered the group at the base of the stairs as the younger man had one booted foot on the bottom step. He instantly moved back and September hurriedly returned to the victim's body. To Waters, she said quietly, "This could be the address of one of the Zuma Software employees. The one that was at lunch." "You're shitting me." He moved from the end unit to September, staring at the door to 20B. "Give me a minute." Impatiently, she tried Gretchen again. No answer. When the cell went to voicemail, she said succinctly, "I'm at Olivia Dugan's address. There's been a homicide." She rattled off the address, then hung up and recalled George. When she failed to rouse him, she phoned dispatch and told them who she was and that she needed to talk to Deanna Ball directly. The lieutenant called her back in less than 3 minutes. "Detective," he asked. "Who did you assign to Olivia Dugan?" she demanded. "Do we know where she is?" "The missing Zuma employee?" "Yes." A pause. "Then, you're at her address?" He inhaled a long breath. "Pretty sure." "What the hell's going on? Want me to pound on her door?" "Is she there?" "Her car's here. She left earlier today." "Walking with a backpack?" "Lieutenant," September asked carefully. "Who's following her?" "Your brother. He's undercover on the cord of a drug charge case," she said automatically. "He's out of that. Arrests are coming down and he needed to leave. I put him on Dugan's trail this afternoon. I'm expecting his call." I've got a dead man lying in front of her apartment door. Okay. I'll order a warrant to search her place and the victims. I'll let you know when they come through. You think this guy's connected to her? He seems to be the next-door neighbor. September was having a little trouble processing all this. Her brother was following Olivia Dugan. Waters was watching her, waiting for her to get off the phone. Hannibal said, "Let me know when them is there." "Just arrived," September said, seeing the medical examiner's white van turn into the parking lot. "I'll call you back when I know something more here." And he was off. September hung up as Waters asked, "What do you want to do?" Without answering him, she placed another phone call. When it went to voicemail, she stated hotly, "Augie, pick up your goddamn phone. I've got a dead body at Olivia Dugan's place. Call me back now." Chapter 9. In the dark, Detective August Rafferty tested the twine wrapped around the bedposts and debated his next move. She tied him reasonably tightly, but he believed he could work himself free if he tried hard enough. After all, she Was an amateur at this. He'd known that from the first moment she'd waggled that gun at him, staring at him through hollow, hazel eyes, her face white, drawn and horror-filled, as if she'd seen the devil himself. He'd known who she was. Olivia Mogo Dugan. Employed by Zuma Software. Missing since she'd found the bodies after her lunch break. He'd been instructed by his boss, Lieutenant Deannabal of the Laurelton Police Department, to cruise by her address and check if she was home. While cruising, he'd seen her lamb out on foot, carrying a backpack, hurrying down the street and into a cafe. He'd reported to Deannabal that he was following her, then had driven past the restaurant for a quick reconnoiter, and was circling back when he saw her suddenly exit the bistro, dart across the street, and enter the coffee shop. He'd cranked the Jeep around, but of course, there'd been no place to park. Not wanting to draw attention to himself, he'd driven slowly down the street, momentarily double parking with an eye on his rear view, then had driven farther, jockeyed around, turned back and, lo and behold, a spot had opened up right in front of the place. Lucky. He called Deannabal again right before his cell quit on him and said he was going to tell her and that he would phone again when he could. Then he cruised right into been there, done that and ordered up a coffee. His quarry was in line ahead of him, jittery, but trying hard to conceal it. She got her drink and sat down, and after he got his, he strolled out toward his car, had turned about 45 degrees, keeping her in his peripheral vision. And then suddenly she was right there. He pretended to be getting into his vehicle and she suddenly slid into the passenger seat, with a gun, and ordered him to drive. Wow. So he let her take him hostage. It seemed like a good way to keep tabs on her. Now, he was wondering about the wisdom of those actions. He hadn't been able to contact Deannabal again, and the department had since put Liv's picture on television. An expected move by the police, he supposed. Because no one, not even Deannabal, knew he'd connected so tightly with her. He sighed, staring up at the ceiling. If he catalogued his exploits since being a detective, this move might be number one in the lame-brained column. Sure, he was open, bold, full of piss and vinegar, as his older sister, July, was wont to say, and burdened with oodles of arrogance that had gotten him into more than a few scrapes as a kid and had helped him develop a serious hero complex as an adult, and had been the ruin of several romantic relationships, but he was generally sane, generally able to make good choices. He shook his head at himself. Maybe it was because he'd just gotten off a long-term, joint drug and gang task force with the Portland PD and had been happy to move out of his fake address, the house where he'd been living under his alias, Alan Reagan, and hopefully back to his own home. He'd been at the fake house for nearly a year while infiltrating a nasty, homegrown drug char's clutch. Geraldo, Jerry, Cordova was a pain-in-the-ass small-time dealer who'd connected with several Portland gangs and thought he was Scarface now. Augie had helped root him out, along with some seriously bad dudes, and as soon as that had come down, he'd beat feet as Alan Reagan, planning to pick up his possessions at the house, such as they were, and get out. Then Deannabal had called as he was checking on his duplex on the outskirts of Laurelton. He was in the process of evicting the tenants on the other side as he was the owner of the building. And they were young, loud, and had a tendency to leave the tail end of one monstrous truck or another over his driveway. It pissed him off to no end. Hannibal had explained about the lovely Ms. Dugan and, as Augie headed over to her apartment for some further survey, she suddenly appeared, backpack over her shoulder, heading quickly away from the premises. He'd immediately done a quick assessment of his state of readiness. He was good to go. He hadn't yet bothered with peeling his wallet from beneath the driver's seat where he'd strapped it with duct tape along with his Glock, a precaution he employed whenever he was playing the part of Old Reagan, or whomever, as he couldn't afford for anyone to find out his true identity. So, he'd followed her. He knew from Hannibal that she was Olivia Margot Dugan, an employee at Zuma Software where a gunman had come in around 1 p.m. and shot all the employees on the first floor. Except Ms. Dugan, who hadn't been there, but who had apparently returned to the crime scene and phoned 911. Hannibal told Augie to go to her apartment and find out if she'd been there. He'd been a little ticked off, eager to get back to his messy duplex with all his things. The last something he'd wanted was to have to maintain his false identity at this damned, near-empty house. It was Alan Reagan's place, in case anybody came looking, a house really owned by the Laurelton PD that had been used for various reasons, the last being a safe house for a wealthy criminal's abused wife and children. That asshole was firmly behind bars now, and so Augie had used the place as his new home when he started surveilling, and then finally working for Cordova, just in case the gang boss came looking, which he never did. When Liv had suddenly jumped in Augie's Jeep and told him to drive, he'd unconsciously headed to the house. He'd decided to go with the whole hostage thing, and though he was both irked and amused at being tied up, he was intrigued with his attractive and self-proclaimed nutso female captor. He didn't quite know what to make of her. Not that she wasn't screwed up, he could certainly see that. But then, who wasn't? Only now he wasn't quite sure what to do. He turned his head to listen. She was sleeping on that crappy couch. How? He couldn't imagine. He felt jazzed and antsy. Earlier, when she'd left him tied to the oven, he'd been aware that he could probably drop his fetters. He'd almost done it, thinking he could call Hannibal and give him an update. But he wasn't certain he could put the twine back in place without her knowing, so he'd passed on the opportunity, at least for the meantime. He thought about his cell phone. He'd lied to her about the charger. It was here, in his glove box. He'd meant to charge the battery as soon as he got home. He wasn't much on car chargers, had heard they weren't good for the phone. But he carried an extra charger in the glove box, so if he worked himself free, he could get the thing working. Could call Hannibal. But did he want to give up his act yet? He wasn't sure. I had to think about that. If she found the charger, she could plug in the phone herself, and if someone called him from the department, the jig could be up anyway. He wondered if he could get her to fall for the bathroom trick again. Not that he couldn't use every opportunity to relieve himself, but there was no emergency imminent yet. Again, she needed to go to the police. He believed in her innocence. She was also paranoid, but maybe something was worth checking out. If he stayed with her, could he get her to trust him a little? He felt a tweak of interest in her and was annoyed with himself. Down boy. Having decided that waiting was a better option, Augie closed his eyes and willed himself to sleep, at least for a few minutes. He wasn't certain what would happen next, but he might as well be prepared. JJ, the medical examiner, scrutinized the body and made plans for it to be shipped to the county coroner's office. He glanced at September, who was watching from the sidelines. "Hello day, huh?" he said. "Hello day," she answered. This was the second time today they'd been at a homicide together, and it looked like the crimes were related. Her cell phone buzzed and she answered it to learn that they had the warrant to enter 20B, Olivia Dugan's apartment, and 21B, Trask Martin's. Hanging up, she signaled Waters, who then kicked in the door to 20B. She and Waters did a quick run-through of Dugan's premises. The place had that unlived-in feel of someone who had few personal possessions. The closet looked like Olivia had been home and ransacked it, and one of the drawers was half open. September plugged in the answering machine on the way out, but any messages had been wiped off. She and Waters then headed back outside where JJ and his crew covered the body they'd lifted onto a gurney. September was getting ready to go to 21B when a woman pushed herself past the group at the bottom of the stairs, to their shouts of dismay, then barreled past one of the techs climbing the stairs, who yelled, "Hey!" at her as she practically threw him aside in her headlong rush. September stepped in her way before she got to the gurney. The frantic young woman clawed at her as she tried to get to the body, screaming, "Trask! Trask! Oh, God! Trask! This is a crime scene!" September clipped out, grabbing hold of her flailing arms. "Who are you? Is that, please, God, tell me it's not Trask." "He's not been identified yet," September declared, though it was a pretty good guess it was indeed Trask Martin who lived at the end of the balcony. My apartment," she murmured, looking past September toward the door to the end unit. "I'm Joe." Then she slumped as if her bones had suddenly turned to liquid. September caught her, then pulled her aside as Journey and his team wheeled the gurney toward the stairs. Joe suddenly jumped forward and pulled at the cover, exposing one male, barefoot. Seeing it, she started crying and ripping at her hair. "Oh, my God! Oh, my God!" She jerked around, her eyes wild. "I've got to go with him. I've got to be with him. You live in apartment 21 on this level?" September asked her. "Yes." "With Trask? May we go inside?" "No," she was stumbling after the body, crying, but now she turned toward the door to her unit. "He needs shoes," she said, staggering past September and through the door to 21B. September followed her to the entry and looked inside. She could smell the leftover scent of marijuana. "You can't come in," Joe declared. "I have a warrant. I'm just being polite." Joe was crying and hiccuping. And September added, "I don't care about the dope smoking. But I need to find who did this." Okay, Joe said, gulping. Is he okay? He's gonna be okay, all right, yeah. Her eyes were pleading. September's silence was enough of an answer. Joe stifled another scream and fled into the bedroom, ripping through the shoes in the closet and pulling out a pair of men's worn leather boots. He never wears shoes. He needs to wear shoes. I always tell him, Trask, put on some shoes. You never know when you might need them. Tears puddled in her eyes. He needs them. Then she ducked her head and sank to the ground and the tears started dropping onto her chest. Would you like me to take you to the coroner's office? September asked. Gently. She cringed at the word. His name's Trask. Trask Bircher Martin. She gulped and looked at September. Who are you? I'm Detective Rafferty. Who did this? What happened? There was a shooting. That's all we know, so far. Why was he in front of Liv's door? Is she there? No. Did she do it? She asked in a horror-filled whisper. When we get something, we'll let you know. September's heart clutched. She'd been upset with Deannibal and her brother for keeping her in the dark, but what if something had happened to Augie? Do you think these boots will work? She asked September seriously. September fought back her rising anxiety. They'll be fine, she assured her, then held out a hand to help Joe to her feet. Liv tried to surface from a deep sleep. Uncomfortable sleep. Sleep. Surrounded by nightmare fragments that swept in and out of her consciousness. Fingers of dream fog that beckoned her reluctantly forward. Through the mist she saw Aaron, his quirk of a smile, his joking mouth. He opened that mouth to speak, but it grew into a dark hole where black blood started spilling toward her. And there was Paul DeFore, with only half a head, leering and jolting forward on stiff robot legs. She wanted to scream but couldn't. There were rags in her mouth. Pieces of something that kept her mute. A gag. But then the gag was over a man's mouth. Her hostage. Augie. But his eyes burned with an angry blue flame. Liv turned away, sobbing. A cat strolled through her legs. An obese cat with yellow tiger stripes and a long, curving tail that switched and twitched. She reached for it, but it too disappeared into the sneaking fog. Cat, she called. Cat. She was screaming. Screaming at the top of her lungs, but the cat was gone and couldn't hear her. Cat. Hey, a voice yelled loudly. She jerked as if pulled by strings, her eyes flying open. She could hear the echo of her voice fading away. Hey! Wake up! Augie. Augie was yelling at her. Stop, she told him, struggling to her feet. Stop yelling. I'm awake. You were dreaming. Whimpering, he called out. She struggled to get her bearings, then finally drew a breath and walked to the open doorway of his bedroom. She could just make out his form in the dim light. You said, cat, he told her. I know. What does that mean? I was dreaming about a cat. Do you have one? No. It was just something I said to Aaron. What did you say? I told him I had a cat. An obese cat. It was a joke, of sorts. A joke? Liv turned away. Sadness and fear vied for control of her senses, and she felt tears form in her eyes. She didn't know what the hell she was doing. Making a worse mess of things. "Hey," he said, but she walked quickly away, to the kitchen, where she poured herself a glass of water and drank half of it in 2 gulps. It stemmed the tide of tears. For now, at least. "I could use a drink," his voice found her from the other room. She poured another glass and took it back to him. A part of her just wanted to untie him and have him drink it himself, and she was debating that, when he said, "And another trip to the bathroom." That did it. She just didn't care anymore. She set down the water on the TV stand, untied him, then gestured for him to have at it, whatever it was. Then she returned to the couch, where she sank into the cushions and stared straight ahead. He entered the room, rubbing his wrists, eyeing her speculatively in the near dark. There was a crack in the curtains where a strip of moonlight crept in, and it was enough for her to see his expression. He looked confused. "I don't care what you do," she said, before he could speak. "Call the police. Run away. Do the chicken dance. I just don't care. Tell me what the dream was about." "This isn't about the dream," she snapped back. "Not in any way I can explain. Just, I don't care." For the first time, he seemed at a loss for words. Well, good. She was sick of talking to him anyway. "Why are you called Augie?" she asked him. Again. "Because I liked dogs. My dad called me Augie Doggy." "Is that true? Why would I lie about it?" She shook her head in frustration, looked away from him, then sighed. "I'm sorry I dragged you into this, and growing sorrier by the minute. At the risk of being redundant, why don't you contact the police? Do you have some deep dark secret? Some lawlessness that's caught up to you? Some crime you don't want discovered?" "The police have done me no favors," she mumbled, wishing he would just go back to sleep. "They catch you shoplifting, pick you up for a DUI, give you a speeding ticket. My mother hanged herself when I was 6 and I found her body, and they treated me like I was stupid and a liar, and they treated my brother the same way." Silence. That, finally, had the power to shut him up. And then she remembered what Haig had said about the doctor. The doctor. "We both know him from when we were kids. The stalker. The zombie. The doctor. We both know him." She sat up straighter. "What?" "I went to see my brother tonight." "Haig?" "He said it was the doctor." "It," he repeated. "The bogeyman." She abruptly got to her feet, thinking hard. "Which doctor?" "Your Dr. Yancey." "Another doctor." "But he was there. He came to Hathaway House and he stalked." She paced toward the kitchen, felt for a light switch on the wall, changed her mind at the last minute and left the room illuminated by only faint moonlight. Can't remember his name. He was a visiting doctor, and I saw him a time or two. I'm sure of it. Almost sure of it. He must have had contact with Haig, too. Who is he? Could he have known who we were? Even then? Not following, Augie said. She pressed her hands to her head, dragging at memories long buried. Ones she'd hidden from herself maybe. The man in the photo, she said to herself with conviction. Then, the doctor in the photo. Maybe. She tried to force herself to think back to Hathaway House, when she'd lived there, but the memories scorched her and she shied away from them. Was he the man in the photo? The one stalking angrily toward the camera? Was he the visiting doctor at Hathaway House? Was he? And does this have anything to do with the murders at Zuma? Any chance this revelation will send you to the authorities, he asked. She looked back at him, blinking several times. No. Not yet. Not yet, he repeated. Progress. I need to be alone. To sort some things out. Seeing him unfettered, she asked lamely, would you mind just going to bed? I can help you, he said. She couldn't stand it. She needed to think. And having him right there wasn't helping. The gun was under the couch where she'd tucked it. Momentarily she thought of pulling it out, but she was past threatening him with it. Tomorrow, she said. He seemed to want to argue. He stood there for a long, long time. Please, she rasped. She had no idea what he was thinking, but in the end he sounded frustrated, headed for the bathroom, and then back to his bedroom. If he changed his mind and decided to walk out the door in the middle of the night, there wasn't anything she would do about it. She made a trip to the bathroom herself, then lay back down on the couch. Sure she would never fall asleep, and then promptly did. The medical examiner's office was located in a squat brick building because held the Winslow County Sheriff's Department and other government offices. JJ was a busy man at the best of times, and today was closer to the worst. He was brusque and had tired lines around his eyes, and Joe Cardwick's histrionics were starting to get on his nerves. Upon having the drape pulled from Trask Martin's bloodless face, Joe had collapsed into keening wails and swaying motion. Upon seeing Journey's tightened lips and obvious displeasure, September had pulled her away. Now, they were in an anteroom just outside, and Joe was collapsed in an orange plastic chair, her head between her knees, sobbing and shaking. September walked to the water cooler, grabbed a small paper cup and poured Joe a drink. She thought the girl could use a stiff one, but applying alcohol was not accepted protocol. Here, she said kindly, holding out the cup. Joe tried to stem the flow. She truly did. She lifted her head and looked at September through glazed eyes. He's dead. He's really dead. She took the cup but didn't drink from it, just held it out straight as if it were poison. September nodded. I'd like to ask you a question or two, if you're up for it. She killed him. She must have. Joe hiccuped, looked at the paper cup as if seeing it for the first time, then brought it to her lips. She drank it all. Do you mean Olivia Dugan, in apartment 20? She nodded, gulping. Why do you think that? 'Cause she's the only thing different. Everybody loves Trask. Everybody. And she was always so shut down. And then he was over there and saw some pictures and she was kinda crazy about them, he said. Crazy about the pictures? That's what he said. What were the pictures of? September pressed. I don't know. Old pictures of people, I think. She suddenly looked angry. She had a few drinks with us, but she was cold. Really cold. When was this? A pause. Fresh tears welled. Last night, she cried, as if she'd just remembered. And that's when Trask saw the pictures. She shook her head. Sometime before. I told you. He saw Em at her place. And I don't care anyway. Then, are you going to arrest her? Throw her ass in jail? Do something? Yes. I'm going to do something, September assured her. She would get through to her brother if it was the last thing she did. Chapter 10. Liv watched dawn creep across the horizon. She was at the living room window, peering out through a gap in the curtains. Pink streaks ran across the sky, forming a golden arc to the east. Her thoughts had turned to Hathaway House. She'd been there less than a year. The dreams had started before that, repressed memories, Dr. Yancey told her later, but her father and Lorinda just wanted her fixed. They didn't care whether Hathaway House was the right choice. They just sent her there, and she could envision Lorinda dusting her hands of Albert's crazy adopted daughter. Somehow Lorinda had then convinced Albert that Haig was as messed up as Liv, and away he'd gone to Grandview Hospital, which actually had a reputation for treating more mental severe patients. Should she feel grateful that they hadn't assumed her problems were as bad as Haig's, and that's why they'd sent her to Hathaway House instead? Or was it a money issue? Hathaway House was funded mainly by donations, whereas Grandview was a private mental hospital. Maybe it was just simply that Haig, being Albert's flesh and blood, was more a son to him than she was a daughter, an idea undoubtedly fostered by Lorinda's disinterest in both of them. Whatever the case, when she was a girl, the dreams of her mother's hanging form, mixed in with some kind of bogeyman chasing her down, and sometimes dead bodies rising from graves outside, from the fields, and stalking toward her house, zombie-like, intensified over the years. Until finally Liv had woken up screaming nearly every night. That's when she was sent to Hathaway House and assigned to a room with 3 other female patients, all of them teenagers. She was controlled from the start, and there were household chores. Before breakfast, room cleaning. Breakfast. Group therapy. Lunch. Rest. Time. One-on-one with Dr. Yancey. Dinner. It's quiet time in your room or the main hall, with its soothing blue chairs and empty shelves, save for books. Lights out at 9. Dr. Yancey. She was in her 50s with grey hair and deep brown eyes, and a quiet way about her that was the first thing Liv always noticed. They had sessions 4 days out of 5. On Thursday, Liv was given the option of an hour of television in one of the rooms upstairs, where an employee guard watched over her and the other inmates, or she could take a walk around the fenced yard. No, it did not have razor wire across its wall, but there was a watchtower. Very medieval, Liv had told Dr. Yancey after the first time she chose the walk-in yard. Like a rotting prison. A rotting prison? Dr. Yancey asked. The wall looks like it's from some castle. I can half believe there's a moat on the opposite side. The doctor half smiled. There's a creek on the north end. Otherwise, It's a fur-lined cliff down to the highway below. We're not that far out of the city limits. Liv knew where Hathaway House was, on the west side of Portland, not all that far from Laurelton. She'd lived in Rock Springs until they'd sent her to Hathaway House, and after her incarceration ended, she'd returned to her family only briefly. She wasn't part of it any longer. Albert and Lorinda had moved to East Portland, nearly Gresham, and she'd made a stab at finishing her senior year, getting her GED in the end. As soon as she could, she got a job at a restaurant and moved into low-cost student housing next to the nearest campus of Portland Community College, where she took business classes. But that was later, after her sessions with Dr. Yancey, who'd offered up the repressed memories theory about a month into their therapy. You saw something about the time of your mother's death, she told Liv on that rainy Monday afternoon. Something else. You don't want to look at it, so it's coming to you in your dreams. I saw my mother, Liv stated carefully. She didn't like treading this road. Dr. Yancey nodded and tilted her head, considering her. And something else, too. No. Until you look at it, it will keep coming back. Liv shut her mind down. She would rather keep the dreams than return to that hall and see her mother's body. She knew the zombies were from Haig's description. She suspected the women from the fields were the strangulation victims from the serial killer that had terrorized the area. Before disappearing, she'd read about his actions later, going through old newspaper accounts, but it hadn't sparked any repressed memories either. And as far as a bogeyman chasing her, she still believed that was real. Dr. Yancey had kept trying to break through Liv's resolve, but fear, and a hefty dose of stubbornness, had kept Liv from responding. Now, however, thinking of the doctor, the zombie, stalking Doctor Who might be the man in the photo, she felt a flutter of awareness. Until you look at it, it will keep coming back. Dropping the curtain, she returned to the kitchen and sat at the table. Screwing up her courage, she closed her eyes and envisioned those moments when she'd found her mother hanging in the kitchen. I'm done. She'd seen her mother's vision say those words, but now, holding herself tightly, her eyes squeezed shut, she believed they were meant for her father. Her mother was done with the marriage. There was nothing more sinister than that in their meaning. But there was something else, some intent, something. Carefully, Liv allowed her inner vision to move past her mother's hanging form, toward the back door and out into the moonlit field beyond. Something was there. Someone was there, watching Liv. Her eyes flew open at her name. For a moment she didn't know where she was. Then she saw a man's form. A man. Her mouth opened on a silent scream, and then Augie bent down in front of her and gazed into her eyes. Augie had concluded that letting Liv know who he was had to happen, but he needed the right moment to spring it on her. Looking at her horror-struck face, he determined this wasn't the time. He was good that way. And he just hadn't expected to care about her as much as he already did. It was a problem, to be sure. But it wasn't the first time. He was a sucker for women, that was the problem. He supposed not in the long run, not when it really counted. But in the short run he was definitely a sucker. A modern-day knight in shining, maybe tarnished, armor who couldn't help himself whenever some damsel in distress crossed his path. And as path crossing went, Liv Dugan was a doozy. He definitely was a sucker for her. Those soulful hazel eyes filled with a raft of emotions, anxiety, mistrust, worry and fear. Though sometimes she seemed to look at him with longing, too. Not sexual longing, although he'd undoubtedly felt faint glimmers running along his nerves. No, she was longing for friendship, and understanding, and maybe the truth of cold, hard reality. The fact was, he wanted to help her. But if he told her he was the police, how would that go? Not well, he suspected. She was coming back to herself with an effort. The gun was on the table, beside her right hand. He wondered how advisable that was, given that it looked like she'd put herself in a trance. "You all right?" he asked. She shook her head and looked away from him. He followed her gaze. His cell phone was on the counter. For reasons more personal than brilliant, he suspected he was going to keep up the charade and see what he could learn. Luckily, his cell phone was out of battery. If she'd seen fit to take it from him and check him out at any time, it might not have been pretty. But Liv Dugan was living in her hellish world inside her head. She was fighting paranoia and wasn't paying attention to the details in the real world. She didn't trust anybody but wanted to, even though she might not know it. She'd spent too many years of her life not trusting anyone and didn't know how to. She said, "I need to go to Hathaway House, where I was put to straighten out my head." "Looking for the doctor?" he asked. Haig said we both knew him and he seems familiar. "I'll go with you," he heard himself say. She gave him an, "Oh, sure," look. But then she looked at him and said, "You want to go to the police?" "I do. But I want to follow where this leads." "Why?" she asked him. There was something defeated about her. She'd given up her kidnapper routine, and it had taken her backbone, too. "I don't completely believe you. I don't think you're right about Zuma. But you got the package from the lawyers and things started happening, so yeah, I want to follow along." It sounded lame even to his ears. But Liv looked faintly hopeful. She wanted someone to believe her so badly, it made Augie feel like a heel. "I need to go to Hathaway by myself." She worried her lower lips with her teeth in a way that focused his attention on her. "I want to talk to them." "I'll drive." No, she wasn't willing to go that far. Thinking of his cell phone, and the charger in the glove box, he said more. "Certainly, let me. I'll stay in the car. I'll wait outside for you." She gazed at him uncertainly. He could tell she was thinking it over. Was it safer to leave him at the house, or take him on her expedition? "Okay," she said. "Okay?" He held out his palm and she stared at it. "The keys." "I'm driving." "Right?" "No, You can hold me at gunpoint, if it makes you feel better," he said dryly. "And is there any chance we can get breakfast on the way?" "Drive-through." McDonald's sounds fantastic. The look on her face was priceless. "McDonald's?" she asked. "I'll buy." "Oh, wait, no wallet." She grabbed her backpack, zipped it open, put the gun inside and pulled out her wallet and the Jeep's keys. "I'll buy," she said. Then she dropped the keys in his palm. Hathaway House was just as Liv remembered it, respectable. The buildings were simply brick and mortar surrounded by trimmed oak trees, and several stately Douglas firs and a boxwood hedge and azaleas, which were months past flowering, their green leaves gleaming dully in the heat of the sun. In Liv's dream mind, the windows were eyes and the front door a yawning mouth. Today, it looked carefully tended, if a bit tired, as if all the scrupulous landscaping couldn't disguise the darkness inside. Shaking her head at her paranoia and what it had driven her to, Liv trudged up the front steps, glancing back once to where the Jeep was parked. At the curb across the street, she could see Augie through the driver's window, drinking from his McDonald's to-go coffee cup. He was looking at her, and she wondered if he would just drive away once she was inside. Why wouldn't he? She asked herself. If the situation were reversed, she would. She just irrationally hoped he would wait for her. She'd had a helluva time getting him to stay in the car. He'd insisted on coming with her, but she'd been adamant that she was going in alone, and in the end he'd reluctantly agreed. With a faint prayer to the powers that be, whoever or whatever they were, she pulled open one of the institution's dark green double doors and stepped inside the administration entry hall. The place smelled like floor wax and dust and took Liv singing back to the time she spent here. She inhaled and exhaled slowly as she walked toward the reception area at the end of the short hallway. The overhead lighting was dim and made pools of illumination along the polished linoleum, like a fuzzy string of pearls, which led to a more modern counter that hadn't been there when Liv was a patient. A woman with a greyish shag hairstyle sat behind the counter, wearing a headset. She didn't look up at Liv's approach. Liv surreptitiously glanced down the hallways that radiated both left and right behind the counter. Those were the same hallways she'd traversed when she'd been a resident. Although there had been a wide wooden desk, mahogany maybe, gleaming like the floor where the counter now stood. Hathaway House had prided itself on its sense of period, circa 1940s as far as Liv could tell, but that had apparently finally given way to modern times. An electrical conduit was running along the edge of the wall and burrowed through a small hole in the counter to feed the computers, telephone and other electronic equipment. The woman said into the headset, "Dr. Knudsen will be back on Monday." By her tone it sounded like she may have already delivered this information to the caller at least once. "Yes. Monday." A pause. "You can leave a message on his voicemail." "Yes. I'll connect you." She quickly stabbed a few buttons and then darted Liv a look. "How can I help you?" "I'm looking for a doctor who once worked here." "Maybe it still does." "Dr. Yancey." "Dr. Yancey retired." Liv absorbed that. "Is there someone else I could talk to?" "I'm afraid not. Our director will be in Monday." "Dr. Knudsen?" She smiled tightly. "Yes. Maybe there's someone else on staff I could speak to," she asked, but the woman shook her shaggy grey hair. "It's Saturday." "I'm sorry," she stated flatly in a tone that suggested she wasn't in the least. "Dr. Knudsen is the one you should talk to." Realizing she wouldn't get any information by going through the correct channels, Liv thanked her and turned away. She didn't want to draw too much attention by being a nuisance. She was just going to have to wait. She returned outside and felt a rush of relief at the sight of the Jeep. Letting herself in through the passenger door, she slammed it shut. The interior still smelled like sausage and hash browns from their breakfast on the go. It took her a moment to realize how tense Augie was. "Thanks for waiting," she said. "Then, what's wrong?" "Nothing." "Bullshit." "What happened?" "Something happened." She looked around the car wildly, her gaze falling onto the glove box. Without any clear thought, she pressed the button and it snapped open, the wires of an electric charger popping up. "Don't panic," he warned. "What is this?" Her brain wasn't connecting. "You had the glove box key." "It was under the mat." He stared at her, and she realized he was expecting her to say something else. And then she finally woke up. "That's your cell charger." "It was in the car all this time." For an answer, he pulled his phone from his pocket. "I plugged it in while you were inside," he confessed. "And made a call." "You didn't give me enough time." "I don't believe you." "Hand it to me." "It doesn't have enough power." "I had to rip it from the charger when you returned." He placed the phone in her hand, and she stared at it, wishing she knew one damn thing about cell phones. She pushed the green button. And nothing happened. "You have to hold down the red button to turn it on, but it's not going to work until it gets some power," he said. "You were going to turn me in." She felt betrayed. Ridiculous, but true. She sank back against the seat and covered her face in her hands, struggling for composure. "No, I want to help you," he said again. "If I had any energy left, I'd laugh," she said behind the protection of her hands. She was moving to a strange psychological place, she realized. Distantly, the place where you just give up altogether. "I think there's something there," he insisted again. "With the package the lawyers sent you from your mother." "Why would you help me?" "Because you need it." He sounded sincere, and she dropped her hands to look at him through eyes that were watering. She wasn't crying, exactly. She was just done. He reached over and caught some liquid that fell from the corner of one eye. "I'm kind of a sucker for needy women," he admitted. "Just ask my last ex-girlfriend." It was on the top of her list of complaints. Well, at least number 3 or 4. She also said I was uncaring, uncommunicative, and dog shit, not necessarily in that order. "Don't be cute." "I can't stand cute. One thing I'm not is cute." His blue eyes regarded her with warmth. Kindness, even. In another time, she might have argued that fact. He was a hell of an attractive guy, and she was pretty sure he knew it. "I thought it was an ex-wife," she said. That, he admitted, was a lie. The starch just went out of her. Surrender. Capitulation. The aftermath of too much adrenaline. Whatever the case, she felt her body start shaking as if she had the palsy, and her watering eyes flooded in a rush of tears she found embarrassing. "Hey. Shut up," she said through a thick throat. "I mean it." Silence fell between them. Fighting emotion, she lowered her gaze, focusing on his cowboy boots. Go ahead and call the police. Charge your phone and call them. He didn't answer, just started up the Jeep. Where are we going? Don't worry. I'm not turning you in, he said, on a long-suffering sigh. We're going back to my house. Then, we're going to take it from the top. Figure out what to do. We'll start with what happened at Zuma. That's where it all began. That's why you and I are together now. The mood around the station was tense, and Lieutenant D'Annibal had actually said, damn, which was way outside his usual vocabulary. He was the face of the authorities, looked good on camera, and was as careful off camera as on. It was a testament to his anxiety when he used the word, and he used it when September questioned him, a bit tensely, about her brother. I just got a text from him, the lieutenant told her and Gretchen after. September asked to speak to him and Gretchen followed her quickly inside his office, as if she'd been invited. He's been with Olivia Dugan since about 5 o'clock last night. With? September asked. What does that mean? Gretchen said, so, she wasn't involved with the Martin murder. Doesn't look like it, D'Annibal said. Well, where are they? September demanded. Why doesn't Augie bring her in for questioning? What's the big secret? What does he think about the Martin shooting? Gretchen asked. I don't know if he knows. D'Annibal was crisp. I told Channel 7 I'd give them an update. Maybe he'll see it on the news. Update. Gretchen snorted. As if she were reporting, she said, person or persons unknown shot him in the residential parking lot of Zuma Software's employee, Olivia Dugan, missing since yesterday's massacre. Have you tried calling him? September asked the lieutenant. Cause? He's not picking up for me. He's not picking up for me either, D'Annibal admitted. For the moment, I'm going to trust he knows what he's doing. Dugan apparently went straight to her apartment after she fled the homicide scene. Then she grabbed up some belongings and headed out on foot. Rafferty picked up her trail at that point. He was in his Jeep, and he caught sight of her and called it in. He was going to keep with her. Well, that was yesterday. September couldn't stem the irritation in her voice. And then he texted you today. You sure it's him, and not her with the phone? You think she took Detective Rafferty's phone off him, found my cell number, and texted me an alibi for herself for last night's murder? The lieutenant gazed at her calmly and September felt her face heat up as she heard how improbable that sounded. From what we know of Olivia Dugan, that's not likely, she admitted. From what we know of your brother, it's quadruple unlikely, Gretchen said. He doesn't let women get the upper hand on him. You don't know him as well as you think you do, September thought, but she'd said enough already. She and Gretchen were dismissed from D'Annibal's office and September said, where were you last night? Gretchen made a sound of disgust. On a date. With a man with grabby hands. Slid M over my ass about 10 times while we were waiting for a table. So, I ordered the most expensive things on the menu and stuck him for a huge bill. He liked the idea of taking out a cop, but got pretty nasty when he realized the night was ending at my front door. I told him I'd arrest him for sexual harassment if he didn't let up. He believed me and left. She made a face. Turned my phone off. Sorry. I would have rather been with you. So, the girlfriend blamed Olivia Dugan. September had given her the highlights before they walked into Deanibal's office, and now she gave her a more complete report. Gretchen listened closely, then nodded a couple of times. All right, let's go see Kurt Upjohn and the ex, if she's still at the hospital. Camille. What about Moltona's boyfriend, Jason? Jason Jaffe. She humphed her annoyance. Slippery bastard. Yeah, I'm gonna track him down after the hospital. When's the interview with Channel 7? September shrugged and Gretchen said, probably soon. They'll put it on like a teaser. Deanibal looks good on camera and so does the Viper. Pauline Kirby. Wes called her a barracuda. Gretchen smiled thinly. You're bound to have a moment with her. Sooner or later. You'll find your own adjectives. Liv watched the landscape flash by outside the window. Actually, this started long before Zuma, she said to Augie, picking up the conversation where it had dropped off. They were almost back at his place. He shot her a look. You're thinking it started with your mother. Her death. Or maybe something to do with the things she sent you. Her death. And there were other deaths at the same time of my mother's supposed suicide. Supposed, he repeated. The official version is she hanged herself, but I've never been able to make myself believe that. There was a serial killer just outside of Rock Springs 20 years ago. He strangled them and left their bodies in fields. And I think it's connected to my mom's death. You think he's responsible? It's a theory. He asked, feeling his way. You lived in Rock Springs at the time of the killings? Strangulations? Yes. He thought in silence for a few moments, then said, I remember some about that case. They never got the guy, and the killings seemed to stop. The theory is that he's either dead or in prison for something else. You don't believe that, Augie guessed. No. I don't. Like I don't believe it was suicide. Mama's death. I always thought it was. A long pause fell between them, and then Augie said quietly, the bogeyman. The bogeyman, Liv repeated. The old hag put me in a rage today. She asked about the truck. It is hidden away, but I couldn't think up an answer and I felt the need rise in me, hot and harrowing. My hands clenched. Did she know? Does she know? I could feel the worms inside my brain, feeding on me. I'm getting sicker. That's what the doctors will say. Sicker and sicker. I just need to be careful. And keep with the plan. The bitch may have to be killed, too. It would be a pleasure. But first, Olivia. Liv. I'm coming for you. I will throw you down and shove deep into you, my thumbs at your throat. And you will scream. Chapter 11. Laurelton General Hospital sat on a hillside, its north side sporting 2 more levels than its south. The main entrance and emergency were on level 3, which was street level except for the north end where the slope added 2 groups beneath it. September and Gretchen walked toward the main front doors together. The outer glass doors slid back to allow entry and started closing behind them while the inside set whispered open. A middle-aged woman sat at a semicircular desk. She looked up at the two women and September could practically read her thought. Cops. Maybe. It was the way they walked, she thought. Shoulder to shoulder. Determined. No emotion visible. Maybe it was something more indefinable. May I help you? She asked. Her hair was short, dyed dark and thinning. Gretchen took the lead, explaining who they were and what they wanted. Both Kurt Upjohn and Jessica Maltona had been whisked into surgery at Laurelton General, Upjohn for 2 bullets through the abdomen, Maltona for a shot to the chest that, surprisingly, hadn't killed her outright. Both were stabilized and had brief moments of clarity, though the jury was still out on their long-term prognosis. No one was saying anything but September sensed it boiled down to 2 words, not good. Dr. Denby's on rounds, the receptionist told them, as she pushed a button on her phone. I'll let him know you're here. With extreme patience, Gretchen said, he's expecting us. Which room is? Mr. Upjohn's. We'll meet him there. North wing, she answered sourly. 4th floor. Gretchen gave her a cold smile of thanks. Knowing she was bound to get in trouble, September said, you set out to piss people off. Not consciously. Consciously, she argued. Gretchen slid her a look. I've been the only woman on this team until you 9. I've developed a style that works. Watch and learn. September didn't respond. She'd been watching and she'd been learning. And she knew that Gretchen pissed people off, co-workers and witnesses and perps and victims alike. Dr. Denby met them at the 4th floor elevator. He was a short, slight man with a pencil-thin, blonde beard that traced the length of his jawline and made his head look a little too large for his body. His brown eyes were stern. And when they locked onto Gretchen's blue cat eyes, they grew sterner. September suspected Gretchen was about to piss him off as well and braced herself. Dr. Denby, a woman's voice asked, before a word was spoken. All 3 of them turned to the nurse approaching in the pink uniform. Yes, Denby snapped out. The nurse gave Gretchen and September a harried look. 427. Mr. Upjohn. You said to tell you when he woke up. Good timing, Gretchen said, and Denby simply brushed past the nurse and strode with short, fast, irritated steps to Upjohn's room, with September and Gretchen following behind. At the door to the room, Denby blocked their entrance. Wait here, he commanded, before going the rest of the way. Inside. Prick, Gretchen said. She waited about a minute and then walked in the room anyway. September slipped in behind her, watch and learn, and caught the fulminating look on Denby's face, but mimicked Gretchen, who'd already turned her attention to the patient. Denby bit back whatever he'd planned to say, though it was hard for him. Kurt Upjohn looked at them through bleary eyes. His skin was sallow and his hair stuck out from his head. The blankets covered everything but a hint of bandage by his neck. September might think the man had been on a bender if she hadn't known about the surgery. She'd seen his corporate image. Picture, big smile, smoothed bald head, something was a little feral about his smile. Now, he just looked fragile. Mr. Upjohn, these women are from the Laurelton Police, Denby said. Tightly. They would like to have a few words with you. We can postpone it if it's too much of an effort. Gretchen said, these women are Detectives Sandler and Rafferty. Denby blinked, a bit shocked at Gretchen's open hostility. September. Guessed not many people took him on, certainly not many women. Upjohn's tongue rimmed dry lips, then he croaked out, ask away. The big question on everyone's mind is why Zuma? Gretchen began. Without preamble. Why did this guy attack your company? Don't know. With a pained twist of his lips, he rasped, my son is dead. Denby cut in, your wife was here. Do you remember? Camille, yes, she told me. Can you think of one reason, any reason, for this to happen? Gretchen persisted. Sour business dealings. Anything personal? No. Are they? Is the second floor still working? The gamers, he clarified. The business is shut down, Gretchen said. Where's Borelli? What happened to Borelli? His eyes rolled around as if loose in his skull. He's fine. We've spoken with Mr. Borelli, Gretchen assured him. I want to see him. He focused on the doctor. I want to see him. Mr. Borelli, Denby repeated, nodding. Gretchen intervened, I can contact Mr. Borelli and tell him you wish to see him. I want to see Philip today, Upjohn said. His voice was fading out and he cleared his throat with an effort. Denby said, it's time to leave. I have a few more questions. The doctor practically stepped on Gretchen, who stood her ground momentarily, but Upjohn's eyes had closed and Denby didn't look like he would be put off. She finally acceded, and September and Denby followed her into the hallway. Is Camille Durkis still here? I don't know. His wife was here this morning. She's not his wife, September said. Ex-wife. He looked irked that she'd corrected him. September wondered if they would get anything further from the officious doctor, but Gretchen wasn't intimidated. What about Jessica Maltona? She asked Denby. I'm not responsible for her. She's under Dr. Egan's care. He seemed delighted to be able to throw that out. Gretchen didn't hesitate. She dropped Denby cold and strode to the fourth floor nurse's station, asking for Jessica Maltona's room number. Denby was torn between wanting to charge after her and get in her way some more, or turn on his heel in a show of anger and disgust. He chose the latter, practically clicking his heels as he stalked down the hall in the opposite direction. Dr. Egan is Ms. Maltona's doctor, the nurse at the station said. Gretchen showed her badge. I need to talk to her. Just tell me which room. The woman bristled, but another, older nurse dropped the file she was perusing and came to the first one's rescue. That's for Dr. Egan to decide. Then find him. Gretchen stared at her and she stared back. After a moment, she picked up the receiver, practically shoving the younger nurse aside, and punched in a number. Please call the fourth floor nurses station, she clipped out. There's a policewoman insisting on seeing Miss Maltona. She hung up and said, it'll just be a moment. A moment turned into 5 minutes and Gretchen said, you can turn this into a war, or you can work with me. Either way I'm going to see Ms. Maltona. The younger nurse was gazing at Gretchen with a sort of fear mixed with awe. Dr. Egan usually answers his page fairly quickly. The older nurse flashed her a look of fury, as if she'd given away state secrets. Gretchen simply nodded and turned her back on them. A few minutes later, a good-looking doctor with dark hair and eyes came their way, his lab coat billowing behind him. He had a smile on his face and he looked at Gretchen, then September, then back to Gretchen. "You wish to speak to my patient, Ms. Moltona?" "That's the plan." Gretchen's eyes narrowed as she sized him up. He appeared more genial than Denby, and she was feeling her way. "She's in room 505. We'll take the elevator." He'd already turned toward the bank of elevators, which was a short walk further down the corridor. "I'm not sure what good this'll do you. She's surfaced once or twice since yesterday's surgery, but hasn't completely come back to consciousness." He gave them a considering look as they crowded into the elevator car. The bullet did extensive damage to her heart. "You understand. She may not recover." September's stomach did a slow somersault. She swallowed and nodded. As Gretchen said soberly, "We understand. We just want to see her." The elevator dinged and the doors opened, and Dr. Egan led them down a hall and around a corner to Jessica Moltona's room. She lay white-faced against the white pillowcase, barely a shade's difference between her flesh and the pillow. A bandage wrapped around her chest was visible as the gown gapped in the front. Her eyes stayed closed and her breathing seemed low and faint. "She's not going to make it," September thought. They only stayed a few minutes, then headed back to floor 3, street level, and out to Gretchen's Jeep. Once inside, September asked, "What do you think?" "I got nothing." Upjohn's sad about his son and worried about his company. He wants to talk to his accountant, and maybe there's some book cooking, or something, but he didn't act like a man who felt real danger. He doesn't think whoever did it is going to strike at him again, while he's laid up in the hospital, September clarified. "That's my hit. What about you?" "I don't know. If Camille Durkis doesn't call me back soon, I'm going to have to track her down." Gretchen made sounds of annoyance low in her throat. "What did you think about Jessica Moltona?" Gretchen sent her a sideways look as she drove out of the lot. "What did you think?" "Doesn't look good. If the shooting had anything to do with her, she's paying a heavy price. Maybe her squirrely boyfriend got her into something. I don't know. Could the boyfriend have done this, do you think?" "My opinion? Not a chance. Jaffe's hiding something, though. I don't know what yet. I'll figure it out, but it doesn't feel like it's germane to the killings. We'll see." "So who does that leave?" September asked. "I don't know. DeFore? One of the gamers? Olivia Dugan? Augie's with her." September felt that same faint touch of betrayal that her brother hadn't contacted her. "And what about Trask Martin? Somebody killed him right outside her door." Gretchen considered that. "I don't believe in coincidence, do you?" "No," September said. "Then Martin's death is related to the Zuma shootings, too. You said the girlfriend blamed his death on Dugan." "Joe?" "Yeah. But D'Annibal doesn't believe that." Only because your brother texted him that he was with Dugan. Gretchen said. Man, Augie sure didn't get any time off between the task force and this job, did he? No, September felt irrationally irked. Gretchen said, I asked Dianibal about him, but he fobbed me off some more. September didn't want to talk about Augie. He was her twin and she sometimes felt closer to him than anyone else in the universe, but at other times he was beyond annoying. What the hell was he doing? She'd known. His work with the task force was winding down. Though his cover hadn't been blown, he'd said he needed to get out while the getting was good, and besides, he'd gathered as much intel as he could, or so he'd told her. She knew Gretchen had hoped he would come back and partner up with her, but she'd gotten the feeling that would never happen. September suspected Gretchen had a little bit of a thing for him, but she kinda thought Gretchen wasn't his type. As if she'd asked the question, September said aloud, my brother tends to go for damsels in distress. Gretchen made a retching sound. Sounds like Olivia Dugan's right up his alley. Yeah. Detective August Rafferty was in a quandary. He'd managed to plug in his car charger for a few minutes while Liv was inside Hathaway House and texted his lieutenant, but then Liv had come out and scrambled to hide the evidence, to no avail. The wires had been in plain sight. She hadn't said anything about it much, and he'd driven them both back to the safe house after filling the Jeep's tank, and now, what should he do next? He wanted to follow the path of Liv's zigzag investigation because this whole thing seemed to be morphing into something different than it had first appeared. Did he think it was all about her? Not completely. But he did believe something was going on. Whether it was part of the massacre at Zuma Software, or something else entirely, he wasn't sure. But he wasn't indeed the investigating officer on the Zuma case. Dianibal had told him his sister and Gretchen Sandler were in charge. He was just an extra player. He wasn't even really supposed to be working. This time was supposed to be his own, a decompressing period. After the infiltration of Cordova's gang. In a perfect world he'd be back at his duplex, getting ready for football season and evicting his aggravating next-door tenants. But instead, he glanced at Liv, who was sitting at the kitchen table. He'd asked her if she'd like a sandwich, but she'd shaken her head and was just staring straight ahead, involved in some inner pathos. He'd made a sandwich for himself and felt like he'd been eating them forever, even though it had only been a few days. Even this morning's Egg McMuffin hadn't been much of a break. Maybe I'm wrong and it doesn't have anything to do with me, Liv said, as Augie grabbed the seat across from her and bit into a mouthful of turkey and mustard. Maybe Kurt Upjohn's involved with military games. Or his company's in debt, or he's a gambler or a thief. Or maybe they were after someone else there. Paul DeFore, or Aaron, her throat closed. Or Jessica, or one of the computer wizards. Or Philip Borelli. Philip Borelli. Augie mumbled, reached for a napkin to wipe his mouth. There's a name you haven't mentioned. He's the firm's accountant. She waved an arm. Oh, yeah. It's definitely him. He's probably laundering money and hiding it in the Cayman Islands. Or something. He fought a smile and took a couple more bites, making short work of the sandwich half. Then he wiped his fingers and looked squarely into her hazel eyes. There was mistrust there, and a kind of simmering rebellion, as if she felt he were going to school her for her actions. Okay, let's say it is about you. For argument's sake, he added quickly, when she looked about to protest his sudden change of tactics. You think someone's after you and you ran from Zuma because you think this someone, the shooter, found you in your place of work. The lawyers found me. They called me on the phone, she reminded him. I don't know how the shooter found me, exactly. Well, how did the lawyers find you? She spread her palms upward. Trial and error. They were looking for Olivia Liv Dugan and they got my home number. It probably wouldn't be that hard. I mean, I have a phone, electricity. Did the package come to your apartment? No, I asked them to send it to the office. The lawyers messengered it to Zuma. He thought about that a moment. And you're pretty convinced the package set off the massacre? She exhaled, thought a moment, then said, convinced. I don't know. But it's the one thing that's different in my life. What was in the package that would have threatened the killer? He could hear how carefully he chose his words and hoped she wouldn't think he was simply humoring her. He wasn't. Not really. But he also wanted to lead her down a logical path. Maybe there was some truth buried in what she was saying. If so, he tried to mine it. Nothing, really. There were just some things there that my mom apparently wanted me to have when I turned 25. She made a sound of impatience. The more I talk about it, the more I realize how crazy it was to run. I was just scared. I know you don't think so, but the police will get that. I'm not ready to go yet, she said firmly. He picked up the other half of his sandwich. Back to the package. Your mother put it together and set it up so that you'd receive it when you turned 25. That's a lot of foresight. Yeah. She half laughed. What was she trying to tell me? What was happening in her life that she needed to put the package together? I've asked myself these questions, believe me. What was in the package, specifically? Pictures. A personal note from my mother. My birth certificate with the names of my birth parents. You were adopted. She nodded, and he added, you knew you were adopted. It wasn't a secret. It wasn't a secret, she agreed. What were the pictures of? People. My mother. And my father. And some other strangers who looked like maybe they were my parents' friends. There's one man who was stalking angrily toward the camera who I think is the doctor my brother was remembering. I showed the photos to Haig, who said the man in the picture was the zombie. Zombie. It's what he called him when he was 2. He talked about the zombie. And then, last night, when he saw that picture, he said he was the zombie. Maybe this guy is a doctor, who either treated him, or me. I went to Hathaway House this morning to see if I could talk to my old doctor, Dr. Yancey, but she's no longer there and Dr. Knudsen, the director, won't be in till Monday. He munched on the second half of the sandwich and asked, "You sure you don't want one?" "No, thanks. Something to drink?" For an answer she got up to pour herself a glass of water. "I can get it." "Want a refill?" she asked him, as he'd nearly finished his drink. "Sure." She picked up his glass, filled it from the tap, then set it down in front of him as she retook her seat. Her glass was full, and though she placed it in front of herself, she didn't immediately take a swallow. "Who else saw the pictures?" Augie asked. "My father and his wife, my stepmother, Lorinda. And Della, she lives with Haig." She paused, thinking a moment. "And my neighbor saw the picture of the stalking man, too." "Your neighbor?" he asked. "In the apartment next to me. He stopped by at lunchtime on Thursday. And I had the pictures out. He just noticed the guy looked angry and that the pictures were old." She finally picked up the glass and took a delicate swallow. "Trask," she said. Augie lifted his brows, and she added, "My neighbor. He lives with his girlfriend, Jo, in 21B. They were there before I ever moved in. They're not involved with this." Augie finished his sandwich, then carried the plate to the sink and rinsed it off. Turning around, he leaned against the counter, curling his hands around the edge. "Did the lawyers say when they originally received the package from your mother?" No, I guess not. I just assumed it was right before her death. I don't know." She trailed off, her brow furrowing. "What?" "It was the blouse. She's wearing the same blouse in one of the pictures that she was wearing when she died. I think she got it for her birthday. Or maybe she was just wearing it on my birthday." She shook her head, as if trying to clear out the cobwebs. "But it was around the same time, so she must have given the package to the lawyers right before she died." "You've never really believed her death was a suicide?" "No. At Hathaway House, they really tried to get me to believe. I think that was the real goal beneath all the therapy. Liv Dugan needs to face the awful truth of her mother's suicide. I finally pretended like I did believe it. It's what it took to get out of there. But it was a lie." "You think the serial strangler hanged her?" She pulled her shoulders in when he put it like that. "There were some things that just didn't seem to add up. The timing was such that I've thought, off and on, maybe the killer had something to do with my mother's death. Maybe he strangled her first and then made it look like a hanging." She shook her head. But apparently there was no evidence to support that. "Your mother's death doesn't follow his MO, at least not in the strictest sense." "Maybe they never really looked to see," Liv said. "The police just took her hanging as a suicide. Maybe they never checked for other evidence. I don't think they wanted to add her to their homicide list. They had their hands full and a lot of public pressure building. Or, it wasn't a homicide," he pointed out. "My mother's death doesn't fit the pattern," she agreed. "She was inside the house and so was I, and so was my brother. And she wasn't killed and left in a field. She was hanged. After her death, what happened to your family?" "We moved to another part of town. Dad met Lorinda and they got married. Nobody talked about Mama anymore. And then we moved out of Rock Springs, and then I went to Hathaway House, and later, Haig went to Grandview. And your family didn't discuss your mother's death after that? They didn't talk about it at all. Until I got to Hathaway House, then it seemed like it was the only subject we talked about. Dr. Yancey thinks I saw something that I've repressed. What do you think? She lifted her hands. Sometimes I think I might get it if I could just reach a little further. I don't know. He thought that over, then asked, your neighbor, your father and his wife, and your brother and his girlfriend were the only ones who saw what was in the package. That's it. Della's my brother's caretaker, not his girlfriend. Well, maybe she is. That distinction's kind of fuzzy. But I don't think any of them would say anything. And my neighbor, Trask, wouldn't even know what he was looking at. You're completely sure about that? Yes. And your brother's caretaker, Della? Well, no, she admitted. Della's been with Haig for years and she's devoted to him. She's older than he is, by about a decade. I think she met him at Grandview, and then later, when he was out, they kept in contact. And he needed help, and there you go. Maybe she is just his caretaker. I don't know what their relationship is, but I think she's good for him overall. You just don't like her much, he said, reading between the lines. I like her better than Lorinda, she admitted honestly. She sighed heavily. Maybe I should just go with the prevailing theory that the shootings were because of Kurt Upjohn. It was a massacre, for God's sake. All of my stuff is just maybe my stuff. I don't know if you're right, exactly, about Zuma. But I think with the timing of the package, and your history, he pressed his lips together a moment, not wanting to give her too much to believe in, but also needing to bolster her trust. Count me in on the investigation. Liv's eyes searched his face. He could see she didn't trust him one iota. She couldn't figure out his motivation. Who are you? She asked. He thought about telling her. The words leapt to his tongue. But her mistrust of the authorities stopped him. You picked me, he reminded her. I'm in between jobs. My ex-girlfriend's still in Canada. Not a wife, but close enough. We lived together quite a while. The lie tripped off his tongue. Lies he'd used when he was Alan Reagan. We broke up and I'm starting a new life. When she said nothing, he said, tell me from beginning to end, who saw the package? She inhaled slowly, then exhaled. I got it at work. I took it to my brother's apartment. After your neighbor saw the pictures. Yes. She nodded. Then my father and Lorinda stopped by Haig's. They thought it was strange that my mother had sent me the photos and documents, and we talked briefly about the strangler. I told them I would do some investigating on my own, that I never believed Mama had committed suicide. Della was mostly concerned about Haig, who had gone into a trance in one of his fugue states, so I don't know how much she was paying attention to the package contents. Maybe she was, maybe she wasn't. This was how long before the attack on Zuma? The night before. Thursday. Go on, he said, when she stopped. There isn't much more to tell. I went to work, went to lunch, came back, and saw the bodies. Then I ran, eventually got in your Jeep, and held you at gunpoint. Is there anything else, anything, that would make you suspect the Zuma killings had to do with you? She shook her head and gave him a resigned look. No. I told you, it's just a feeling I've had for a long time. All my life really, since my mother's death. Like there's something out there. Someone out there, who means me harm. Yes, I know. This could probably be the result of finding my mother's body. I've heard it all before. It just doesn't go away, and it doesn't matter how rational I am, or how much I try to talk myself out of it, it's always there. So, if the strangler had something to do with your mother's death, and the Zuma killings are related to that, you think he struck again now because you got the package? He came into Zuma shooting, Liv said. That doesn't follow his MO. No. It doesn't make sense. Been a lot of years, Augie said. Anything's possible. Are you playing devil's advocate? He couldn't tell her that he'd seen a lot of criminals whose crimes morphed from one thing to another for various reasons. He killed 3 more women after my mother's death, she said. Most of them were prostitutes out of the Portland area, but not all. There was a woman from Malone, the town over from Rock Springs. It just feels like someone's after me, she went on. Maybe they think I now know something about my mother's death. The doctor, if he knew what Dr. Yancey thought, that I'd repressed something I'd seen, she worried her lower lip with her teeth. And then the package contents scared him. Jump-started him, or her, or whoever. If it's not the strangler who's after me, it's still somebody. That's what I feel. Okay, what? She asked suspiciously. I know you're not going to, and I'm not going to make you, but I still think you should go to the police. No. Then, I'm a part of your team. You chose me, and you're stuck with me. He could tell his declaration almost relieved her, but she said with ill grace anyway, sounds like I don't have any choice. You could still hold me at gunpoint and threaten to shoot me. She lifted her brows in that way people do that silently, asks, really? Of the people who saw the package, which one do you think it is? The one who acted on it? None of them. I don't know. Maybe it was someone at the lawyer's office. Was the package opened? He asked. She shook her head. Move past the lawyers for a moment. Go back to the people you know who saw the contents of the package. Like I said, it's none of them. I don't like Lorinda at all, and my father's a cold fish, but Della, or Haig, they just wouldn't. I mean, why? Haig was a baby when our mother died, and Della wouldn't care. She trailed off and Augie's attention sharpened. What? He asked. It's nothing. It's just Haigerates. In a corner of the bar below his apartment. He holds court and just talks about everything. Rants, really. About political stuff, mostly. He has followers. They come and listen to him, or argue with him, or just come to feel like they're part of a crowd. You think he brought up the package to his listeners? Augie was skeptical. He said he did, but I don't know if it's true. I upset him and he reacted. Haig gets things confused. If you had to put a finger on what item specifically, from inside the package, would send a killer to Zuma, what would it be? The photo of the stalking man, she said. The zombie doctor. That picture stands out. He stands out. She made a sound of disbelief. I'm sorry. I don't know why it's taken me so long. Do you want to see the package contents? Augie was happy with this show of trust. Sure. She dragged her backpack up from beneath her chair, dropped it on the tabletop, then dug inside it and lifted out a manila envelope. Wordlessly she handed the package to him. He slipped the contents onto the table and arranged each piece so he could see each one, feeling like an intruder when he read the personal note. I think he was a visiting doctor at Hathaway House, but I must wait to talk to Dr. Knudsen. I don't even know if that'll work. Knudsen wasn't on staff when I was there, so will he even know him? There's only one way to find out, Augie said positively. We'll go see him together. On Monday, today's Saturday. I can wait. He smiled and she just looked at him. Eventually, she nodded her agreement as she slid the items back inside the package and set it to one side. Now, he just had to figure out a way to talk to Deannabelle without Liv Dugan overhearing. Chapter 12. Jessica Maltona's boyfriend, Jason Jaffe, was exactly the piece of work Gretchen had said he was. He even looked the part with disreputable jeans and a wife-beater t-shirt. He was an artist who worked with metal and a welding machine, and Gretchen and Nine found him hard at work in the garage of the tiny home he shared with Jessica, a blue flame spurting from his handheld welder, melting metal into a bubbling liquid at the joint of something that looked like a giant ball with rebar spikes that now looped down like limp spiders' legs. Such was September's appreciation of Jaffe's art. He looked up at their approach through his welder's helmet, his eyes visible behind black mesh, the rest of his face hidden. Switching off the torch, he flipped up the helmet. He was good-looking in that lean, rawhide way with deep grooves beside his mouth and flinty eyes. Who the fuck are you? He greeted them. We've spoken, Gretchen said, whipping out her ID and getting bristly. As soon as he realized who they were, he visibly pulled on a mask of friendliness. September introduced herself and then explained a little about the general investigation and their visit to the hospital to see Jessica. She's not doing so well, huh? He said blithely. Gretchen's eyes narrowed at his callous tone, but September sensed it. Might be a cover-up. She wasn't in love with the guy, but he might have a lot of feelings buried down deep that he wasn't willing to let them see. Tell us a little bit about her, she suggested. Like what? How long have you and she been living here? How did you meet? Like that. He paused momentarily, then took off the helmet and flexed his arms and back. Hunks of metal surrounded him in disorderly bins and a wooden workbench with scattered tools stood against the back wall. We met in a bar. I liked the way she looked. I guess she felt the same. I was doing some landscaping for Lawn Like New. Asshole boss. Asshole. Company. She was working for that Zuma guy and making more money than I was. We started renting and then the bastard fired me, and Jessica said maybe it was meant to be. We could squeak by on her salary for a while. And this way, I got to work on my sculptures full time. Gretchen just stood back. She'd heard enough bullshit in her life to be bored or irritated or both. She was itching to get onto something new. September said, "Any thoughts on why someone might have it in for Jessica?" His flinty eyes gazed at her as if she'd lost her mind. Hell, no. Everybody loves Jess. She's nice. He slid a look Gretchen's way as if making a point. You gotta get your head out of your asses. This ain't about Jess. This is about that asshole Kurt Upjohn. He's the asshole. Makes tons of cash and works everybody like crazy. You have any specific reason to suspect the murders were because of Upjohn? September asked. What'd I just say? He's an asshole. I heard that Paul DeFore gave her a hard time for leaving on her break. September said. God, he shook his head. She met me at that Starbucks close by. Zuma to give me my keys, which she accidentally ran off with this morning. Stop trying to pin this on her. It's Upjohn's fault Rambo came in and shot the place up. A pause, and then he said with a hitch to his voice, that was the last time I saw her. Gretchen chose that moment to join back in, saying coolly, she's at Laurelton General now. You can stop by anytime. Do you have anything concrete to support your theory that this was Upjohn's fault? Something besides just not liking the guy? All I know is that Jess doesn't deserve this. Any of it. His lips started to quiver a little and he smashed them together. It's Upjohn's fault she got hurt. That's on him, asshole, he added. They left after a few more questions that earned them more of the same. In the car, Gretchen observed to September, you're a lot more patient than I am. She said, you haven't set the bar too high. That earned her a snap of Gretchen's head and a drop of her mouth. September had been quietly taking it all in, not wanting to make waves, but her innate sense of humor couldn't remain repressed for long. Gretchen gave a short bark of laughter. Okay, she said. Then, let's get our asses back to work. We don't want to be assholes, September agreed. They both broke into chuckles. At the station, Hannibal was just returning from an on-site interview at Zuma with Pauline Kirby as Gretchen and September entered the station. Gretchen glared at Erlicher, whose throat worked as if he were desperate to get the words out even though he knew she'd growl at him. He just managed to keep his requests for ID to himself. Hannibal was entering his office, removing his coat and loosening his tie. His grey hair was smooth, his color high, as if he'd been standing in the sun for a little too long, which he probably had been. How'd it go? Gretchen asked him, stopping outside his door. Fair. She kept zinging questions about Upjohn's finances, his relationship with Dirkus's mother, and the secrecy surrounding his operation. I kept deflecting. Did you bring up the Martin killing? She asked, as September joined her, both of them standing outside the office. I tried to say next to nothing except that we're on the job. He smiled thinly. The usual. It'll be on tonight's news. Another reporter appears to be on the Martin homicide. Expect a call, he said to September, seating himself behind his desk. It was their cue to leave, and as they walked away, Gretchen said, "Ever talk to the press? Not about work. Give them the basics, where the body was discovered, that the death was from a bullet wound. Don't say how many shots, that the name won't be released until next of kin have been notified. His parents are both gone. Joe is really all he has," September reminded her. "Don't mention her name, either. Let them think we're still notifying family, even if we aren't." She asked innocently, "Do you want me to also keep it quiet about the fact that Olivia Dugan, Zuma's missing employee, is a person of interest in the Trusk-Bircher Martin homicide?" Gretchen shot her a look, realizing she was being put on. "Smartass." September grinned. "You and Jaffe. Big with the ass stuff." Gretchen pointed a finger at her. "I'm just saying, when you get the call, sound like you're being overly helpful, but give them as little as possible." "How do you propose I do that?" Omit. "What if I screw up?" "You won't. And if you do, you'd better hope to hell you get that other reporter instead of Pauline Kirby, because she'll eat you alive." The news came on at 5, and Augie, who'd flopped himself on the bed and gone channel surfing the last 10 minutes, switched to Channel 7's news at 5. His antennae were very aware of Liv Dugan, who had settled on the couch as if she were done for the day. He called out to her, "You want anything to eat? You missed lunch." "I'm not hungry," she called back. "You should eat something." He heard her rustle around, and then she was standing in his doorway. There was something elfin about her large eyes and pale face, but her chin was stubborn, and her arms were crossed. "Wanna go get something to eat?" he asked. "I just was going to check the news. I don't want to show my face any more than I have to." "But food," he tried on his most winning smile. "It's how we stay alive. I don't think I could eat anything. I'm just," she looked over her shoulder as if she'd heard something. "I'm just not hungry. There's a deli about 2 miles away with the best soup around. I'll go get some after the news and bring it back. Maybe I could go and wait in the car," she said, looking worried. "Sure. Whatever." The lead story was a murder from the night before. Augie looked at the screen as the young male reporter was saying that the shooting had happened around 9 o'clock. The camera revealed a parking lot and then led them up to the second story, where it zeroed in on a length of balcony toward one end of the building. The gasp from Liv was almost a shriek. Her hands were at her mouth and gaping at the television. Augie's gaze slammed from her back to the screen. Laurelton police are waiting to notify next of kin before releasing the male victim's name. If anyone has information, please contact the authorities. "What?" Augie asked her. "What?" But he was getting that strange feeling, like electricity running beneath his skin, that said something momentous was about to happen. "That's my apartment." He jumped off the bed, wishing to high heaven he had a DVR at this place. "Your apartment," he snapped. He'd seen her apartment from the backside, but then she'd appeared on foot with her backpack and he'd followed her, never actually turning off the main road and into the drive of her parking lot. Who? Oh, my God. Trask? Is it Trask? She swayed on her feet, and he took 2 large steps and grabbed her by the arms, steadying her. The neighbor. The one who saw the photos. Maybe it's someone else. Maybe it's, she couldn't come up with another alternative. The news had moved on, and suddenly there was Pauline Kirby, standing in a bright blue dress outside a 2-story glass building with a large wooden door and thrusting a microphone toward Lieutenant Aubrey Dianabal. The image caught Augie unawares, and he stood there in frozen surprise, his hands still clasped around Liv's shaking shoulders. That's Zuma, Liv choked out. Lieutenant, can you give us an update on the mass murder that took place here yesterday? Do you know what precipitated this deadly slaughter? Dianabal winced a bit at the word slaughter. We're still sifting through evidence and interviewing employees. She jumped on that. Has the missing employee been found? Ms. Dugan. The faintest hesitation, and Augie held his breath. Dianabal said, as soon as more information's available, we'll make sure the public's aware. Zuma Software's owner, Mr. Kurt Upjohn, is through surgery, as is the other injured employee, Ms. Jessica Maltona. We understand they're both critical, Pauline said. Yes, Aaron Durkis, one of the deceased, was Kurt Upjohn's son. Is Mr. Upjohn aware his son is dead? Augie sucked air between his teeth while Dianabal did something similar on the screen. Yes, he stated flatly. He suffered bullet wounds to his abdomen, whereas Ms. Maltona was shot in the chest. We hope to have some good news about their recovery soon, Dianabal deflected. Is it true Zuma Software was creating software for the military? Pauline leaned forward, trying to create a fake kind of tete-a-tete. Dianabal didn't buy it for a minute. As soon as we learn something definitive, we'll let you know. Thank you. And he moved away. The show cut to Pauline staring directly at the camera as she wrapped up with comments about how she hoped good news would be forthcoming about capturing the gunman so we could all sleep more soundly in our beds. Liv had collapsed against Augie, and he'd wrapped his arms around her. He led her to the bed and had her sit down. She seemed to be boneless, so he told her to lie down, and she did so with a blank look on her face. Trask, she said. It's Trask. What's his last name? Tears were forming in the corners of her eyes. I don't. Martin, I think. I'm gonna go find out what happened, he answered, already moving. Already planning. I'm going with you. Stay here, he ordered. I'll get some more information and I'll bring back some soup. I don't want you to leave, she said, swallowing hard. He'd been halfway out of the room, but now he crossed back to the bed. Looking down at her, he said tautly, I'll be back. I promise. Do you believe me? She hesitated. Yes. I don't know why you're doing this, but yes, I believe you. Stay put. Try to relax. I'll be back in an hour or so. An hour or so, he said. Don't panic. Trust me. She nodded, and he was gone. He phoned the lieutenant as soon as he was out of view of the house. Dianabal answered on the second ring, as if he were waiting for his call. Which he probably was. "Where the hell are you, Rafferty?" Hannibal demanded as an intro. Augie shot back, "What happened to this Trask Martin?" "Who's on that?" "He's Liv Dugan's neighbor." "We know that." "Did she tell you his name?" he asked suspiciously. "We didn't release it." "Yeah, she told me." She nearly fainted when she saw that he'd been gunned down. "You know, the only reason we're not chasing her down like a dog is because supposedly she's been with you," he returned levelly. "She has been with me ever since yesterday afternoon." "How the hell did that happen?" Augie thought about how Liv had climbed into his jeep, held him at gunpoint, and decided some things were better left unsaid. "We struck up a conversation and one thing led to another." A hesitation, then, he managed to laugh faintly. "You always get the women. It isn't like that yet," he thought. "It isn't like that yet. I haven't told her who I am, but she's scared, and she thinks the other Zuma shootings were incidental, in that she thinks the killer was after her." "Why?" "Mostly because of her past." Augie gave him an abbreviated rundown of Liv's mother's death and the package that was sent, and finished with, "I don't know if she's right, but I want to follow this through. Even if it doesn't pan out with the Zuma shootings, there's something there." "What about the neighbor?" "She was sick when she saw it on the news. She believes his shooting has to do with her, too, but doesn't know why. That's why I'm sticking close to her. There's a connection there. Has to be." The lieutenant humphed his agreement. "Nine's on the case," he said, answering one of Augie's earlier questions. "My sister." He stared through the windshield, aware of a cop car ahead. "Hang on," he said, pulling the phone from his ear. He didn't want to be pulled over for using a cell phone while driving, and he didn't have Bluetooth or an earbud with him. 9 was the detective on the Trask Martin homicide. 9. The deli was on his left and he pulled over and into a spot. "You still there?" he asked the lieutenant. "Yeah." "How soon can you bring Dugan in?" She's got some trust issues with the police." "It'll happen. Just give me a little time." "Believe me, she had nothing to do with Martin's death. She was with me the whole time." An eerie feeling slid down his back. "But she was gone for a while last night. She went to see her brother." "Talk to your sister," Hannibal said. "She can give you the particulars about the Martin homicide. Don't take too long. I want Dugan brought in by Monday." "Okay. Oh, and have someone look into the serial strangler who was around the Rock Springs area about 20 years ago." "I remember that case," Hannibal answered. "What's that got to do with this?" "I don't know. Nothing maybe. Olivia Dugan's from that area." "All right." Monday, the lieutenant reminded him as he hung up. Augie sat for a moment, staring through the windshield. But Liv didn't fake that reaction to Martin's death. That was real, he reminded himself. Worry was scratching at his brain. He knew Liv wasn't the Zuma shooter. Knew she wasn't. But she'd taken her gun with her when she'd gone to see her brother, so she could have stopped by her apartment. But no. It just wasn't true. Couldn't be. She was too careful and responsible and nice. And he liked her. He punched in the number to his sister's cell. Well, good God, 9. Greeted him with when the connection was made. How are you doing, big bro? What's been happening in your life? Having a little R&R with one of our suspects. Not one of your suspects. Maybe a person of interest. How are you doing? Yourself? Okay. She sounded wary. I am with Olivia Dugan, he admitted. I told Deanibal about it. And how did that come about? Like Deanibal before her, he gave her a quick recap of how he'd come to be with Liv. She listened silently and when he finished, she said, So, you're bringing her in? Not quite yet. I've left out the part that I'm a detective. Oh, peachy. Why? No, I don't even want to know. Just tell her, and let's get her down here for a statement. The victim died at her doorstep, after all. I interviewed Martin's girlfriend, Jo. She thinks we ought to be looking at Olivia Dugan. Any particular reason for that, other than that they're neighbors? Not as far as I can tell. September filled him in on what she'd learned about the murder of Trask Bircher Martin, which wasn't a hell of a lot at this point. What kind of gun was used in the killing? Augie asked. He tried to keep his voice on the edge of disinterest even though he was keyed to the answer. But his sister knew him too well. Why? September, he said on a long-suffering sigh. Just tell me. A Glock. Thank you, God. He closed his eyes and exhaled. Liv had a .38. That cleared her, unless she possessed a second gun, which was about as likely as igloos in Florida. Augie. I gotta go. Deanibal told me to bring her in by Monday. I'll do that. Why can't you bring her in now? I love you, too, he said. Don't play with me. You've got to tell her who you are. You're breaking up. Gotta go. Liar. He clicked off. When she rang back, he ignored the call. Pocketing his cell, he climbed out of the car and remembered his wallet beneath his seat. He hadn't asked Liv for money, and now how would he explain being able to purchase the soup? Maybe he should just tell her who he was. What would she do? What could she do? Peeling back the tape that held his wallet to the underside of the driver's seat, he pulled it out, extracted a 20, and then put it back in place. He went inside and placed a to-go order for 2 bowls of chicken tortilla soup. A young woman served it into cardboard containers with plastic lids and put them with hunks of baguette into a bag. Augie felt his mouth water as he returned to the Jeep and drove home. He parked the Jeep at the house and yanked down the garage door. He slipped the key into the lock of the back door, twisted, gently pushed it open, and called softly, Lucy, I'm home, into the darkened interior. She appeared like a phantom, standing at the edge of the kitchen in her jeans and a light top, the color indiscernible in the blackness of the room. Can I turn on a light? He asked. Do you have to? She sounded uncertain. Are we hiding? I mean, more than before? I thought maybe you wouldn't return. He flipped the switch and they blinked at each other. He realized her shirt was light pink and she had a black pullover in hand. Beside her was her backpack, zipped up and standing at the ready. The package was nowhere in sight. "You were leaving," he said. "Thinking about it. Ye of little faith. Here." He set the bag of food on the table and pulled out the soup containers. The scent of chili and tomato again sent his salivary glands into overdrive. There were plastic soup spoons inside, and he handed one to Liv. For a moment she hesitated, then said, "Did you learn anything about Trask?" "A few things. Sit down and eat. We'll talk afterwards." 15 minutes later they were still at the table, but sated and quiet. Liv had been so sure he'd left her that she'd gone through 7 levels of hell, debating what to do next. Now, she felt weak and less sure of herself, all her energy used up. Trask was dead and didn't know if she had the strength to go on. It was all happening too fast and she couldn't put the pieces together meaningfully. Her head was loaded with information, none of which made sense. She looked into the bottom of her empty soup container. This was really good. I know. Sometimes I've gone there every night for a week. Her lips tightened. "How did you pay for the soup?" she asked carefully. He didn't miss a beat. "I stole from your purse." "You couldn't have. It was in my backpack." He grinned, then, looking so boyish and unrepentant that she was afraid to hold his gaze, afraid what he would see in her face. "Okay," I scrounged some money out of my car. No easy trick. Luckily, there was a bunch of change in the glove box. She hadn't noticed any extra cash when she popped it open, but she hadn't looked closely, either. She'd been so undone that he'd lied to her about the car charger. And also he'd lied about having an ex-wife. "Just how much of what comes out of your mouth is the truth?" she asked. Chapter 13. For a moment she thought he was going to pretend offense, but then his gaze narrowed a bit and he inclined his head. "About 92%. So, how am I to know when we're in the other 8%? To her shock he reached over and covered her hand with his. The heat of his skin sent a prickle of warning up her arm. Dangerous. He was dangerous. To her. "Right now, it's all about truth," he told her, sounding so severe that she wanted to jerk her hand free of his and wrap her arms around her torso for protection. "I need to talk to you about your neighbor. Trask Martin. You found out what happened to him. Who did you talk to?" "There was a newspaper left at the deli, and I read what was there. Not much more than what we heard on the news. But I do believe his death, the timing of his death, has to do with you." "You do?" He nodded. "I want you to tell me exactly what happened between you and him." He saw the photograph. Who else knew he saw it? His girlfriend. She carefully withdrew her hand. No, she wasn't there. No one else knew. She thought back to Trask, feeling a weight on her heart. Another weight, along with the one already in place for Aaron. After a moment, she told him, "Trask did say something to me." "What?" "After I saw Haig, I stopped by his apartment Thursday night, and we had drinks with Joe, and then he walked me back to my place. I think he told me he'd seen someone outside my door, kind of lurking. It gave me a jolt. Did he talk to the guy? Augie asked, watching her closely. No. The guy took off when he said something to him. What did he look like? He was wearing a hoodie, so Trask thought he might be young, but he really couldn't tell how old he was. The guy just turned away and Trask watched him, I guess. Anyway, he left in a truck, a grey GMC. 2005. Trask said he noticed, because he used to have one just like it. When was this? Sometime in the last couple weeks. Before you got the package from your mother? Yeah. I guess so. Liv stirred, uncomfortable, and got to her feet. It just made me feel, again, like I was right, someone's following me. Augie also stood up, clearly rolling that over in his mind. Maybe that's how he learned about the package, because he was keeping close tabs on you. I got it at work. I don't know how he could possibly know. It was always in my bag. Even the people that worked there didn't know about it, except Paul DeFore, and he never saw what was in it. What about when Trask saw the photos? You said no one else was around. Could there have been someone you didn't notice? Liv thought back to when Trask stopped by her apartment unannounced. The door was open for a few minutes. If someone was there, they might have heard him say something about the photos. But there was no one on the balcony when Trask left. I just don't see how. Somebody killed him, and if it has to do with you, it probably has to do with the package, too. And that may, or may not, have to do with the Zuma killings. But there's some connection to you. She was happy to have an ally, happy and surprised. She knew she should ask him more questions about himself, something just wasn't ringing true. But she almost didn't care. It was just such a relief to have someone listening to her. What now? She said into the growing silence where she could tell he was thinking hard. You don't have a cell phone. He said it as a fact. No. You're 25. I can't name you one other 25-year-old I've met in the last few years who doesn't have a cell phone. He paused, then added, I'm guessing it's another way to keep the bogeyman from finding you. I do have a landline, she pointed out. He half smiled. You and everybody else over 50. That's not accurate. Close enough, but okay, we'll use my phone. Who are we gonna call? Your doctor. The one who treated you at Hathaway House. Dr. Yancey. He nodded. Maybe she can remember the zombie doctor, and then you won't have to go through all those bureaucratic hoops. I don't know where she is, Liv protested. I can check the white pages on my phone. What do you know about Dr. Yancey? Nothing really. No idea where she lived. Somewhere in the Portland area. Not that far from Hathaway House, I think. She mentioned something once. He clicked a few buttons, scrolled around a bit, waited a few minutes. Then said, there are about 4 Yanceys listed with a Y ending, and another 3 with an EY ending. There's no E, she said. Okay, then, how about Buzz Yancey? She wasn't married. What's her first name? There are some initials listed for first names here. That's usually women. Liv pictured the slim, middle-aged woman with the dark hair and solemn eyes. Dr. Yancey wore reading glasses, which she had a tendency to set down on her desk and pick up with some regularity, even when she didn't put them on. Her first name was Fern. I remember thinking it was a plant. There was a notepad on her desk with initials. FSY. I don't think I ever knew what the S was for. There's one F, Yancey listed. Liv felt her pulse start to beat hard. Well, that's probably her, don't you think? One way to find out, he dialed the number, then handed Liv the phone. Augie's stomach muscles were tight. He'd put his phone in her hand and there was a chance that something could give away his deception even though she wasn't familiar with cells. September could call back, for Chris' sake. He was pushing it, but there it was. It's just ringing, she said after a tense moment. If it goes to voicemail, I can't tell her who I am. People are looking for me. Then name someone else from that time you were there. Use another girl's name. Say you're her. Maybe Talia O'Connor. Augie nodded encouragingly. A moment later Liv stumbled through the voicemail giving Talia's name while Augie quietly whispered his cell number in her ear and she repeated the digits into the phone. After she hung up she handed Augie back the cell, which he tucked into a pocket. Then they just looked at each other. You're good at this, she observed. 8% of the time, he answered. Then, what about your birth certificate? What about it? Why was it in the package? Liv cocked her head and frowned. I have no idea. It just listed my birth parents, but I always knew I was adopted. Well, maybe your mother just wanted you to have it, Augie posed, or maybe there's something else there. Some other meaning. She had a purpose in keeping these things together, setting it up for you to receive them at 25. You're thinking she was getting ready to take her own life, Liv said, tiredly, looking away. Nope. I'm going with your theory that something else happened. Maybe something that set up what happened at Zuma. Or maybe something your mother knew or suspected that put her in danger. She sent this to you, just in case. Your brother didn't get anything, did he? He asked as an afterthought. Not that I know of. He shrugged. You were the oldest. I was adopted and Haig's theirs. Augie gave her a long look. Now there's a difference we haven't explored. Your mother put your birth certificate in the package, and not your brother's. So, who are your birth parents? I don't know them. My father never mentioned them, so I doubt he knows who they are, Liv said. Let's look at that birth certificate again. It's the hospital certificate, Liv said, as she dug into her backpack, pulled out the package and slid the contents onto the table once again. The one with the impressions of my feet. My parents' names are written on it. How did your adoptive mother get this? Augie wondered aloud. Picking it up. Father, Everett LeBlanc. Mother, Patricia LeBlanc. Liv took the paper from him. Malone General Hospital. The closest one to Rock Springs. So, maybe your mother knew the LeBlancs, Augie guessed. He pulled out his cell and tried the white pages for Rock Springs and some of the neighboring towns. There's an Everett LeBlanc in Malone, he said. Liv inhaled and exhaled, her eyes huge. Okay. Want to call? Who should I say I am this time? If I tell them Olivia Dugan, they could. No, I'm their daughter. And even if they don't, my name's been all over the news the last couple days. We don't know what they know, Augie said. I'd be honest, but a little careful. Tell them you're Liv Dugan, not Olivia, just in case they've been listening to the news. Say you're looking for the Everett and Patricia LeBlanc who gave up a girl baby for adoption 25 years ago. He punched in the numbers and handed her the phone again. She listened as it rang and then left a voicemail almost verbatim to what Augie had told her. Augie quietly repeated his cell number and she echoed it into the receiver. She handed him back the cell and he clicked off. Now what? She asked. We wait. September got the call from Channel 7 just after 5:30. Luckily, it wasn't Pauline Kirby but an underling, trying to find out information, and since there was really nothing new to report, their conversation was over in a few minutes. When she was off the phone, September assessed her feelings about the whole thing and decided she hadn't liked being asked question after question by someone who was basically reading a script and hurrying her through the answers. She filed that aspect of the job under the heading of try to avoid. It was getting later and she fooled around at her desk until nearly 7. Before she finally left. She would have stayed on, for lack of anything better to do with her time, but perversely she didn't want her co-workers to think she was a loser without any social life. It wasn't like she hadn't dated. She just hadn't dated in a while, a very long while. She'd texted Augie numerous times since his abrupt phone line cut off. So far he'd been singularly unwilling to respond. How like him to play the cowboy and just run off with the investigation any way he liked. Her investigation. Well, hers and Gretchen's. She kinda wished Wes Pellegrini were a part of it, too, but he was busy with other things, cases that were wrapping up and a court appearance where he was a witness for the prosecution against a man who'd faked his death for the insurance money, which his wife then promptly absconded with, and he'd run her down and shot her, and now they were both having separate trials and heading toward prison terms. On her way out she passed Wes's empty desk and noticed the picture of Sheila Dempsey, something from her high school days, September guessed, which was propped up against his desk lamp. Dark-haired, in her 30s, slim and attractive, Sheila's body had been found in a field just outside the city limits, in Winslow County, though her place of residence was an apartment complex not all that far from the station. She'd been strangled and the flesh on her torso had been scored with lines that resembled letters, but maybe weren't. It wasn't Wes's case, it was County's. But he'd met her once at a bar sometime recently and her death bothered him. Or, at least that was the word around the office. Wes hadn't said anything about her himself, but September had kept her ears open on the subject and had queried George about it a bit, at least until George had given her a look that said, "What the hell is it to you?" There was no way September was going to admit she had a mild attraction to Wes, especially since he was deeply invested in his own relationship with a woman from his days as an athlete at a junior college. Their relationship was solid, that was fact. So, September kept her case of the worms, to herself. Liv lay on the couch in the darkness, staring at the ceiling again. She moved onto her side and punched up the pillow, squeezing her eyes closed. Augie was back in the bedroom and they were waiting for morning. Maybe someone would call them back. There'd been an awkward moment or two when neither of them knew what to do. Augie had finally said he was going to bed but was taking a shower first. Liv thought that sounded like heaven, but she was too uneasy to strip off her clothes and spend a few moments naked with him. Maybe in the morrow. But then, before he'd gone to sleep, he'd actually walked past where she was sitting on the couch, removing her shoes. He was wearing boxers and nothing else as he strolled into the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. He stopped by the couch briefly, made a comment about trading places with her, the bed for the sofa. She'd vehemently shaken her head, and he'd shrugged and moseyed on. She, meanwhile, had lain back on the sofa cushions fully clothed, her mind caught on the smooth muscles she'd seen moving beneath the skin of his shoulders, the hard curve of his back, his taut, hair-dusted thighs. She was shocked at herself. In the midst of her terror and anxiety, this was the overriding emotion quickening her blood. Desire. Lust. Sex. With an effort, she dragged her feminine attention away from him and concentrated on the more urgent problems at hand. Dr. Yancey. Think about Dr. Yancey. But a pair of faintly amused blue eyes crowded her inner vision. She flung her arm over her eyes, as if that would help, and squeezed her brain shut. Liv. Immediately she flung back her arm and popped her eyes open. The room was empty and dark. She was alone. Had only heard him in her head. What? She answered silently. The room was quiet. There was no sound anywhere. All in her head. Then, a voice said, "You don't know what you're talking about, Dr. Yancey." She recognized it. It was her voice. Sullen and combative. She saw herself at Dr. Yancey's desk and the doctor was concerned about her. "You saw something," Dr. Yancey said. "Something you're repressing." "What?" Liv demanded. "What?" "I didn't see anything." "Something," the doctor insisted. She was fading in and out, a watery vision. "All I saw was my mother, hanging by her neck." Liv practically screeched. Something else, maybe something that didn't actually have to do with that day. A cracked door. A beam of light. In the glint of illumination, the wetness of an eye as he turns and sees her, outside. "I don't want to talk anymore." Slam. She was out the door. Running. And Dr. Yancey's voice was calling after her. It was him, Olivia. "You saw him." The memory sank away and Liv came fully awake, drenched in sweat. She heard the door to Augie's bedroom slam open and suddenly he was there, beside the couch, kneeling beside her. "You cried out," he said. "I saw him. The monster. I saw him through a crack in the door. Dr. Yancey made me remember at Hathaway House, but I ran away from her." "Who is he?" "The monster." "Monster?" She blinked. "You said the monster." "I meant the doctor. The zombie. The bogeyman. I think maybe I saw Him, and he's the serial strangler. But if he's the doctor in the picture, that means Mama knew him. She swallowed. Maybe she knew about him. And that's why he had to kill her. Okay, wait. Take it slow. We'll start with him. We'll call Dr. Yancey again. In the morning, if she hasn't called back. See what she knows about the doctor. Okay. He smiled at her and actually had the audacity to sweep her hair back from her forehead before he turned to leave. Liv had to fight the desire to call him back. She kept her lips pressed tightly closed with an effort. The last thing she needed was to suddenly depend on him too much. Chapter 14. The following day Liv woke up when he walked past her to the kitchen in a pair of low-slung blue jeans and no shirt. She sat up, finger-combed her hair, then followed him into the kitchen. He'd picked up his cell and was looking at it. "Let's go somewhere for breakfast," he said. "I don't want to be seen. If you're with me, it's less chance you'll be recognized. Put on your baseball cap again." "I guess I'm buying, huh?" That stopped him short and he shot her a look. "I guess so." She smiled faintly. "No problem. But I'm going to take a shower first." "Do it," he said, turning back to his phone. "Is there a towel?" "Should be. Linen closets in the hall outside the bathroom." She left him working through his phone and wondered if he'd lied about being such a loner. Maybe he'd contacted someone. He could be texting someone right now. With a last look back at him, she picked up her backpack and headed into the bathroom. Augie had indeed received a text. A raft of them, actually. Mostly from his sister. At least she'd shown the good sense to move from phoning to texting. He'd turned off the text alert, and they came in silently. It was Sunday. He had one day until he needed to bring, coerce or drag Olivia Dugan to the Laurelton police station. He heard the taps turn on and he texted his sister, telling her to stop texting him. He would bring Olivia Dugan in tomorrow, Monday. And did she have any leads on the Zuma massacre, or Trask Martin's death? She texted back. "New case. Short-handed. We'll get back to you." New case. Something that superseded the Zuma shooting? Not likely. Augie said aloud. What was that about? September stared down at the cold, white corpse of the woman and felt ill. The woman's body had been stripped to the waist and her abdomen was carved with the scrawled words, "Do unto others as she did to me." Jesus, somebody went to a lot of trouble. Gretchen's nasal tones were usually cool, curling around the edges with disdain, but staring down at the female corpse she sounded shaken. "Do unto others as she did to me." What the hell does that mean? Who is the she he means? September asked. Or the she means, one of the texts corrected her. Bronson. September remembered. A woman didn't do this, Gretchen said with a cold look at Bronson. "I'm just saying it's possible," he argued lamely. "She's been strangled, too. There are ligature marks. Anyone taking bets on whether she's been sexually abused?" Gretchen asked. There were no takers. "You have all the charm of a boa constrictor," Bronson said. He had a nerdy, prim look and a way of rolling his eyes that was epic theater. "Shut up," Gretchen said, though it was almost an afterthought. She was gazing around the clearing where the body had been found while they stood on the edge of a small, wooded area filled with Douglas firs, oaks, and scrub pines. "This is a lot like Sheila Dempsey," September observed. She hoped to stall the pissing contest between Bronson and Gretchen, though they seemed to like to go at each other. She'd learned that much on her few weeks on the job. Bronson rocked back on his heels. "Meb," he allowed. Gretchen's lips grew even tighter as if she were forcibly holding back another argument. They were on the north side of the clearing where a couple of day hikers on a tour had discovered the shallow grave carrying a picnic basket and a bottle of wine. Now the basket was upended, the wine spilled in a red river on the ground, and both hikers were sitting in bug-eyed silence on a moss-covered log, their arms entwined in a hug of support. The man's mouth twitched as if he couldn't control it. The woman looked ready to keel over. Sheila Dempsey's body had been discovered in an overgrown field behind an abandoned building. Unlike this one, she'd been stripped bare, where this victim still had on her jeans, socks, and a pair of running shoes. Her chest was bare, no sign of a blouse or bra. "Dempsey's the picture on Weasel's desk," Gretchen said, as if they'd asked. September nodded. For a moment they all stood in silence in the shadow of the firs, while Bronson slowly rose, brushing his palms together as if to rid himself of the shame, all of them sheltered from the noonday heat which was blistering nonetheless. An hour earlier, Deannibal had received the call. Neither George nor Wes had been available, while Gretchen and September had shown up by mutual agreement to go over the Zuma case. Gretchen wanted to interview Camille. Dirkus and September had offered to go along. But then the call came in and they were sent out after the hikers called 911. Now it was September's turn to gaze past the body and over the dry, yellow field grass that ranged north from their large copse of mixed oak, fir, and pine trees. This too could be the county's problem. This crime was right on the city line, but the dispatcher had called Laurelton PD. Deannibal had apparently claimed rights to this case, or maybe county was simply bowing out. Somewhere along the line, a guy from county named Jernstadt, since retired, had royally pissed off the lieutenant. According to remarks she'd heard around the squad room. The result was nobody wanted to go head-to-head with Deannibal, involving whatever he decreed, and therefore there was no strict protocol on jurisdiction. If the lieutenant wished to a case that could be considered county, the prevailing thought was to let him have it. So, though September and Gretchen were already working hard on the Zuma Software case, Laurelton PD was on this one, too. County might complain about it, but they would approve. Deannibal did things his way, and his attitude was, if county didn't like it, they could just go screw themselves. Said attitude didn't exactly foster warm and fuzzy relations, but such was the way of things. Gretchen dragged her gaze away from the body and shook her head. Learn anything from those phone records? 9? September shot a look at her partner, who'd apparently detached from the scene around them. Yes, she said. She'd been scouring Kurt Upjohn's phone records and had discovered several numbers that had yet to be identified from the myriads that he'd placed to friends, family and business associates. I was hoping maybe Camille Durkes could shed some light. Yeah, whenever that interview takes place, Gretchen grumbled. I was thinking about giving the list to George. Gretchen snorted. Good idea. He's bound to be back in the squad room now. He just always misses the calls to the field. Weasels on something else, drugs and gangs, like your brother was being the operative word, September thought. I'm not stopping on Zuma. This has got to be somebody else's, or we need some serious help. Yeah. September gazed down at the body again for another moment. Unsettled. I wonder who she is. We'll check missing persons. Gretchen made a face. I wonder who he is, she added, meaning the killer. Bronson shot her a look as a hot breeze caused the oak leaves, fir, and pine needles to dance lively, as if waving at the victim and the group of bystanders. Victims left in fields, something tickled the back of her brain. Get her covered and out of here before the fucking news people show up. Gretchen ordered the techs. You do your job, we'll do ours, Bronson said. The Miz on his way. Don't get all testy on me, Bron. Gretchen offered a humorless smile. To September, she added, maybe this second body will make our letter carver easier to find and we can get back to Zuma. September had her doubts, but she kept them to herself. Waiting proved more difficult than Liv had anticipated. They went to a small cafe and Liv ordered an omelette that she moved around her plate as the morning dragged slowly by. For all the talking they'd done, all of a sudden, it felt like she and Augie had run out of things to say to each other. As they got up to leave, he really struggled with the fact that she was picking up the tab, but what could he do? She wanted to suggest they go back to being there, done that, and see if someone had turned in his wallet, but she couldn't. I can't afford for us to get pulled over, she said, to which he answered, okay, and the subject appeared to be closed. Now, back at his house, they were both sitting at the table, lost in their own thoughts, when his cell phone suddenly rang, surprising them both. He swept it up quickly and got to his feet. Hello, he answered as Liv's pulse began to race. He shot her a look. Ah, yes. Talia's right here. Carefully, he handed Liv the cell and she said, Dr. Yancey. Yes, the doctor answered cautiously. Liv could visualize the woman in her mind, small, bird-like, with short, dark hair and narrow glasses that she looked over the top of. I was just wondering if you could help me remember a few things. Dr. Yancey's voice said, a bit uncertainly, did Hathaway House give you my number? No, I took a chance on F. Yancey. I knew your first name was Fern. You've been having dreams, Augie whispered. About the doctor. He moved his hand in the go ahead signal. I've been having dreams, Liv said. About a doctor at Hathaway House. I feel like it's important somehow. Augie was nodding at her. Good. Good. Keep going, he mouthed. A visiting doctor, maybe. He wasn't there all the time. He kind of stalked, if you know what I mean. Dr. Yancey didn't answer immediately. Have you spoken to anyone else at Hathaway House about this? I wanted to talk to you first, Liv said. You know I'm retired. You helped me. But I wasn't your personal doctor, Talia. Liv swallowed hard. She'd forgotten that. I always trusted you, she stated honestly. Do you know the doctor I mean? She asked urgently. Do you remember him? I think you mean Dr. Navarone. Navarone. Dr. Navarone, Liv repeated for Augie's benefit. He wasn't one of the regular doctors. He was on staff at Grandview Hospital during that time, she said. He came to Hathaway when he could. We were always short-staffed. Liv felt her senses swell. Grandview, she said faintly. You know the hospital's no longer in existence, Dr. Yancey said. Loss of government funding. Grandview's now an elder care facility. Oh, no, I didn't know, she murmured. Augie was eyeing her with concern. She could imagine what she looked like: white face, pale lips, shadowed eyes. And she felt like she was going to faint. Gripping the receiver harder, she said, I'd like to reach Dr. Navarone. Do you know where he is now? I'm sorry, I don't. A pause. Are you all right, Talia? Fine. I know Hathaway House is for teens, mostly, but if you're looking for a recommendation, I could give you some names, or make some calls. No, thank you, but no. I've got that handled. I just wanted to find Dr. Navarone. She said slowly, as if thinking over her words, I don't know quite why. You're so interested in him, but he might not be the right doctor for you. Oh. His methods were unorthodox, and he was. When she paused long enough for Liv to worry she wouldn't go on, she urged, tell me. Please. He was asked to leave Grandview. He was a fine doctor, she added quickly. His reputation was clean. It was just his methods weren't in sync with Grandview and Hathaway House. He was never accused of any wrongdoing, you understand. But his methods were deemed unacceptable at other facilities as well. What kind of methods? Liv asked. What are you looking for, Talia? The doctor's voice had grown ever more cautious. Time to hang up. I think he was the doctor of a friend of mine who really felt he'd helped her, Liv said, lying through her teeth. Her voice was starting to shake. One of those, I cannot tell a lie, idiosyncrasies cropped up unexpectedly. I just was hoping to find him. Well, there was censure in her tone. I'm not sure I would recommend the man. If I asked at Hathaway House, do you think they'd know where he was? Are you still getting treatment? I'm seeing someone privately. She glanced around the room wildly, her gaze falling on Augie. Dr. Ogdogson. I don't recognize the name, Dr. Yancey said, and Augie shook his head in disbelief. He's not from the Portland area. Well, if you need anything, please call again, now that you have my number. I'd be happy to help. Thank you. I will. Liv hung up quickly, her hands trembling. Ogdogson. Augie repeated, picking up the cell phone where she'd set it down. She ignored that. The zombie doctor is Dr. Navarone. I recognize the name. He's the stalker in the photos, I'm almost sure of it. I never paid that much attention to him at Hathaway House. He looked different than in the photo, but I'm almost positive he's the guy. Liv hugged herself, suddenly cold even though the room was warm. The killer. So, where is he now? She didn't know. He used to be at Grandview Hospital, but now it's an elder care center, and he was asked to leave anyway, something about his methods of treatment. Electric shock therapy. Lobotomies. Cumbaya. None of the above, she said automatically. They looked at each other. And for some reason, both cracked up. I don't know why I'm laughing, she said after several moments of hilarity. Hysteria, I guess. See me. He pulled her to her feet, amusement still lurking around the corners of his eyes. You can't keep this stress up without some laughing. You'll go crazy. She lifted a brow at him, and he made a sound. I wasn't gonna say it. You thought it. You're the one who thinks you're crazy. I'm just here to listen. My dad's the one who thought I was crazy, she corrected him. And Lorinda. Later, they sent Haig away, too, though I was out of Hathaway by then. Your brother was at Hathaway House? No. Haig's my father's real son. Not his crazy adopted daughter. Whose real parents were probably crazy, too. Hathaway wasn't quite good enough for blood. Liv looked into his face, so close still, he hadn't backed away from her. To Grandview Hospital. He stared at her. Are you saying your brother was at Grandview when Dr. Navarone was there? That's what I'm thinking. Liv moved slightly away from him. Being so close was becoming unnerving. So, does Haig know something about Navarone? I don't know. Haig's hard to read. What did he say to you? They keep their hands in their pockets and wear rigger smiles. He'll drill holes in your head and he'll put receivers inside the folds of your brain. We both know him from when we were kids. She shivered, remembering. What? Augie's gaze sharpened on her. She shook her head. He doesn't know much more than I do. Less. Probably. He's not really in touch with reality. You showed him the package. He barely leaves his apartment. But maybe he's involved somehow, at some level. Could he have any? No. Liv cut him off. He doesn't have anything to do with this. My brother's sick, but not like that. He wouldn't hurt anybody. He was a baby when my mother died. And the only place he goes is to the ground floor cantina in his own building. But it sounds like he crossed paths with Navarone at Grandview. Maybe something got kickstart then that involves Haig. Maybe. She pushed him in the chest. In sudden fury, he staggered back a couple of steps. Hey, he said, affronted. He'd been so wrapped up in his train of thought that she felt he'd forgotten she was there. Leave Haig out of this, Liv ordered. It's not about him. Well, it kinda is, he argued. He didn't kill your mother, sure, but there's a connection there. She wanted to clap her hands over her ears. No. Not Haig. Not her little brother. If this Dr. Navarone is the man in the picture with your mother, and she sent you these photos you showed to your brother who was a patient at Grandview Mental Hospital about the same time Navarone was there. Liv didn't respond. She was wrestling with anxiety and a sudden fear that she might not want to know the truth after all. When you showed your brother, and his girlfriend, caretaker, whatever, and your father and stepmother, the photos in the package, they saw this guy, the stalking man in the photo. And you told them you were going to look into your mother's death, and so maybe, somehow, word got back to him. I don't know for sure they're the same, Liv said, backpedaling. We need to find this Navarone. Augie was certain. She repeated. We'll go to Grandview. So it's an eldercare facility now. Someone there might remember, or at least direct us to Navarone. Why are you doing this? What do you care? She demanded, her voice rising. He stared at her for a long moment, then slowly leaned forward, grabbing her by the forearms and pulling her gently toward him. She resisted, holding back, until her feet actually stumbled a bit as he drew her closer. What are you doing? Let go of me, she said in a voice that sounded high and alarmed to her own ears. Stop fighting. Let me help you, he stated with repressed urgency. Do I have a choice? His face was way too close to hers. Maybe not. You dragged me into this, and now I'm committed. I have to know how it ends. How it ends? She half laughed. Definitely hysteria creeping in this time. I'm going to kiss you, he said. She reared back on that one, eyes wide. No. But her protests were lost beneath his lips on hers. Liv stood stock still, completely shocked. She told herself to move, but her brain and body felt disconnected. All she could really feel were his lips molding to hers, his thighs pressed to hers, his hands sliding around the small of her back. She didn't want him. She didn't want any man. But her traitorous fingers were clenched on his arms, feeling taut, sinewy muscle beneath. Her mind fractured. Too many sensations bombarded her at once. His lips, his hands, his shallow breaths. No, those were her breaths, rapidly growing in tandem with her heartbeats. His mouth was hard and soft and warm, and his tongue teased at the crease of her lips. She wasn't sure how this had happened. She didn't want it to stop. She opened her mouth to protest, and his tongue moved in, taking it as an invitation. The feel of his tongue was warm and slick, and the way it filled her mouth did something to her knees. They quivered wildly, and she would have sunk, but his arm was a bar around her back, keeping her lower body hot against his. She could feel his arousal. It was all she could think about. She'd put on her jeans and a clean t-shirt, but it felt as if there were nothing between them. Her bones had turned to liquid. Her skin felt sensitized. Somewhere in her mind she knew she should resist, but she couldn't. This was nothing like anything she'd experienced before, and she suddenly wanted it. Wanted it. If she died tomorrow, she was going to have this now. He sensed her capitulation and half walked her, half dragged her to the couch. They didn't say a word to each other. One moment they were kissing and bending toward each other as if they wanted to fuse bodies. The next, they were both naked, and she was feeling the cushions of the couch meet her bare buttocks and shoulders. And then he hesitated. as if second thoughts had finally penetrated the blinding passion that consumed them. "I don't," he began. "Shush," she dragged his mouth down to hers. It was all she needed to say. His body pressed against hers, his hands sliding along her sides, one of them caressing her left breast convulsively. Her hips rose of their own accord and his other hand slid between her legs, stroking her in a way that sent her pulse skyrocketing and made her desire flame along her nerves. "Hurry," she thought. "Hurry. If something happened, anything, to interrupt them, she didn't think she could bear it." And then he was poised at the brink of fully taking her, and she wanted to yank him forward. Somewhere distantly in her brain she sensed that if things didn't proceed at breakneck pace, they wouldn't happen. Reason would reassert itself. Augie would remember she was a crazy, damaged fugitive and would stop himself. And she needed this. Maybe it wasn't love, but it was desire. And she was going to have it. "Liv Vi," he whispered unsteadily. "Come on," she urged, her hands running down the hard muscles of his back. That did it. He pushed against her, and she felt a joyous thrill slide into her feminine core. Her hips urged him forward, and he pushed harder, entering her, wringing a gasp from her lips. He stopped, but her hands were urgent, pulling him closer, and then he began rhythmically moving, sliding in and out until her mind was mush and she was simply sensation. No body. Nothing. Some other plane of consciousness. The pressure built. Her body moved with his as if she'd been meant for him. Maybe she was, she thought half hysterically. Maybe that's why she hadn't understood the joy of Trask and Joe, why she hadn't felt anything that even vaguely resembled this pleasure. Trask. For a moment she was filled with anguish, but a pulse was beating in her head and her hips were meeting his in a delicious rhythm, and before she knew it, her hands were raking his back and she was convulsing beneath him, crying out. A moment later he thrust harder, stiffening in his own climax before he collapsed against her, his breath rasping against her ear, his heart galloping against hers.